Chapter 341. In the end, the energy storm didn't manage to break through Ikaros' aegis. After a muffled sound, it faded away, leaving behind only the barrier of aegis. Its flickering in the ruined arena, telling everyone that what happened just now was real. The students stared at aegis blankly for a moment before turning to look at the angel in midair. Their expressions turned into one of infatuation. The wings of light behind his back gently fluttered, and in an instant, they turned back into pink wings. The pure white halo also disappeared, and the deep red pupils turned back into a pitiful indigo color. The sexy white light armor on his body also turned back into the student uniform. However, this only made the students who were already dumbfounded even more dumbfounded. If Ikaros in Sky Empress mode is her strongest form, then her normal form is her most beautiful form. The pink wings fluttered gently, the feathers on them fluttered to the ground. Ikaros looked like an angel bathed in pink feathers. One has to admit, Ikaros in her current state is truly beautiful. She's so beautiful that even Ka, who's usually indifferent to women's charms, couldn't help but fall into a daze. She's so beautiful that even Jaffer, who's always looked down on women, couldn't help but look up at the sky with a strange expression. She's so beautiful that even Sylph, who's usually indifferent to everything, couldn't help but stare at Ikaros with a hint of envy in her icy blue eyes. She's so beautiful that everyone's mind went blank, even the females. At this moment, Ikaros has become a goddess in the hearts of countless people. But it's a pity that this beauty will forever belong to Ikaros, the master in her heart, of course, while everyone else is stunned. Wu Yan isn't. Wu Yan is the one who understands Ikaros' beauty the most. After all, he's tasted her beauty countless times. It's only natural that he wouldn't be immersed in such a scene. While everyone else was dumbfounded, Wu Yan's face was filled with anger. His eyes were filled with rage, and his rage could be seen flickering in them. Mikoto, who's stunned like everyone else. Her slightly pale face made Wu Yan's heart ache, but at the same time, he's also angered. Wu Yan raised his hand and knocked on Mikoto and Sylph's head. A crisp sound echoed in the silent arena. "Ah, it hurts." Mikoto cried out in pain. She covered her head with both hands, a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. It's cute, but Wu Yan, who's filled with anger, didn't have the mood to appreciate it. "You can still feel pain?" Wu Yan pointed at Mikoto and shouted. "Do you know that if I didn't react in time, you wouldn't even have the chance to cry out in pain?" Holding her head, Mikoto looked at Wu Yan, pointing at her and yelling at her in a daze. She didn't react for a while. After all, in her memory, this is the first time Wu Yan yelled at her. Looking at Wu Yan's angry face, Mikoto weakly said, I didn't do it on purpose." "You didn't do it on purpose?" Wu Yan was enraged by Mikoto's words. He didn't hesitate to yell at her. "Can you explain your actions just by saying that you didn't do it on purpose? Do you know what you've done? Even if you want to win, there should be a limit. Do you think it's fun to joke around with your own life? Do you think it'll satisfy your desire to win? This is a duel, not a fight to the death. Even if it's a fight to the death, I'll be the one fighting, not you." Wu Yan yelled at Mikoto. Mikoto was stunned. Standing in front of Wu Yan, Mikoto couldn't help but be intimidated by Wu Yan's aura. She looked like a child who made a mistake. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak again. But in her heart, a warm current flowed out. She's never seen Wu Yan this angry. Being familiar with Wu Yan, Mikoto knew that Wu Yan was extremely worried about her. That's why the strong Mikoto was willing to lower her head at this moment. "Yan, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Mikoto said this with a smile on her face. "You're still smiling?" Wu Yan glared at Mikoto. Chuju quickly pulled Wu Yan back and rolled her eyes at Mikoto. Then she said to Wu Yan, "All right, Yan. Don't be angry anymore. You know Mikoto's personality. It's so hard to find a suitable opponent. If she doesn't give it her all, she won't be satisfied, so you're going to risk your life?" Wu Yan snorted. But the anger in his heart wasn't as big as before. It's just that he's still a little angry. Mikoto smiled apologetically and looked at Chuju gratefully. In return, Chuju rolled her eyes again. It's obvious that Chuju isn't happy with Mikoto's actions. Sylph stared at Wu Yan in disbelief. She clutched the spot where Wu Yan knocked her on the head. Sylph grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth, no one dared to hit her like this. This is the first time in Sylph's life that Wu Yan slapped her. This is the first time in her life that Wu Yan slapped her. She had mixed feelings about it. If Sylph knew that Wu Yan knocked her head casually, what would she think? Sylph regained her composure and slowly stood up. She looked at Mikoto and coldly said, "Let's continue." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Wu Yan almost choked himself to death. He almost played himself to death and he still wants to continue. Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't be thinking like this. He wanted to scold Sylph but he's not familiar with her. He doesn't have the right to do so. Wu Yan glanced at Mikoto coldly. Mikoto's body trembled and she quickly waved her hands. No, it's already like this. There's no need to continue. Sylph frowned and asked, "So you're admitting defeat?" Mikoto smiled bitterly. She was unwilling to admit defeat. But if she doesn't, Yan Liangchuan won't allow her to fight again. Mikoto was in a difficult position. Sylph seemed to have guessed Mikoto's thoughts. She looked at Mikoto and then at Wu Yan before muttering to herself. After a while, she raised her head. "We'll continue next time during the tournament." After that, Sylph ignored Wu Yan and the others. She looked at Ikaros and her eyes flashed. In the end, she turned around and left with Snow Song's people. Jafar pursed his lips and looked down at Mikoto and Ikaros. His gaze paused on Ikaros for a bit before he snorted loudly and turned to leave. Ka didn't leave with the two of them. He was staring at Ikaros with a strange look in his eyes. It's almost as if he's looking at his sweetheart. Wu Yan frowned and stepped in front of Ikaros. Ka finally realized what he did and awkwardly scratched his face. He looked at Ikaros and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect Miss Ikaros to be so secretive. Ka, I've misjudged you." After that, Ka glanced at Ikaros's wings. His mouth twitched but in the end, he didn't ask anything. He looked at Ikaros with a bit of reluctance and left as well. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other with a strange expression. Only Ikaros continued to stand behind Wu Yan as if nothing had anything to do with her. Chapter 342. Without a doubt, the Spalier World Academy is going to be bustling with noise and excitement again. The news of the battle between the strongest student and the new special student spread like wildfire across the entire Silveria World Institute in less than a day. Many people were shocked by the news. Many of the special students who didn't go to the arena tower that day were filled with regret after listening to their companions' vivid narration of the battle. As for the ordinary and elite students who couldn't enter the 5th floor, they were all very dissatisfied. They scolded the upper echelons of the academy. Why didn't they do a live broadcast like the day when the new special students challenged the 9 great powers? What's even more unbelievable is that Misaka Mikoto, who was with the new special student Wu Yan, fought the strongest student, Princess Sylph, to a draw. Many people didn't believe it at first, but when the news spread, they had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, the students who were listening to the narration also heard about the terrifying energy storm at the end. Their hearts trembled and they were glad that they didn't go that day. When they asked how they were fine in the end, their companions gave them an explanation that left them dumbfounded. "Angel. She's a beautiful angel. She saved us." Fine, let's not talk about what kind of uproar this statement caused. To sum it up, Mikoto is on fire, Ikaros is on fire, even Wu Yan, who was on fire once, Hinajaku and Wu Yan are also on fire. The new special student has become a hot topic in the Spalier World Academy. While the people outside were talking about their exploits, Wu Yan brought the girls back to the villa and let the students talk about him as if he was some kind of god. Currently, Wu Yan is sitting in his room. He took out the armaments from his space ring and placed them on the table, filling up the entire table. Wu Yan is dissatisfied with the battle between Mikoto and Sylph. However, he has to admit that the battle between the two made Wu Yan realize that he's still not strong enough. He thought that with his current strength, he would be able to stand at the top of Silveria World Institute even if he didn't use Meteor Shower. However, the appearance of Sylph, Ka, and Jaffer made Wu Yan realize how naive he is. There will never be a lack of geniuses in this world. Wu Yan knew this, but he still looked down on the people of the Spalier world. In his opinion, the people of this world are nothing compared to the monsters of the 2D world. That's the truth. The people of the Spalier world may not be comparable to the monsters of the 2D world, but they're more than capable. There are 5 demigods in this world. According to the system, there are no gods in the dungeons. In other words, demigods are the strongest in the 2D world. Today, the appearance of the 3 Tier 8 students and the battle between Mikoto and Sylph made Wu Yan realize that he's still not strong enough. That's why Wu Yan wants to increase his strength as soon as possible. There are several ways to increase his strength. The first is to level up honestly. However, ever since he became famous, how many people in the Spalier World Academy dared to fight him? Even if they dared to, most of them wouldn't be hostile to him. And for battles without hostility, the system wouldn't give him any experience. Last time, it was only because he had slightly offended the people of the 9 major forces that he was able to get some experience. Now, it was estimated that not many people would be hostile to him and fight with him, right? What's more, when Mikoto reached level 70, it took her a long time to grind her way up. Right now, I'm only level 68. The remaining 2 levels won't be that easy to level up. That's why he can only pass on the first method. The second method is to exchange for abilities like the last time he exchanged for infinite arms. The last time he exchanged for infinite arms, Wu Yan's strength increased by leaps and bounds. After all, Wu Yan's combat prowess and skills are already very beneficial to him. Not to mention, Wu Yan also has the body of a true ancestor. Adding these two together, Wu Yan's strength increased by a lot. Exchanging abilities is also a way to increase one's strength. Now that he has enough ability points, Wu Yan has his eyes on one of the abilities. However, this ability needs to be combined with the equipment he wants to exchange for in order to maximize its effectiveness. Thus, it's best to exchange for the equipment he wants first before deciding what to do next. Close to 20 common armaments were placed together by Wu Yan. It's quite a sight. However, Wu Yan felt it was a pity. After all, they're only common armaments and they'll be gone soon. During the auction, Wu Yan calculated that these common armaments can be exchanged for 20,000 equipment points. Combined with the points he already has, it's just enough to exchange for the equipment he wants. With a wave of his hand, the 20 common armaments disappeared. Wu Yan handed them over to the system. As expected, the system notified him that he received 20,000 equipment points. Opening the system, Wu Yan clicked on the equipment bar. He found the equipment and locked onto it. Gate of Babylon, special equipment. A sword in the shape of a key connected to the Golden City. It can be connected to a treasure vault with a separate space, which is the Golden City. You can freely take out or store items from it. You can also use the equipment in the Gate of Babylon like bullets for shooting and combat. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon, the more types of equipment, the higher the level of the Gate of Babylon, and the more powerful it is. Note, starting level is D, maximum level is A, 500,000 equipment points. Wu Yan confirmed that there was a value of 501,000 in his equipment points column. He clicked the exchange button on the spot. Ding! Obtained Gate of Babylon. Following the system notification, his equipment points increased from 51,000 to 1,000. A golden sword in the shape of a key appeared in his hand. It glowed with a rich golden light, as if it was telling Wu Yan that it was made of real gold. Weighing the golden sword in his hand, Wu Yan raised it vertically, and then slowly moved it upwards. Suddenly, the tip of the golden sword slowly disappeared into the air, as if it had been inserted into a door. It was directly inserted into the air. A circle of ripples appeared in the air, which made Wu Yan click his tongue in wonder. Then, Wu Yan held the golden sword in his hand and turned it to the side. Following Wu Yan's movement, the golden sword actually disintegrated, turning into a stream of light that looked like data. It entered the ripples in the air, and at the same time, the ripples in the air spread out. The ripples in the air spread all over the place, until a moment later, the ripples suddenly turned into a golden light, spreading to both sides like a door opening. Then, a crimson space appeared in front of Wu Yan. This was the Gate of Babylon. On the other side of the Gate of Babylon, in the crimson space, was the Gate of Babylon's treasure vault, the Gate of Gold. But unlike that upstart gold shiny's Gate of Babylon, his Gate of Babylon is still empty, there's nothing in it. After transferring the meteor knight, Shana of Neen Temple, and everything in his own space ring into the Gate of Babylon, Wu Yan waved his hand and closed the crimson space in front of him. From now on, the Gate of Babylon will be Wu Yan's only equipment. At the same time, it will serve as his own space ring. It's time for the space ring to retire. Chapter 343. Character, Wu Yan ability, True Ancestor Bloodline, Infinite Martial Arts, Electromaster, LV5, Equipment, Gate of Babylon, Rank D, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajaku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra. Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sisters, 20,000, Equipment Points, 1,000 Item Points, 660000 Ability Points, 181000 Summoning Points, 350000 Level, 68. After confirming his various status values, Wu Yan deactivated the system projection. He rubbed the SPCE ring he took off from his finger and started contemplating. Now that he had obtained the Gate of Babylon, the next step was to collect some armaments and try to raise the level of the Gate of Babylon. If the Gate of Babylon loses the support of a large amount of equipment, then it will be useless. However, it will not be easy to level up the Gate of Babylon either. Rank B, Meteor Knight, Rank C, Neen Temple of Shana, and a few other rare armaments were not enough to level up the Gate of Babylon. One could imagine how difficult it would be to level it up. But if he only needs a large amount of equipment to make the Gate of Babylon work, Wu Yan has a trick up his sleeve. Of course, this method also requires the cooperation of an ability. With this ability, the Gate of Babylon could be used immediately, and it might even be able to level up. But I still don't have enough ability points. Taking out his record card, Wu Yan bitterly smiled when he saw the number 0 on it. I guess I'll have to go to the Tower of Tournament. He casually tossed the record card away, and space suddenly fluctuated. A burst of crimson spatial ripples suddenly flashed, and in the next instant, the record card was swallowed by the crimson spatial ripples. Wu Yan walked out of the room and went downstairs. He saw Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. For some reason, the three girls don't like to stay in the room and they don't like to go outside. Whenever they have time, they would stay in the living room and chat. Who knows how many topics girls have to talk about? Of course, the only ones chatting are Chuju and Mikoto. Ikaros plays the role of a qualified listener. She will only answer when someone asks her something. As for Flandra-chan, she's the one who goes out the most. Maybe it's because she was locked up in Fantasy Township for quite some time. Plus, with Flandra-chan as her companion, Flandra-chan would go out from time to time. If it wasn't for Fei-Fei arranging for someone to watch over Flandra-chan and Liren in secret, Wu Yan wouldn't be at ease letting Flandra-chan run around in such a big school. Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros also noticed Wu Yan coming down. The moment Wu Yan appeared, the three girls immediately focused their attention on him. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. Chuju stood up. You came down? You're done. Chuju and the others more or less knew what Wu Yan was doing, but they never participated. Wu Yan felt helpless. After all, Wu Yan originally wanted to find some equipment from the system for the two girls. Unfortunately, other than White Cherry, Chuju has no interest in other equipment. Mikoto even told Wu Yan directly that she doesn't need any equipment. Her ability is more than enough. Wu Yan couldn't help but worry. Hearing Chuju's question, Wu Yan didn't nod or shake his head. Instead, he shrugged helplessly. I have some plans. At this time, Wu Yan walked up to the three girls. Ikaros handed him a drink. He smiled at her and pondered for a bit before ordering a cup of noodles. Then, he turned to Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros. You guys passed the first 4 floors of the Tower of Arena, right? Did you use your credits? The 3 girls shook their heads. Mikoto asked suspiciously. What's wrong? Do you want to use it? After that, Mikoto handed her record card to Wu Yan. Chuju and Ikaros quickly took out their cards as well. Wu Yan quickly waved his hand. You don't have to give it to me. Just help me make a trip to the trading district or the free trade district. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and put away their cards. Whether it was them to Wu Yan or Wu Yan to them, they didn't need to be courteous with their relationship. Is there anything you want? Seeing Hinajuku and Mikoto being so straightforward with him, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looks like they don't really want to be otaku girls after all. Maybe it's because they weren't familiar with the academy, that's why they couldn't decide where to go, Wu Yan said. Help me buy some special ores. Special ores? The 2 girls were surprised, they didn't know what Wu Yan wanted to do. But they didn't plan to ask right away. They'll find out sooner or later anyway. How special? Mikoto said with a frown. The word special held a lot of meaning. Wu Yan mused for a bit before he came up with a range of possibilities. It doesn't have to be expensive, but it has to be tough enough. Some ores with good toughness don't cost too many credits, just a bit more. Hinajuku and Mikoto couldn't help rolling their eyes at him. If he's asking for too much, how can he not spend more credits? Even if he spends all of his credits, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Wu Yan smiled sheepishly. He knows his words are contradictory, but that's what he meant, so he didn't think too much about it. Receiving the 2 girls rolling their eyes at him, he could only accept it. Chuju crossed her arms and asked. You want us to run errands, what are you going to do? Wu Yan smiled and stood up. I'm going to challenge the arena tower. Wu Yan had heard about the strength of the 5th floor master from Feifei. He was at the peak of rank 7 and was only 1 step away from rank 8. He was much stronger than the 4th floor master. Using the system's explanation, the 4th floor master was level 60, and the 5th floor master was level 69. The difference of 1 floor was almost an entire tier. Against the floor master, a tier 7 pinnacle, Wu Yan doesn't have a 100% guarantee of victory. Of course, in terms of chances of victory, Wu Yan is confident that he will be the one with the higher chance of victory. After passing through the 1st floor's teleportation circle, Wu Yan silently chose to go to the 5th floor. Then, under the pointing of the special students who recognized him, he walked into the 5th floor's teleportation circle. His vision blurred and Wu Yan felt that he had arrived in another space. However, to Wu Yan's surprise, the scene in front of him was no longer a room with an arena. It was a rocky field. Wu Yan almost thought that he was already outside the arena tower. If it wasn't for a figure not far from him, he wouldn't have been able to see it. It was a burly man. In terms of build, he was about the same as Strongman. However, Strongman didn't give Wu Yan the same feeling as the figure in front of him. He didn't give off a threatening vibe. You're finally here? A powerful voice came from the burly man, who was the fifth-floor master. The fifth-floor master stood up from the ground and grinned. "I thought you weren't going to go to the sixth floor." Wu Yan flinched and asked in a surprised tone. "You know me?" "I know you, of course I know you. Rumors about you have been flying around the academy for a long time." The fifth-floor master said and then laughed. "I am the fifth-floor master. Challenger, do you want to fight?" Wu Yan smiled. "Of course." The fifth-floor master lowered his head and then raised it up. He swung his fist at the rocky mountain beside him. After a loud boom, the rocky mountain that was 5 times larger than him was reduced to rubble. "Then, let's begin." Chapter 344. A mountain of rocks, which was almost 10 meters high, was finally reduced to rubble by the fist and scattered at the feet of the tower master of the fifth floor. Wu Yan's face turned serious when he saw this. He could feel that the fifth-floor master didn't use any do qi when he threw that punch. In other words, that destructive power was purely his body's strength. It would not be surprising if such an effect was produced by using do qi. As long as one was at the 7th rank or higher, one would be able to achieve such an effect. However, to have such an effect without using do qi, that was terrifying. Although a warrior who cultivates do qi will have their body strength increase when they advance, it might not even be possible for a rank 8 warrior to reach the 5th-floor master's level. He's different from Li Shi. Li Shi's body is just a facade. The reason he has such terrifying strength is because of his battle skills. However, the 5th-floor master is different. It can be seen that the other party must have specially trained his physical body. Moreover, he must have trained his physical body to such a level. If he were to add battle chi or some battle skills to his body during battle, Li Shi can't compare to him at all. What? The 5th-floor master's face twitched. Scared? Scared? Wu Yan clenched his fist and laughed. Maybe later, but right now, this isn't enough. The true ancestor's body gave Wu Yan a terrifying amount of physical prowess. Infinite arms refinement allowed Wu Yan to push his body to its limits. Wu Yan wanted to see if his body was stronger than the true ancestor's body that was tempered through countless trials and tribulations. Is that so? The 5th-floor master's eyelids slowly drooped and he suddenly roared. Then let's see if you can take a punch from me. The 5th-floor master stomped his foot on the ground, creating a hole in the hard ground. He instantly appeared in front of Wu Yan and threw a punch. Its speed is actually so fast. Wu Yan's face turned serious. The fist in front of him is getting bigger and bigger. Wherever the fist goes, 10,000 breaths would retreat. With the power of the fist, if it hits Wu Yan's body, he would have to spit out some blood. The wisest choice in the face of this fist was to retreat. However, since Wu Yan had made up his mind to test the strength of a true ancestor, he naturally wouldn't retreat. Clenching his fist and swinging it backwards, he leaned his body to the side and with this miraculous tilt, all the strength in his body was mobilized in an instant and concentrated into his fist. In a short span of time, he finished gathering his strength. Then, he faced the incoming fist and threw a punch straight at it. Bam! The 5th-floor master was twice as tall as Wu Yan. When his fist landed, it created a condescending effect. Not only did it increase the strength, but it also caused the impact of the fist to hit Wu Yan directly. The ground beneath Wu Yan instantly shattered. A 2-meter-wide hole appeared beneath Wu Yan and the 5th-floor master's feet. One could imagine how strong the 5th-floor master's punch was. However, although the effect of this punch was strong, it couldn't hide the fact that this punch had been blocked by Wu Yan. The 5th-floor master was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never thought that anyone would be able to take his punch head-on. However, the force that came from the fist that collided with his own told the 5th-floor master that all of this was real. Therefore, the 5th-floor master was very excited. Competing at the opponent's proudest point would usually lead to two results. The first was that a narrow-minded and arrogant person would be angry. The second was that a broad-minded and passionate person would be excited. As for the master of the fifth floor, it was obvious that it was the latter. Good. Good. The fifth floor master laughed loudly. His voice was filled with excitement and joy. How long has it been? How long has it been since someone could take my punch head-on? Wu Yan, you really live up to the rumors about you in the academy. You are very strong. My impression of you has changed. After he finished speaking, the fifth floor master licked the corner of his lips. His bare eyes were blazing with flames. That was the burning battle intent. Wu Yan. Take another punch from me. Immediately, the fifth floor master retracted the punch that had been blocked by Wu Yan and threw another punch. This time, this punch directly stirred up the atmosphere wherever it passed. Compared to the previous punch, the power of this punch was at least twice as strong. It had to be said that the fifth floor master was indeed a bold and unrestrained person. After being provoked by him, Wu Yan actually felt a little hot-blooded. At that moment, Wu Yan also laughed heroically. Don't talk about one punch. I will accompany you with 100 punches. Wu Yan's voice rang out and a small fist appeared in front of the floor master's terrifying fist. The small fist wasn't like the big fist where the air would disperse in its wake. Instead, the small fist collided with the floor master's fist without any hesitation. After a dull thud, the hole beneath Wu Yan and the fifth floor master's feet widened by another meter. The impact of the impact was directly under their feet. The rocky ground was destined to become a mess. This time, the fifth floor master didn't waste any more words. He pushed forward fiercely and stabilized his body. Then, he threw another punch with his other hand. Wu Yan didn't meet the fifth floor master's fist with his fist. Instead, he used his palm to block the fifth floor master's fist with a "pa" sound. Then, he kicked the fifth floor master's chest. With a bang, the fifth floor master was caught off guard and was kicked in the chest by Wu Yan. The fifth floor master gritted his teeth and roared. He also grabbed Wu Yan's hand and pulled him over. Then, he threw a punch at Wu Yan's chest. With the same dull thud, the two of them flew out at the same time and separated. However, not long after, the two of them stabilized themselves in mid-air and stood on the ground. The fifth floor master's expression had completely calmed down. However, the battle intent in his eyes didn't diminish. He slowly took out a pair of boxing gloves and silently put them on. That was a rare armament. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He had even taken out an armament. This meant that the fifth floor master was planning to use his full strength. This was indeed the truth. In just a few breaths' time, a shocking dou qi suddenly erupted from the fifth floor master's body. The enormous dou qi crazily surged. After which, all of it surged into the boxing gloves. While Wu Yan's expression changed slightly, he saw the fifth floor master's body crouch down. In an instant, he turned into an afterimage. His fist shot out and swiftly landed on Wu Yan's chest. The moment the fifth floor master made his move, Wu Yan, who had been cautious for a long time, focused his eyes. His feet stomped on the ground and his arms immediately stretched out. A ferocious green vein popped out on Wu Yan's arm. Wu Yan clenched his fist and mobilized all the strength in his body. After which, he raised his arm and threw a punch. Clang! In the next moment, the two fists collided with each other with a loud bang. A fierce gust of wind suddenly swept out in all directions, directly blowing the gravel around the two of them into the air. The originally hard ground had turned into the weakest tofu at this moment. Under the terrifying force, it crumbled into pieces in an instant. Following the wind that swept out, it blew in all directions. If there were any spectators at the side at this moment, or if the place where this duel was taking place was not here but the fifth floor, it was likely that just the rocks that swept out would be enough to make the spectators suffer, moreover, it was clearly a fist against a fist, a direct collision of strength. However, after the two fists collided, a clang sound was emitted. It was simply unimaginable. However, from another perspective, this also showed just what kind of level the collision of strength between the two had reached. Chapter 345. The veins on Wu Yan's arms were already bulging wildly as he resisted the frightening force that was attacking him. The strength of the fifth-floor master, who was originally very frightening, had become indescribable after being supported by his dou qi and the rare armament. Wu Yan clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes turned cold as he stepped out with his left leg. His body was in a semicircular position while his right leg was like lightning as it lashed out like a whip. At the same time that Wu Yan's right leg lashed out, the muscles on his leg moved at a frequency that could not be seen with the naked eye. After this movement, the strength of Wu Yan's leg increased by quite a bit. Following this, the long whip-like leg carried an indescribable wild and violent strength. This leg was violently lashed out at the chest of the fifth-floor master. This kick did not have the slightest warm-up. The moment he attacked, it was an extremely ferocious attack. This was because Wu Yan clearly understood that any warm-up or probing would be useless when faced with a peak rank 7 opponent like the fifth-floor master. What Wu Yan needed was to continuously unleash his strength and use all of his strength to deal with his opponent. The frightening strength of the kick tore apart the air and the ground. After which, it landed on the chest of the fifth-floor master at lightning speed. The low and deep sound of rushing wind was ear-piercing. An ominous glint gathered in the eyes of the fifth-floor master. He had also sensed how powerful Wu Yan's attack was. However, he did not have any thoughts of underestimating it. For someone like him, if he always had such thoughts in his heart, it was likely that he would not be able to take on the role of the fifth-floor master. His skin had already been pierced by the wind from Wu Yan's kick. The fifth-floor master knew that Wu Yan must have used some kind of battle technique to have such strength. Otherwise, Wu Yan's strength would not have been so sharp. What the fifth-floor master did not know was that Wu Yan did not use any battle technique. However, there was nothing wrong with it. After all, using the endless martial refining skill to unleash one's strength was also considered a side battle technique. The fifth-floor master, who thought that Wu Yan had used a battle technique, no longer hid it. One of his palms suddenly rotated into a fist. After which, a black light suddenly erupted from his arm. The dou qi that was originally gathered on his fist was actually emitting a black light. It was like a black hole that started to rotate above the fifth-floor master's fist. At the same time, a boundless aura gushed out from the fist enveloped by the black hole. It blew at Wu Yan, who was very close to it. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk when he sensed the aura. Black killing fist. The fifth-floor master shouted. Immediately, the black hole, the black hole, the black hole, threw a punch, and punched towards Wu Yan. Chi! Wu Yan's expression changed. The fifth-floor master's punch did not have much momentum, but the wind from the punch was filled with a monstrous killing intent. That killing intent was as cold as a solid black wind. It was like the fist of the Grim Reaper. It gave Wu Yan the illusion that this was the only thing left in the world. The black killing fist was indeed worthy of the word kill. It could actually trigger such a terrifying killing intent. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or reality, this punch was definitely a sure kill punch. Looking at the black kill fist coming at him, even though it's moving at a slow speed, he felt like he's being locked in place. His instincts told him that he can't dodge this fist, he can't dodge it. However, if he did not dodge and took it head-on, even if he had the strength of a true ancestor and the help of infinite martial refinement, there was no way he would be able to take this punch unscathed. Seeing that the black kill fist was about to land on his chest, he knew that he would be seriously injured in the next moment. At this critical moment, his wine-red eyes flashed with a bright light. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, bluish-white lightning flashed from Wu Yan's body. As the dense bluish-white light flashed, it dispersed the black light on the black killing fist by quite a bit. Immediately after, Wu Yan seemed to be condensing a super railgun as all the lightning on his body surged towards his fist. As all the lightning condensed on Wu Yan's fist was actually like the black killing fist, suffusing a dense light. However, the black killing fist was black light, while Wu Yan's fist was bluish-white light. His face glowed with a bluish-white radiance. Wu Yan focused his gaze and his fist glowing with bluish-white radiance met the black kill fist. Lightning light fist. Come on. The fifth-floor master roared wildly. Immediately, the black killing fist and the lightning light fist met fiercely. Pang! The black killing fist heavily collided with the lightning light fist covered with lightning. The bluish-white light and the black light swept out at almost the same time, like two ferocious wolves, crazily devouring and eroding. Pang! 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 The ground where the two of them were standing directly crumbled. Huge fissures, like a spider web, crazily spread out from under their feet. The entire rocky ground collapsed by 1/5 in an instant. Swoosh! Wu Yan's eyes were incomparably serious. The black killing fist was indeed very strong. The lightning light fist that he created on the spot was actually blocked by the fifth-floor master's black killing fist. This was enough to prove that the power of the black killing fist was comparable to the power of lightning. Wu Yan did not know that the fifth-floor master was also praising his lightning light fist in his heart. One had to know that the black killing fist was his only battle skill and also his strongest battle skill. He had immersed himself in the black killing fist for his entire life and had never practiced any other battle skills. It was all for the sake of raising the power of the black killing fist to an unprecedented peak. Yet, this punch was blocked by him. Of course, while they were thinking, the two of them did not forget that it was now time for a battle. Therefore, all the thoughts in their hearts were instantly put away. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he withdrew his fist. However, just as he withdrew his fist halfway, lightning flashed on his fist once again. Then, it whistled out once again, bringing with it streaks of lightning and ear-piercing sonic booms as it attacked the fifth-floor master at lightning speed. The lightning light fist was thrown out once again. The lightning light rapidly enlarged in the fifth-floor master's eyes. Wu Yan's torrential attacks caused the fifth-floor master's eyes to be filled with ferocity. He clenched his right fist tightly as black light spread out and suddenly punched out. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Punched out. Punched out. Punched out again. Fist shadows filled the sky and filled the air in front of Wu Yan. Above those fist shadows, there was a monstrous black light that surged with astonishing fluctuations. Bang bang bang. The fist wind and the fist shadows finally collided together in all directions. The commotion was undoubtedly earth-shattering. The entire ground seemed to tremble violently at this moment. Pieces of rock directly exploded into powder under the force of the wind. The intense tremors undulated within the rocky ground that was filled with dust. The rocky ground had already collapsed to the point that it could not collapse any further. A gentle breeze blew over and scattered the dust. Soon after, the sound of rushing wind hurriedly sounded. Two figures flew out from the dust. Their feet rubbed against the ground, creating long gullies. At this moment, the fifth-floor master's hair was already in a state where it was scattered. His fist was slanted towards the ground as a drop of fresh blood dripped from it. On his chest, one could faintly see a couple of eye-piercing black scorch marks. Opposite him, there were also some bloody scars on Wu Yan's arm. Fresh blood dripped down from his fist. If one took a closer look, one would be able to see that the area between their thumb and forefinger had already split open. However, on the surface, Wu Yan undoubtedly held the upper hand. After all, Wu Yan's area between his thumb and forefinger had only split open. On the other hand, the fifth-floor master's appearance was rather miserable. Moreover, the black scorch marks on his chest proved who was the one who had lasted until the end in the previous storm of attacks. The two of them exchanged blows in a flash, but it was extremely fierce. This kind of contest of strength against strength, this kind of direct battle, was not only the most exciting, but also the most dangerous and ruthless at the same time. Chapter 346. Wu Yan slowly raised his bleeding fist and clenched it gently. Then, he brought it to his mouth and licked it clean. Wu Yan was stunned when he finished licking the blood off his fist. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What he had just done was completely subconscious. It was the subconscious action of a true ancestor like Wu Yan. Wu Yan had never imagined that the first blood he would taste after becoming a true ancestor and getting rid of his blood-sucking urges would be his own. However, he wasn't lazy. The taste of blood, snickering, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes suddenly turned golden. This meant that Wu Yan was about to go all out. The fifth-floor master was some distance away from Wu Yan, so he didn't see the change in Wu Yan's eyes. However, he did see Wu Yan licking his own blood. He couldn't help but be stunned. For some reason, when he saw Wu Yan licking his own blood and smiling evilly, the fifth-floor master felt a chill run down his spine. This was the feeling of encountering a natural enemy. This wasn't strange. After all, humans were one of the main sources of food for vampires. The fifth-floor master, who felt a chill in his heart, was stunned again. This time, he was stunned because of Wu Yan's hand. His hand, which had split open a second ago, was now completely fine. The fifth-floor master stared at Wu Yan in a daze. A strange feeling rose in his heart. Could his saliva be used to heal? And the healing effect was so good? As he thought about this, the fifth-floor master glanced at the charred area on his chest. His eyes were a little blank. Should I ask him to lick it for me later? If Wu Yan knew that the floor master wanted him to lick the floor master's chest, Wu Yan might just throw in the towel and admit defeat. Wu Yan looked at the fifth-floor master and said loudly, "It's time to end this battle." The fifth-floor master raised his head and looked deeply at Wu Yan. The pain in his chest was still clearly reflected in his mind. It seemed to be telling the fifth-floor master, he was about to lose. The fifth-floor master took a few deep breaths and tried his best to straighten his back. He laughed a few times, but his voice was indescribably pale. After all, in the previous exchange, he had taken several punches from Wu Yan's lightning fist, which was comparable to his black kill fist. If it wasn't for Wu Yan subconsciously holding back his strength and the fact that the fifth-floor master's body was stronger than anyone else's, he would have been lying on the ground. The intense pain in his chest was transmitted to the fifth-floor master's mind. However, he forced himself to stand up straight and stood in front of Wu Yan. He gently raised his hands, battle chi, surging. Black light, gathering. If he didn't fight to the last moment, he wouldn't be able to accept defeat. Come on. The fifth-floor master roared and condensed all his battle chi into his final move, black kill fist. After this punch, regardless of whether he won or lost, the fifth-floor master wouldn't be able to continue fighting. As the saying goes, the person who understands you the most is usually not your best friend, but your enemy. Although Wu Yan wasn't the fifth-floor master's enemy, he could be considered a temporary opponent for the fifth-floor master. The collision of fists wasn't just the most exciting, it was also the easiest way to feel the other party's heart. Wu Yan couldn't help but admire the fifth-floor master's persistence. It was rare, really rare. For Wu Yan to admire someone, it was rare even in the two-dimensional world. In the spalier world, it was also a first. His cold golden pupils flashed with a hint of graveness. Wu Yan felt that he was right in wanting to give it his all. Because, in front of such an opponent, if he didn't give it his all, then he would be letting down the respect in his heart. Therefore, he had to give it his all. Beep beep beep. A thunderous roar resounded from Wu Yan's body. Crazy electric currents ran through Wu Yan's body at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. An unprecedented power of thunder and lightning was released from Wu Yan's body. As the thunder and lightning surged, the ground Wu Yan was standing on actually caved in deeply with Wu Yan as the center. The electric currents couldn't help but flow to the ground where Wu Yan was standing. The ground around him was completely destroyed. A slight vibration came from the ground. Some of the large and small stones around Wu Yan seemed to have lost their gravity and floated up. The fifth-floor master was shocked and then smiled bitterly. He fought with his opponent until he was injured. When he was about to use his final attack, he found out that his opponent was only going to use his full strength now. Was there anything more tragic than this? In any case, the fifth-floor master was trembling with fear. He felt that he was about to die. However, at the same time, the fifth-floor master also felt a burst of excitement. The blood in his body started to flow faster. Obviously, he was hot-blooded. Ha ha ha. Come on. Come on. Come on. The fifth-floor master ignored the pain in his body and laughed loudly. Then, the black light seemed to come back to life. It suddenly expanded and the black hole on the black kill fist expanded several times. The final attack. All the thunder and lightning on his body instantly stopped roaring. It was like the calm before the storm. The sound disappeared, but the speed didn't. In an instant, it condensed on Wu Yan's fist. Super Black Kill Fist. The fifth-floor master shouted and stomped on the ground. He grabbed the huge black hole and rushed towards Wu Yan. Adding a super, could it be that the power will multiply? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, there was a smile on his face. A ray of light flashed in his golden eyes. Wu Yan raised his hand and flew towards the fifth-floor master. Super Lightning Light Fist. The distance of 12 meters was reduced to 1 meter in less than a second under the two's flying speed. The two looked at each other, and then threw out a punch. The blue and white light and the black light suddenly became stronger. Boom! A loud explosion resounded throughout the entire space. The ground, which no longer had any space left to destroy, directly collapsed. Pieces of rock flew in all directions with the explosion as the epicenter. In this space, only the blue and white light and the black light that occupied the sky and earth were left. However, not long after, the black light was swallowed by the blue and white light. Only the blue and white light was left between heaven and earth. After a long time, when the blue and white light dimmed, the scene inside slowly became clear. Wu Yan stood there and the fifth-floor master was lying in front of him, unconscious. Ding! Congratulations to user for clearing the 5th floor of Spalier World Academy's Arena Tower. Equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 25,000. Character, Wu Yan's Words Ability, True Ancestor Bloodline, Infinite Martial Arts, Electromancer, LV5, Equipment, Gate of Wealth, Rank D, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajaku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra. Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohida Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sister, 20,000, Equipment Points, 101000 Item Points, 760000 Ability Points, 206000 Summoning Points, 375000 Level, 68. The system notification rang in Wu Yan's mind, informing him that he won. Wu Yan smiled and sighed in relief. Compared to the previous 4 floors, the 5th floor master is undoubtedly much stronger. If he didn't have the true ancestor bloodline and infinite martial arts, even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to beat him. Chapter 347. When Wu Yan cleared the 5th floor, the crystal balls in the arena tower lit up, attracting the attention of all the students in the arena tower. Special Student, Wu Yan, cleared the 5th floor. Special Student, Wu Yan, cleared the 5th floor. Special Student, Wu Yan, cleared the 5th floor. The voice from the crystal balls suddenly resounded in every space of the tower of arena, causing all the students' mouths to gradually widen. Their eyes began to bulge a little. Wu Yan? Is that Wu Yan? He cleared the 5th floor. He has the ability to get into the top 10. Misaka Mikoto got 4th place not too long ago, and now there's someone who cleared the 5th floor. These newbies are trying to defy the heavens. Misaka Mikoto-sama seems to be very obedient to that Wu Yan. I heard he knocked her on the head a while ago on the 5th floor and she acted like she knew she was in the wrong. Say, do you think that Wu Yan is stronger than Mikoto-sama? That's impossible. Misaka Mikoto-sama is someone who can go toe-to-toe with Princess Sylph. If Wu Yan is stronger than Mikoto-sama, doesn't that mean he's the strongest student in the academy? That's right. Princess Sylph didn't approve of Wu Yan either. Also, Kaya and Jaffer didn't pay much attention to that newbie either. Ranking in the top 10 should be his limit. Wait, what about that angel? Oh? You really believe that there are angels in this world? Why wouldn't I? A lot of special students saw it with their own eyes. Maybe it's some kind of special armament or some kind of battle technique or magic. Who knows? I really want to meet an angel. Due to the rise of Mikoto and the popularity of angels, Wu Yan's popularity dropped a little. Now, he's once again the topic of conversation in Silveria World Institute. Of course, not everyone is so indifferent. At least, Bing Mian, who has a grudge against Wu Yan, isn't happy about it. Bing Ling, on the other hand, is starting to forget about Wu Yan. Of course, there are the factions as well. After clearing the 5th floor, Wu Yan didn't go straight to the 6th floor. Only the top 10 students are allowed to move around on the 6th floor. There were only 10 people on the entire floor. At this time, there was probably no one inside. After all, these 10 people were also the leaders of their respective forces. They didn't have so much time to idle around in a place where they didn't even know if there would be enough people on the 6th floor. That's why Wu Yan returned to his mansion with the 100,000 credits reward. He has enough ability points to exchange for that ability. Pushing open the door of his villa, the scene inside the door, which is the living room, appeared in front of Wu Yan. Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Ikaros also appeared in his line of sight. Master, Ikaros noticed Wu Yan right away. She stood up from her chair and walked to his side. Every time Wu Yan appears in front of Ikaros, Ikaros would stick close to him. Ikaros' actions didn't annoy Wu Yan at all. Instead, it made him happy. You're back? Chuju and Mikoto stood up as well. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He felt a faint warmth in his heart. Every time he heard the 2D girls who he used to look forward to greeting him at home, he would feel a sense of bliss and warmth. Maybe if he were to go back to his old life, Wu Yan would go crazy. He felt like he couldn't live without them anymore. Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Ikaros' heartbeat quickened, and even their cheeks started to redden. The fusion of life and soul doesn't mean the fusion of souls. When Wu Yan feels boundless love for the target of his life and soul fusion, their hearts that beat in unison with Wu Yan's heart would have such a reaction. I have to say, it's a pretty good setting. As for Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and the others who are fused with Wu Yan, do they know about this? Just by looking at their expressions, he knew. This is the thing you wanted, Ola. Quick, take a look. Mikoto stuttered to Wu Yan. Her face got redder and redder as she spoke. In the end, she just threw the ring at Wu Yan and ran away while covering her face. Chuju and Ikaros, who stuck to Wu Yan the most, followed without hesitation. Wu Yan grabbed the ring and looked at the 3 girls running away. He was a bit confused. Why did they run away as soon as they saw him? They were so passionate just a moment ago. Women. Shaking his head, he returned to his room with an inexplicable feeling. Then, he took out the SPCE ring that Mikoto gave him. Caressing the ring, Wu Yan thought for a while. Then he put the ring away and waved his hand in the air. The system projection opened and Wu Yan clicked on Ability. After Ability, Talent, and Bloodline appeared, he clicked on Talent and found the ability he was interested in. Night Never Died by Bare Hands. Bestow the attribute of a noble phantasm to the weapon in the user's hand. No matter what kind of weapon, or equipment it is, when it falls into the user's hand, it will become a D-grade equipment and a noble phantasm. If it is a D-grade equipment, it will retain its original grade and be under the user's control. Ability points, 200,000 points. That's right. This is Night Never Died by Bare Hands, Lancelot's noble phantasm in Fate. Back when he was watching Fate, he felt more than once that Gate of Babylon and Knight of Undying Bare-Handed were a perfect match made in heaven. Wait, it's a noble artifact. The more noble phantasms there were in the Gate of Babylon, the more powerful it would be. On the other hand, the Night Never Died by Bare Hands could turn any equipment into a noble phantasms, including pillars, sticks, shovels, and even fighter jets. If these two pieces of equipment were used together, then it would be a perfect match. Although the Night Never Died by Bare Hands ability could only turn normal equipment into D-grade equipment, but even if it was only D-grade equipment, as long as there were enough of them, it could be filled up into an A-grade legendary weapon. The only thing is, how long will it take to do that? Previously, Wu Yan had asked the system if armament and noble phantasm would have the same effect in Gate of Babylon. The system's answer is that armament can also increase the power and level of Gate of Babylon. However, if it is a noble phantasm, then the increase in power and level will be greater than that of armament. Coincidentally, Night Never Died by Bare Hands has another ability, which can turn normal equipment into a noble phantasm. Even if there is a certain level of armament, after being turned into a noble phantasm by Night Never Died by Bare Hands, its power will be more or less increased. After all, a noble phantasm is the ultimate weapon known as materialized miracle. It is the crystallization of longing. Even if armament and noble phantasm are of the same level, the power of a noble phantasm will be stronger. Besides that, Night Never Died by Bare Hands has another good effect. That is, the equipment that has been turned into a noble phantasm after being turned into a noble phantasm can only be used by the user. Even if someone takes it away, the noble phantasm will automatically return to the user. With all these effects, Wu Yan decided to exchange for Night Never Died by Bare Hands. Although he did not know why a noble phantasm that was originally an equipment would become a talent ability, he did not have to worry about it being taken away. Chapter 348. Night Never Died by Bare Hands. Bestow the attribute of a noble phantasm to the weapon in the user's hand. No matter what kind of weapon, or equipment it is, when it falls into the user's hand, it will become a D-grade equipment and a noble phantasm. If it is a D-grade equipment, it will retain its original grade and be under the user's control. Ability points, 200,000 points. When Wu Yan clicked on the exchange button, a red light suddenly appeared in front of him and split into two, shooting into his hands. The red light attached to the back of Wu Yan's hand. After a while, it turned into two bright sword marks made of dots. The moment the sword marks were formed, a new Night Never Died by Bare Hands ability appeared in Wu Yan's ability bar. This proved that Wu Yan had obtained this ability. He clenched his fists and looked at the two dots forming the sword mark. He felt like there's something brewing inside, waiting for him to come into contact with it. After pondering for a while, Wu Yan reached out his hand and snapped his fingers. As Wu Yan moved, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared behind Wu Yan, and a crimson spatial door appeared behind Wu Yan. At the same time, Meteor Knight and Niyin Temple of Shana slowly emerged from the crimson spatial door. Wu Yan pulled out the Gate of Babylon. When Meteor Knight and Niyin Temple of Shana fell into Wu Yan's hands, the two sword marks on the back of his hands suddenly flashed. A strange wave invisible to the naked eye came out of the sword marks and then wrapped around the Meteor Knight and Niyin Temple of Shana. Red lines that looked like veins crawled on the Meteor Knight and Nian Temple of Shana. The red veins flashed on the two weapons and then disappeared from their surfaces, sinking into their insides. Wu Yan felt that the Meteor Knight and Nian Temple of Shana seemed to have become a little old. Moreover, a vague aura was emitted from the Meteor Knight and Nian Temple of Shana. At this moment, the Meteor Knight and Nian Temple of Shana had turned into noble phantasms. In the next moment, something unexpected happened. Nian Temple of Shana suddenly shook violently. Wu Yan was shocked as the blade suddenly flashed with a red light. Then, a scorching flame suddenly ignited on the blade. What? What's going on? Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the red lotus flame that enveloped the Nian Temple of Shana. Could it be that because it has turned into a noble phantasm, the Nian Temple of Shana now possesses the ability of the red lotus flame? Wu Yan was pleasantly surprised as he held up the burning Nian Temple of Shana. No matter what, the Nian Temple of Shana's power has increased greatly. This is an indisputable fact. Using the system to determine the rank of the Nyetan no Shana, it was still C rank. The only difference was that the Nyetan no Shana used to be in the lower middle of C rank. But now, even if it wasn't as good as Ikaros Apollo, which was infinitely close to B rank, it wasn't too far off. What a pleasant surprise! Wu Yan tried to control the flames on the Nian Temple of Shana. Perhaps it was because the Nian Temple of Shana had become a noble phantasm, Wu Yan was able to control the flames on the Nian Temple of Shana smoothly. He slowly removed the flames and the Nian Temple of Shana returned to its original bright appearance. Perhaps no one would have thought that this small Nian Temple of Shana contained enough power to turn the entire mansion into ashes. He turned around and threw the meteor shower and the transformed Nian Temple of Shana into the Gate of Babylon. Wu Yan did not immediately close the Gate of Babylon. Instead, he took out the previous infinite space ring. He stroked the surface with one hand and a large mass of black gravel appeared in the middle of the room. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan's body flashed with a strong electric light. The electric light flashed frequently in the room and an electromagnetic force suddenly acted on the sand in the air, stopping them from falling. When the electric light on Wu Yan's body flashed again, the black sand moved in the air and formed black iron sand swords. Wu Yan's goal was to use the Knight Never Died by Bare Hands ability to turn these iron sand swords into noble phantasms to fill up the Gate of Babylon treasury and upgrade it. Since no matter what equipment it was, after being transformed by the Knight Never Died by Bare Hands ability, it would be a waste of the Knight Never Died by Bare Hands ability if he did not properly mass-produce the Knight Never Died by Bare Hands ability. The iron sand swords formed by the special sand should belong to the category of weapons. The reason why he used the special sand is to make the iron sand swords less fragile after they become noble phantasms. Thus, Wu Yan began his long journey of touching the iron sand swords. After some time, when Wu Yan was transforming the swords into noble phantasms, a group of guests came to the villa. A group of guests that surprised Chuju, Mikoto and the rest. There were about 20 of them. They were not wearing the student's uniform, nor the teacher's uniform. Instead, they were wearing a tight black suit. They wore a badge with the word Ji on their chest. Each of them had a strong aura, proving that they were not to be trifled with. They were the law enforcement team of the Spalier World Academy. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and frowned. Although the two of them had not been in the academy for long, they were familiar with the academy's rules. Logically speaking, the enforcement team would only appear when a student or a teacher violated the rules set by the academy, such as private fights and the like. Now that the law enforcement team appeared in the villa, could it be that they were here to arrest someone? Hinajaku took a step forward, looking at the middle-aged man leading the group, and asked hesitantly. Is there anything I can help you with? The middle-aged man looked around and he asked with an expressionless face. Is the new special student Wu Yan here? Hearing this, Hinajaku raised an eyebrow, and her face darkened. He's busy. If you have something to say, you can tell us first. The middle-aged man's face didn't change in the slightest as he spoke to Hinajaku in a businesslike manner. Call him out, let him come with us. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. Ikaros raised her head and her indigo pupils shrunk and expanded to a deep red color. An unusually heavy aura emitted from her body. The law enforcement team could not help but feel their chest tighten. Their faces also became serious. Wait. Ikaros. Chuju grabbed Ikaros's hand. Her heart was beating faster because she knew that if the law enforcement team was really here for Wu Yen, then this girl who treated Wu Yen as her everything would see the law enforcement team as her enemy. One shot and they would be finished along with the academy. At that time, they would be in big trouble. Hold on, Ikaros. Let's talk after we get to the bottom of this. Hinajaku said softly, her hand gripping Ikaros's hand tightly. Her meaning was obvious. If they were really here for Wu Yen, then we'll make our move. Ikaros scanned the law enforcement team. She looked at Chuju and her eyes turned back to indigo. Chuju and Mikoto sighed in relief. Mikoto quickly said, "You're here to arrest Yen?" Yen didn't do anything against the academy's rules. The middle-aged man looked at Ikaros deeply and said, "No, we're not here to arrest him. The council wants to see Wu Yen." Chapter 349. The blood-red veins rippled on the surface of the iron sand sword and slowly changed the nature of the iron sand sword. The Knight Never Died by Bare Hands ability continued to work on the iron sand sword. It didn't take long for the veins to return to the iron sand sword's body. Wu Yen turned the last iron sand sword into a noble phantasm and threw it into the gate of Babylon on his back. He let out a sigh and shook his hands. After a few hours of repetitive actions of taking, holding, and throwing, Wu Yan's hands almost got cramps. Now, Wu Yen finally understood what it's like to be able to count money until your hands get cramps. Character: Wu Yen abilities: True Ancestor Bloodline, Endless Martial Training, Knight Never Died by Bare Hands, Electromancer, LV5, Equipment, Gate of Babylon, Rank C, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajaku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra. Scarlet, Shokuho Misaki, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sisters, 20,000, Equipment Points, 101000 Item Points, 760000 Ability Points, 6,000 Summoning Points, 375000 Level, 68. Close to 1,000 D-grade iron sand swords, the Gate of Babylon leveled up without any surprise. However, Wu Yen is a bit disappointed. Logic tells him that the Gate of Babylon can only be upgraded to C rank after the iron sand sword. But, if possible, he still hopes that the rank of the Gate of Babylon can be upgraded a bit higher, preferably to B rank. After all, according to the system's analysis, the shiny Gate of Babylon in Fate was a Tier B gold armament. Of course, gold armaments are divided into different ranks. Even if Wu Yen used a large amount of rank D equipment to upgrade Gate of Babylon to a gold armament, it would still be inferior to the shiny Gate of Babylon. The lowest grade equipment in the shiny Gate of Babylon is rank D, there are a lot of rank C equipment and even rank EA equipment is rank B. It's close to rank A equipment. His Gate of Babylon with a large number of D-grade equipment won't win, but it's still better than an empty Gate of Babylon that can only be used as a space storage item. Stretching his back, he walked out of the room and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, a small pink fist came from the other side of the door and landed on his chest, stunning him for a moment. Chuju? Wu Yen looked at Chuju, who was also shocked. Chuju's fist was still in a hammering position on his chest. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. What are you doing? Did I offend you? Chuju was shocked. She quickly withdrew her fist and said embarrassedly, No, I was going to knock on the door. I didn't expect you to come out. I can't help it. Knock on the door? You're looking for me. What's the matter? After 3 question marks, Chuju finally remembered why she was here. Chuju said to Wu Yan, I'm not the one looking for you. Is it the enforcers? The enforcers? Wu Yan flinched, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and said in an annoyed tone. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't flirt with innocent women. Why would the enforcers come looking for me? Are they so bored that they can casually drag people over for coffee and gossip? Chuju was furious when she heard Wu Yan's perfunctory words. She retracted her fist and this time, it hit Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan was short of breath. Why are you still so indecent at a time like this? Seeing that Chuju's other hand was about to hit him, Wu Yan quickly waved his hand and said, Okay. It's my fault. Don't hit me. Hinajuku rolled her eyes at him before frowning her pretty eyebrows and helplessly saying. The enforcers don't seem to be here to cause trouble for you. They said the council wants to meet you. The council. This time, Wu Yan was really shocked. The council was the highest authority in the Spalier World Academy. It was made up of 3 deans and 9 elders. Every one of them was a rank 9 powerhouse. An old guy of this level wants to see me? Wu Yan furrowed his brows as well. Did the enforcer say anything about the council? Why would they want to see me? I asked. Chuju shook her head. But they said they don't know. Chuju looked at Wu Yan and said, Yan, do you want to go? Wu Yan lowered his head and pondered. I think I should go. Although I don't know what the council's purpose is, it's still the highest authority in the Spalier World Academy. It's good to go. As soon as Wu Yan finished his words, Chuju immediately said, We'll go with you. Wu Yan smiled and rubbed Hinajuku's pink hair. No need, if the board wanted to cause trouble for me, the enforcers wouldn't have waited for you to call for me, they would have just come upstairs to arrest me, I can go alone. But. Chuju lowered her head worriedly. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and hugged Chuju. Chuju's worried expression turned into shyness. She pressed her hands against Wu Yan's chest and said angrily, how dare you take advantage of me? I'm hugging my own wife. How is that taking advantage? Wu Yan said in a righteous tone. He pressed his forehead against Hinajuku's, causing her to blush. She swallowed back the words of complaint she was about to say. Wu Yan chuckled. The people from the board came knocking on my door, if I don't go, it might be a problem. Also, Sister Fei Fei said that the enforcers are very stubborn. The board specifically asked to see me but they didn't mention you guys. Even if you guys come along, they won't let you guys go. Hearing this, Hinajuku fell silent and said helplessly, then be careful. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Chuju. It's not like we're going to the behemoth forest. What's there to be careful about? The council won't do anything to me. Chuju wanted to say something but Wu Yan interrupted her. Alright. You guys wait here for me to come back. With that, he took Hinajuku's hand and went downstairs. Yen. Mikoto, who had been staring at the stairs, called out when she saw Wu Yan coming down. The enforcers all turned to look at Wu Yan. The middle-aged man sized up Wu Yan and asked indifferently. You're Wu Yan? I am. Wu Yan pulled Mikoto's hand and told her not to worry. He walked up to the middle-aged man. Looking at the 20 enforcers, Wu Yan secretly praised them. All 20 of them were at the peak of the 7th rank. The middle-aged man was at the 8th rank. Only this kind of enforcers could suppress the young masters of the academy. The president of the council wants to see you, come with us, Wu Yan nodded. Ikaros wanted to walk to Wu Yan's side but Chuju pulled her back. She could only watch with teary eyes as Wu Yan followed the enforcers away. Mikoto hesitated for a bit before asking Chuju. Chuju, are we going to run? Chuju rolled her eyes. Yen said those people aren't here to cause trouble. We're just overthinking things, but I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Mikoto bitterly smiled and said with a bit of anger. Damn it, Shokuhu Misaki, I don't know where she went. I don't want to admit it, but if she was here, she would be able to come up with an idea. Hearing Mikoto's words, Hinajaku couldn't help but frown and helplessly said, That's true, it's been a few days since the school started, and in these few days, not only did they not come once, I don't even know where they went. There's no news at all. They must be up to no good. No doubt about it. It's obvious that Mikoto's hatred for Shokuhu Misaki is off the charts. Chuju couldn't help but laugh dryly. Chapter 350. Following the law enforcers, Wu Yen shrugged when he saw the 20 law enforcers in front of him keeping silent. He expressed that he has nothing in common to talk about with these kinds of people. Wu Yen gave up on the idea of trying to pry information out of them. But it doesn't matter. Wu Yen is quite interested in the council anyway. 12 rank 9 powerhouses, 12 of the most prestigious people in the Spalier world. 3 of them are even emperors. It would be a lie to say that he isn't curious about them. Other than Flandre-chan, Wu Yen hasn't met any other rank 9 powerhouses. He doesn't know how powerful these 12 powerhouses are. There shouldn't be many who can match up to Flandre-chan. Even if their levels are higher than Flandre-chan's, Wu Yen has absolute confidence in Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan has the ability to control eyes, not to mention the fact that she's a vampire with immense power. If he had that ability, even if he didn't exchange it for the Gate of Babylon and the Night of Undying Night, he would still be able to fight Sylph, Kaya, Jaffer and the others. As time passed, Wu Yen frowned and looked ahead. Didn't they say they were going to meet the council? Why are they going this way? Isn't this the way to the arena tower? Wu Yan's guess was right. The enforcers did bring Wu Yen to the arena tower. However, the enforcers didn't bring Wu Yen directly into the arena tower. Instead, they circled around the arena tower and brought Wu Yen to the back of the arena tower. The members of the enforcers finally stopped when they arrived at the bottom of the tower. They then took out a scroll and tore it open. The scroll exploded into a cloud of dust. Wu Yen watched with his mouth agape as the dust swirled around in the air before landing on the walls of the arena tower in an orderly fashion. Then, a teleportation formation appeared on the wall of the arena tower and slowly rotated. Looking at the teleportation magic formation in front of him, Wu Yen almost went berserk. If they had a teleportation magic formation, why didn't they just use it back at the villa? It was such a long journey. Did the law enforcement team have nothing better to do? Maybe he saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. The middle-aged man from the enforcement team finally spoke up. This teleportation magic array can't be used anywhere else. It will only activate when you're within the range of the Tower of Tournament. It won't activate anywhere else. Wu Yen nodded. That's right. The council is the highest organization in the Spalier world. It's only natural that they would have some sort of protection on the teleportation formation. Thinking about it, Wu Yen suddenly noticed something the middle-aged man said. Within the range of the arena tower? That's right. The middle-aged man nodded. Perhaps you've already guessed it. The elders of the council gather at the top floor of the arena tower. That's the space above the 9th floor. Wu Yen was stunned. Doesn't that mean that anyone who passes the 9th floor will be able to meet the members of the council? The middle-aged man nodded. Originally, the setting of the arena tower was to allow talented powerhouses to continuously improve with the top floor as their goal. As long as a student can pass the 9th floor, not only will they be able to meet the elders of the council, they'll also be able to receive rewards from the 12 elders. However, up until now, such a person has yet to appear. Wu Yen shrugged and pursed his lips. Indeed, it's tempting to be able to receive rewards from the 12 most respected people of the Spalier world. However, the setting of the arena tower is too much of a scam. One must pass the 9th floor in order to meet the members of the council. However, who can pass the 9th floor before the age of 25? If the leader of the 5th floor is already a peak rank 7, then the leader of the 6th floor would most likely be a rank 8. A rank 8 powerhouse that even Sylph couldn't defeat. Then, what about the leaders of the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors above the 6th floor? Just think about it for a bit and you'll understand. This so-called reward isn't much different from having no reward at all. However, Wu Yan clenched his fists as he looked at the towering arena tower. His wine-red eyes were filled with a sinister smile. One of his missions was to conquer the entire tower of the tournament. That's the top floor that no one can reach. He must pass it with his own strength. Go on, the top floor. Other than those who have passed the 9th floor, only those who have been summoned by the council are allowed to enter. Wu Yan nodded and walked towards the teleportation formation. The formation shone brightly and enveloped Wu Yan. Wu Yan's body turned into a ray of light and entered the teleportation formation. The formation disappeared as well. The top floor of the arena tower, this is an open-air arena. It's as big as any of the lower floors of the arena tower. However, there's no arena here. There's only a hard floor. Normally, there was almost no one here. Even though it was an open-air place, the wind couldn't blow in, and the rain couldn't get in. It was like a dead land. Today, however, a rare guest has arrived. Suddenly, a teleportation magic array appeared, breaking the silence. As the magic array rotated, it released a dazzling light. It didn't take long for a figure to appear in the teleportation formation, adding a touch of liveliness to the place. After looking around, Wu Yan walked out of the teleportation formation and looked around. Of course, there's nothing to look at. Aside from the 4 walls, there's nothing here. There's no arena, no spectator seats, not even a ceiling. It's hard to believe that this is the top floor of the arena tower. Wu Yan looked up at the blue sky. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Wasn't this the location of the Board of Governors? Where's everyone? There's not even a ghost. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, the surrounding walls suddenly emitted a faint white light. It attracted Wu Yan's attention. The white light flowed on the walls and gathered together. Soon, it formed 12 beams of light. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the 12 beams of light suddenly shot into the sky and formed 12 pillars of light. They revolved around Wu Yan in the center. Then, Wu Yan saw silhouettes appear in the pillars of light. Directly in front of Wu Yan are the 3 thickest pillars of light. A total of 12 silhouettes undulated in the pillars of light. This caused Wu Yan to be a little dazed. For a moment, Wu Yan felt like he's looking at 12 incubators. If those 12 silhouettes were to be hung upside down, that would be even more interesting. Little guy, are you Wu Yan? It's hard to tell if it's a male or a female, let alone an old or young one. He could only vaguely sense that it came from the middle of the 3 thickest pillars of light. The voice echoed in the silent open-air space. Wu Yan hurriedly collected his emotions and looked at the pillar of light. He nodded and activated the system's perception to scan the 12 pillars of light. However, the information he received disappointed Wu Yan. The 12 silhouettes in front of him were just projections cast by the pillars of light. They weren't real people. Therefore, the system couldn't sense any information about them. Although he was disappointed, Wu Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. At least the 12 projections couldn't do anything to him. However, the next voice from the silhouette made Wu Yan's relaxed heart tense up again. Can you tell me where you're from? Chapter 351. Can you tell me where you're from? Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Perhaps Wu Yan didn't want others to know that he didn't belong to this world. That's why Wu Yan panicked when he heard this. Wu Yan quickly bit his tongue to calm himself down. He frowned and looked at the figure in the pillar of light. What do you mean? The figure in the pillar of light seemed to be thinking about something. He didn't answer Wu Yan immediately. Perhaps he was watching his every move from afar through his projection. For a moment, there was an eerie silence. This silence made Wu Yan's frown deepen. He began to feel anxious. Realizing that his state of mind could be seen through, Wu Yan closed his eyes and slowly adjusted his state of mind until he recovered. At some point, the voice sounded again, "I'm very curious. No matter what method I used, I couldn't find out your exact origins, background, identity, or even whether your name is real or not. The only thing I know is that you first appeared in the behemoth forest. As for your previous deeds, I couldn't find out at all. It's as if you suddenly appeared in this world." Wu Yan's heart sank as he listened to the figure's words. Even his expression turned grim. "Why are you investigating me?" "Oh. Little guy, you've got a temper." When he said this, his voice wasn't as flat as before. Instead, there was a hint of amusement in it. "It hasn't even been a week since you entered the academy. You and your companions, one of you passed the 5th level of the Tower of Arena, one of you entered the top 10, and one of you is an angel. Isn't that reason enough for us to investigate your origins?" When he heard this, Wu Yan fell silent. He felt a little helpless. It seemed like he and his companions were too high-profile. However, when he heard the figure's straightforward explanation, Wu Yan felt a little better. At least, compared to those who liked to play dirty, it was much better. "Little guy, just treat it as satisfying my curiosity. Can you tell me where you're from?" Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the center of the pillar of light. He scratched his face and spread his hands. "If I told you that I'm from another world, would you believe me?" When he finished speaking, the 12 pillars of light surrounding Wu Yan all laughed. Some of them even laughed disdainfully. Wu Yan found it funny. "I've already told you the truth. You're the ones who don't believe me. Little guy, if your background is clear enough, it's one of the ways to gain people's trust. If possible, it's better to be clear. After all, we're not the only ones in this world who are curious." When he heard the figure's words, Wu Yan didn't know what to say. Clear background is one of the ways to gain people's trust. However, if I tell you, it'll only make you more suspicious. Moreover, it's more likely that I'll be sliced into pieces. Seeing Wu Yan fall silent, the figure seemed to want to say something. At this time, another voice that sounded a little old came from one of the pillars of light. "Everyone, let's forget about it. This little guy seems to have something that he can't say. If we continue to ask, we'll be the ones forcing him." "You can't say that." A voice of objection came from another pillar of light. "It's hard to guarantee that he didn't come to the academy with other motives, right?" The voice from before immediately rang out again. "Motives? What was the purpose of this? If there really is, old man, are you afraid?" "Afraid? Maybe after a few decades, I'll be afraid of this little guy. But definitely not now." "That's right. Since you're well aware of it, why do you have to make things difficult for a little guy?" The figures in the pillars of light started to discuss regardless of the occasion. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. Especially when he heard them call him little guy, Wu Yan didn't know how many tables have been flipped open in his heart. At this moment, the figure that spoke first, which was the one in the middle of the 3 thickest light pillars at the front, began to speak again. "Alright, since this little guy doesn't want to talk, then let's forget about it." The figure's words seemed to be the most authoritative among the 12 people. The moment he spoke, the 2 arguing voices stopped. Wu Yan couldn't help but ponder. The council is made up of the royals of the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires as well as the strongest members of the 3 great clans of the 3 empires. Then the 3 pillars of light should be the emperors of the 3 empires. In other words, they should be the deans of the Spalier World Academy. The 2 voices from before might be the clan that the figure in the middle belongs to. He just didn't know which of the 3 empires he was the emperor of. Then let me ask another question, little guy. Is one of your companions really an angel? Wu Yan sighed and said helplessly, again, if I said yes, would you believe me? Hearing this, the figure fell silent. After a long time, a similarly helpless and slightly annoyed voice came from within the pillar of light. In that case, we won't be able to get the answers we want from you. Wu Yan giggled. He didn't feel the slightest bit of restraint just because the figure in front of him is an emperor. After all, this is the first time he's met an emperor. He didn't know how to react if he had to. After some hesitation, Wu Yan asked with uncertainty, Dean, did you call me here just to ask me these two questions? The silhouette burst into laughter. Do you think there's no need? Let's not talk about you, let's talk about your two companions. One of them fought to a draw with Sylph while the other managed to block the energy reaction from their full-powered clash. It's obvious that both of them are tier 8. If it's just rank 8 then it's not that big of a deal. The problem is they're not even 20 years old yet. Girls who aren't even 20 years old yet they're already rank 8. Isn't that enough for us to ask about their situation? Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. Mikoto isn't even 20 years old yet. To be more precise, she's not even 15 years old yet. However, Ikaros is an angel who's lived for thousands of years. She's even older than you guys. The figure who spoke up for Wu Yan spoke up again. I'm a little different. Compared to the girls around you, I'm more interested in you. Me? Wu Yan looked at the silhouette, he's a bit baffled. Am I more attractive than the girls? What the other party said next made Wu Yan tremble. He was completely flabbergasted. To be more precise, I'm interested in Lilu's only male friend, Lulu. Wu Yan's mouth slowly widened. A thought came to his mind and he blurted it out. Are you Lulu's grandfather? Oh. You're already calling me Lulu. It seems like your relationship is really good. As he said that, a loud laughter came out from his light pillar. Wu Yan can now confirm that the figure is indeed Lulu's grandfather. No wonder he spoke up for him. Looks like it's for Lulu's sake. The light pillar in the middle spoke to Wu Yan after Lulu's grandfather finished speaking. Little guy, since you're not willing to answer our questions, we won't force you. I think I have a good eye and you don't look like someone with bad intentions. Let us believe you for now. But I hope one day you'll come clean. Chapter 352. On the way back to the mansion, Wu Yan furrowed his brows as he pondered about something. He didn't even notice the students pointing at him as they passed by. It's obvious that Wu Yan's mind was wandering. Through his conversation with the Board of Elders, Wu Yan knew that he and the others, whether they like it or not, are now in the sights of the other party. Before coming here, it wasn't that he didn't think that he would run into the people from the board of directors sooner or later, that he would become the eyes of these top powers in Silveria, but he didn't think that it would come so soon. It's also because Wu Yan took it for granted. He already has Ikaros, Astria, and Mikoto at his side. As for Tier 7, he has Chuju and Shokuhu Misaki at his side. He even has a Tier 9 at his side. That's why Wu Yan didn't think this level of strength was anything special. However, reality proved that a rank 8 was nothing in the eyes of those old fellows in the academy. However, a young rank 8 was a completely different story. Being young meant that one's potential had yet to be fully unleashed. Under the condition of being young and being able to become a powerful being that even the council couldn't afford to neglect, it was only natural that the council would pay attention to it, or rather, attach importance to it. Come to think of it, the entire Spalier World Academy has 10 million students under the age of 25, but only 3 of them are at Tier 8. As for Ikaros, she might even be stronger than Sylph and Mikoto. The members of the council would definitely want to meet her. Ikaros, on the other hand, seemed to be even stronger than Mikoto and Sylph. Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. He was puzzled. That's right, Ikaros and Mikoto are the ones in the limelight. Why did the Board of Governors call me instead of Ikaros and Mikoto? Do they know about my relationship with Mikoto and the others? Or do they think I'm easy to bully? Fei. Lulu. Standing at the entrance of his villa, he saw Fei and Lulu chatting with Hinajaku, Mikoto, and the others in the living room. Wu Yan was surprised. After all, he just met their parents and now he's seeing Fei and Lulu. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Why am I feeling guilty? Master. Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros immediately stood up and came to Wu Yan's side. They kept looking at Wu Yan's body, trying to see if there's anything missing on Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan laughed awkwardly. Yen. Lulu didn't realize it until Mikoto, Chuju, and Ikaros were already messing around with Wu Yan's body. That's when she called out, making Wu Yan feel weak all over. I say. Wu Yan tried his best to resist the urge to complain. He knocked Chuju and the other girls on the head and said in an annoyed tone. What are you girls doing? I'm going to meet my parents. I'm going to meet the Board of Governors. I'm not going to slay a dragon, is there a need to be like this? Board of Governors. Before Chuju and the others could react, Fei and Lulu cried out in shock. Lulu jumped in front of Wu Yan and she yelled at him. Yen, did you say Board of Trustees? Being so close to Lulu, Wu Yan's ears almost started ringing when Lulu yelled at him. He quickly pushed Lulu's face away from him. Is there a need to be so surprised? So. Lulu said. You saw Grandpa? Ah, I saw him. Wu Yan said in an annoyed tone. Although it's just a projection, Wu Yan looked at Chuju, Mikoto, Lulu, and Fei. He was a little speechless when he saw the surprised look on their faces. Why are you girls making such a big fuss? Chuju held her head awkwardly. We don't know what the Board of Governors is, of course we're worried, yeah. Yeah. Mikoto chimed in with Chuju. She looked at Wu Yan again and asked hesitantly. Are you sure you're fine? I'm really fine. Then. Chuju looked at Wu Yan. Why are the Board of Governors looking for you? Let's talk about that later. Wu Yan waved his hand at Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros before looking at Fei and Lulu. Fei, Lulu, why are you girls here? Fei giggled and she gestured at the table beside her with her lips. She wanted Wu Yan to look over there. Wu Yan turned his head in confusion. When he saw what was on the table, Wu Yan's face froze. On the table was a stack of red invitation cards that covered the entire table and piled up to about half a meter high. Flandre-chan was sitting on top of it, fiddling with the cards with great interest as if she was playing house. Wu Yan cried out in shock. What's going on? Fei covered her mouth and coughed. She said in a serious tone. These are all challenge letters. Challenge letters? Wu Yan scratched his head in confusion as he looked at the challenge letter that almost fell to the ground. His mouth twitched as he said in an uneasy manner. When did I offend so many people? Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but complain. It's only been a few days since you entered the Spalier World Academy. How many people did you offend? Fei also found it funny. It's not that you've offended many people. It's just that the Academy's first event, the inter-school tournament, is about to begin. The inter-school tournament is about to begin? Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto who didn't know what was going on were all stunned. Mikoto cried out in excitement. The inter-school tournament is about to begin? That's great. Mikoto clenched her fist. Sparks of electricity flashed across her fist. Mikoto's lips curled into a smile. The last duel with Sylph wasn't decided yet. This time, I must defeat her. Wu Yan wasn't as excited as Mikoto but he also curled up his lips. After all, Wu Yan really wanted to complete his ranking quest. However, it's been a few days and he's still at 25th place. Wu Yan wasn't satisfied with this progress. If he were to let those who had to train hard for years just to get a spot in the rankings know what he is thinking, they would disregard the difference in strength and come at him with everything they have. However, Wu Yan was puzzled again. What does the inter-school tournament have to do with these letters of challenge? Of course it has something to do with it. Fei Fei explained, in the entire academy, there are a total of 10 million students. If they were to be paired up and dueled one by one, then how long would this academy grand tournament take? Fei Fei smiled when she saw the realization on Wu Yan and the others' faces. Therefore, the academy has long made a rule that only the top rankers are allowed to participate in the academy tournament. Fei Fei picked up one of the letters of challenge and waved it in front of Wu Yan. In order to obtain the qualifications to participate in the academy tournament, those who aren't ranked will challenge those who are ranked before the academy tournament starts and seize the others' ranking. Wu Yan clutched his head in pain when he heard Fei Fei's explanation. But isn't this a little too much? Since you're a newbie, many of them are hoping for a fluke. They think that you're just trying to be mysterious. That's why they sent these letters of challenge. It doesn't matter if they lose, right? Wu Yan was speechless. He looked at the letters of challenge on the table and clenched his teeth. Wu Yan clenched his fists. It's one thing for a bunch of old fogies to think that he's a pushover, but he didn't expect the students to think so as well. Who said it doesn't matter if they lose? Wu Yan turned to Fei Fei and said, Fei Fei, help me spread the word that anyone who wants to challenge me has to prepare a challenge fee of 10,000 credits. If they lose, the credits will be mine. A thought flashed through Fei Fei's mind. Those students are out of luck. Chapter 353. Spalier World Academy, Villa District. Compared to the Arena Tower, Merchant District, Free Trade District and other places with a lot of people, this place in Spalier World Academy is relatively quiet. After all, the Villa District is where the special students live. No one would like to live in such a noisy place. However, in this quiet Villa District, no one knew that at this moment, in one of the rooms of one of the villas, it wasn't very quiet. If someone were to stand outside the room, they would be able to hear the suppressed moans coming from the other side of the door. Although the moans were soft, they were extremely soul-stirring. An angelic beauty is lying on her stomach on the bed. Her snow-white round buttocks are sticking up high. She's trying her best to suppress her moan and trembling breathing. Even though she's being pressed down, the curves of her voluptuous breasts are still clearly visible. What a perfect and alluring body this is. She was like a docile little lamb, obediently lying on the bed. Her beautiful face was as red as fire, and her pure indigo eyes were slightly closed in embarrassment. Her long and black eyelashes covered her pair of pitiful autumn eyes, and she was slightly trembling. Below her fair and delicate neck was a pair of delicate and round shoulders. Further down, her snow-white and dazzling bosom was as if it was piled up by snow, sparkling and translucent. Her slender waist was so slender that it could only be held with one hand. It was extremely soft and beautiful. Below her snow-white and smooth belly were two slender and tender legs. At this moment, they were being separated from behind by a man. A pair of smooth and beautiful feet, along with a pair of soft and boneless calves. She's like an ivory sculpture, but at this moment, her body is limp and she's allowing the man on top of her to do whatever he wants. No matter who saw this scene, they would be dazed and unable to believe their own eyes. Had such a beautiful girl really thrown herself into someone else's embrace? The moment Ikaros entered Spalier World Academy, her name along with her beauty has spread throughout the entire Spalier World Academy. Following the incident a few days ago, her name became even more famous. Every student who's seen her felt like they're looking at a snow lotus blooming proudly in the snow. She's so beautiful, yet so cold. Out of 100 people who've seen her, 100 of them have never seen her before. Ikaros's face showed a trace of emotion, so much so that the students who saw Ikaros' face would have the mindset of only being admired from afar, but not to be touched, but at this moment, if an outsider were to see Ikaros right now, they would definitely go crazy. Her beautiful face was flushed red like fire. Her pure and beautiful eyes were closed shyly as she panted softly. Her reddened skin was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her slender waist swayed like a snake, welcoming the man's caress and impact. Below her smooth and snow-white lower abdomen, two slender and tender snow-white legs opened and closed, slowly intertwining with each other. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the man. Wu Yan hugged Ikaros' body and unleashed a torrent of attacks to his heart's content. Slowly, Ikaros' panting got weaker and weaker, her body is limp and she no longer has the strength to respond. After all, in the last hour or so, Wu Yan has been enjoying Ikaros in all sorts of positions for a long time. It didn't take long for Ikaros' weak panting to quicken again. Her body tensed up and between her heavy panting, a hint of panic could be felt. Then came the next assault, causing Ikaros to let out a heart-wrenching moan. Wu Yan breathed heavily for a while before lying on top of Ikaros. His right hand is stroking her soft and delicate waist. Ikaros' skin feels like it's covered with the finest pearl powder, it's smooth and smooth when he touches it, it's even more supple than the finest silk. Every time he touches it, it gives him an unparalleled feeling. Every time he touches it, he can't bear to part with it. If he could, he would like to touch it for the rest of his life. Wu Yan's face was full of smiles as he whispered into Ikaros' ear. Ikaros, say, do you think we'll give birth to a little Ikaros? Ah. Ah. Ikaros let out a soft, ah. Her face that was flushed red from the orgasm started to turn red again. Her indigo eyes flashed with an indescribable splendor. It's obvious that the problem of having a child has exceeded Ikaros' godly computing ability. Ikaros lost count of how many times she was brought to the climax by the master on top of her. Her body felt as light as a feather, as if she was floating in the clouds. She didn't even have the strength to get up. However, Wu Yan's words caused her body to tremble slightly. The temperature on her face started to rise as well. Unbeknownst to Ikaros, after her initial pleasure, she exuded a soul-stirring charm that made Wu Yan's heart tremble. He almost had to go through with the plan to create a little Ikaros all over again. Ever since she started following Wu Yan, Ikaros has been plucked by Wu Yan day and night. It's been a while now, but Ikaros still exudes the charm of a young girl. Her body doesn't have the characteristics of a young married woman at all. Of course, this subtle change couldn't escape Wu Yan, who caressed this body every day. Of course, this kind of charm would only be shown in front of Wu Yan. In front of others, Ikaros would be covered up by that eternally unchanging tranquility of an ancient well. Looking at Ikaros' face, his eyes couldn't help but flash with an infatuated look. He reached out his hands and hooked Ikaros' beautiful legs with one hand. He hugged Ikaros with her back facing him, and then he got up and walked to the mirror not far from the bed. While admiring the beautiful scenery in the mirror, he praised. Ikaros, look at yourself, you're so beautiful. Ikaros forced herself to raise her head. She stared at her full body in the mirror. Her legs are spread wide open over Wu Yan's arms. Her rosy body is covered in a thin layer of sweat. A few drops of sweat trickled down her body seductively, making her look even more alluring than ever. Coupled with the lingering arousal, it's not only showing on her face and the corners of her eyes, it's also seeping through her sweaty skin. Ikaros' snow-white jade-like skin is covered with a thin layer of blush that's tinged with shyness. On top of a pair of snowy peaks, pink buds of early spring blossomed. Along with Ikaros' breath, they trembled beautifully. That unparalleled beauty is so enchanting that it's almost impossible to describe it with human words. Ikaros stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror. She couldn't believe it was her. At the same time, a trace of shame and indignation slowly crept onto her face. Master. Ikaros' body wriggled on top of Wu Yan's body. Her face got redder and redder. She didn't know what to do with Wu Yan's naughty actions. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't bring herself to do so because her master looked like he was having a good time. Therefore, after a short struggle, Ikaros gave up. Eyes closed, face red, she allowed Wu Yan to position herself in this shameful position, greedily admiring it in the mirror. Wu Yan couldn't help but lower his head and lightly rubbed his lips against Ikaros's pink lips. Two thin lips, the pleasure kept flowing into Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan's heart started surging again. With a lift, Wu Yan squeezed his doppelganger into Ikaros' body, causing the shy Ikaros to let out a sudden moan. This is the signal to start the battle. Wu Yan is once again assaulted by a storm. Standing in front of the mirror, he grabbed Ikaros' body and tossed it around. Moans and moans are heard again. Chapter 354. Master, Ikaros is completely exhausted. Lying on the bed, she mumbled non-stop. Her voluptuous bunny breasts moved up and down along with her breathing. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan, who is fully clothed. Her indigo eyes flashed with a strong sense of attachment. Walking to the bedside, Wu Yan gently caressed Ikaros's face, feeling a little funny. What's the structure of a girl's body like? Ikaros is clearly a rank 8 fighter, much stronger than him, but the first one to surrender is always Ikaros. This made Wu Yan not know whether to be proud of himself or to curse out loud. Either way, it doesn't make sense. Ikaros, you should rest well. Wu Yan lovingly stroked Ikaros's bangs, fiddling with her twin ponytails, and said softly. Hearing this, Ikaros forced herself up and looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Master has something important to do today. Ikaros can't rest. Wu Yan was a little surprised. Looking at Ikaros, he asked doubtfully. Something important? What's so important? Is it those annoying challengers? Didn't they lose to the point where they don't even have pants to wear? They still dare to challenge us? At this point, it must be mentioned that the Academy tournament was about to begin soon. Therefore, during this period of time, the ranked students were constantly receiving letters of challenge from other students. Even Feifei was no exception. The closer it is to the inter-school tournament, the more challengers there are. In just a few days, the rankings are constantly changing. A student who just got into the rankings will be pulled down very quickly. This phenomenon is repeated over and over again in the past few days. Those who aren't in the rankings are challenging those who are lower in the rankings. Those who are lower in the rankings are also challenging those who are higher in the rankings in an attempt to consolidate their position. Those who are higher in the rankings are dealing with those who are lower in the rankings, forming a bad cycle. It's to the point that Spalier World Academy is more chaotic than a battlefield. Feifei is also running between the arena and Fatal Forest HQ. She's very busy. As for Wu Yan, who was originally seen as deliberately mystifying, and was challenged by the students who thought he was a rookie, after a couple of days of fighting, he became the most leisurely person in the entire academy. The reason is naturally because of Wu Yan's words. Anyone who wants to challenge me must prepare a challenge fee of 10,000 credits. If they lose, the credits will be mine. When the challengers excitedly ran over to challenge him, they were slapped out of the arena by Wu Yan. Then, with tears in their eyes, they looked at the 10,000 credits on their record cards and ran away scared witless. As the number of losers increased, their credits decreased while Wu Yan gained more credits. After a while, no one dared to challenge him anymore. They finally understood that they can't rely on luck because their opponent is a big bad wolf and they're just fat lambs that don't have much to gain. But it's too late for regrets. Because Wu Yan gained a lot, not only did he fill his wallet, the flies also went to eat other meat. He won the best of both worlds. It is worth mentioning that this phenomenon has already started to be used by Feifei. Similarly, it has also been used by the other students who are extremely annoyed by the rankings. Thus, the nightmare of the bitter students is gradually progressing. When Ikaro said something important, Wu Yan thought she was talking about this matter. He was wondering which rich young master came knocking on his door. Who knew Ikaros would shake her head? No, master said it himself. Today is an important day. Master was afraid that he would forget, so he asked Ikaros to remind master today. I told you to remind me? Wu Yan couldn't help but frown and ponder. Even though Wu Yan has perfect memory, Wu Yan's memory isn't very clear. After all, being able to remember is one thing, being able to recall it at a crucial moment is another. Wu Yan's eyes lit up when he found this memory fragment. He nodded in realization and his lips curled into a small grin. Ikaros, you rest for a bit, I'll go find Mikoto. Yes. Master. Wu Yan ran out of his room and knocked on Mikoto's door. Mikoto, are you there? Yen? A lazy voice came from the other side of the door. From the sound of it, it seems like she just woke up. That's not strange, the sky is still hazy with only a few rays of light shining through the clouds. The sun hasn't even risen yet. No matter how early Mikoto woke up, she wouldn't wake up at this hour. The door opened softly and the image of Mikoto in her pajamas rubbing her eyes appeared in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but stare blankly, he almost fell for her cuteness. Mikoto didn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness and yawned lazily. If she hugged a pillow at this time, Wu Yan probably wouldn't be able to control himself again. What are you doing so early? Mikoto forced herself to wake up a bit and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Usually, the last one to wake up is Wu Yan. Mikoto never thought that there would be a day when she would be woken up by Wu Yan. Hearing the slight dissatisfaction in Mikoto's voice, Wu Yan finally realized that he still has things to do. He quickly said. Mikoto, there's something I need your help with, Wu Yan whispered into Mikoto's ear. Mikoto's ears were hit by Wu Yan's hot breath, she couldn't help but be startled and her face blushed a little. But when Wu Yan's words fell into Mikoto's ears, she was first surprised, then her brown eyes lit up. After Wu Yan finished speaking, Mikoto immediately patted her flat breasts and happily said to Wu Yan. No problem. Leave it to me. Mikoto's voice resounded and the sky started to brighten up. In the villa's living room, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros were sitting opposite each other, slowly eating breakfast. Flandre-chan was sitting in Wu Yan's arms, happily enjoying the breakfast that Wu Yan delivered to her mouth, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Chuju furrowed her brows, she put the breakfast into her mouth while sizing up Wu Yan and Mikoto. She couldn't help but feel a bit strange, she didn't know why. At this time, Wu Yan spoke, he looked at Chuju and suddenly said. Chuju, let's go out for a walk later. Hearing this, Hinajaku was stunned. She pointed at her own nose and said uncertainly, me? Wu Yan nodded, this made Chuju feel even more strange. It's not that Wu Yan didn't invite her out before but every time, Mikoto and Ikaros would be brought along as well. This time, Mikoto and Ikaros were clearly beside her but Wu Yan only called her out, something's wrong. Chuju wanted to say something but she was interrupted by Flandre-chan's excited voice from Wu Yan's arms. I want to go too. As soon as Flandre-chan said that, Mikoto scooped her up and lifted her up in her arms. Mikoto laughed dryly and said. Flandre-chan, you should go with Mikoto-ne-san. Don't disturb Oni-san and Chuju-ne-san, something's wrong. Chuju narrowed her eyes and raised her hand. I think I'll pass. Just as she finished her sentence, Wu Yan who appeared out of nowhere grabbed her hand and pulled her up from the chair. Ma, don't say that, it's just a walk, let's go. Wait. Mikoto released a sigh of relief after Hinajaku was dragged out. She exchanged glances with Ikaros and smiled at her. Chapter 355. Spalier World Academy, the Free Trade Zone. As the name suggested, this place was a place where one could freely trade. On the platforms on both sides, some students would set up stalls with the things they had on hand, hoping to use them to exchange for something they wanted, or credits that they were satisfied with. Therefore, there were many people who came to the free trade zone every day. Some were looking for things, some were buying things, and some were even hoping that the students who set up the stalls would be blind and let the treasures be covered in dust. There were also people who came here to look for treasures. But today, there are two people who are clearly not here to buy things or to search for treasures. Chuju crossed her arms in front of her chest, her little finger kept tapping on her arm. Her eyes were tightly shut and her eyebrows were deeply furrowed. The signs of impatience were very obvious. However, the man beside her acted as if he didn't see her. As he brought the girl around the various stalls, he pointed at some of the items that were full of complaints and chuckled softly. Even if the girl didn't answer, he could still talk to himself endlessly. And this behavior had been going on for almost 3 hours. One by one, the two stalls were visited by the two of them. However, the two of them did not seem to want to obtain anything at all. After they were done, they actually turned around and strolled around again. At this time, even a fool could guess that the one leading the way had an ulterior motive. Looking at Wu Yan who kept talking to himself beside her, the word, well, on Chuju's forehead gradually appeared. Every time Wu Yan walked around, the word, well, would increase. At this time, Chuju's head was full of, well, words. At some point, Chuju finally wore out all of her patience. She stopped in front of Wu Yan and blocked his path. Then, she vented her deep dissatisfaction on Wu Yan. I say, Yan, what the hell are you planning? Hearing this, Wu Yan seemed to have expected Chuju to jump out at him. His smile didn't falter as he smiled at Chuju and shrugged. Well, since you said it like that, do you think I would harm you? Chuju was startled, the anger on her face gradually subsided, but her eyebrows were still deeply furrowed. That's right, but you can't keep playing with me. Huh? How am I playing with you? Chuju raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She lowered her head and then roared at Wu Yan. You still dare to say you're not playing with me? What shopping? You've already brought me around 5 times and you still haven't bought anything. If this isn't playing with me, what is it? Wu Yan put his hands in front of himself and laughed dryly as he pushed the air in front of him to prevent the president from putting her face in front of him. It's not that Wu Yan didn't want to be close to the president, but Wu Yan didn't want to take the saliva that came into contact with the air. If he wanted to take it, he should just put it on Chuju's lips. Well, calm down, Chuju. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile apologetically. Just treat it as if I'm crazy and go crazy with me. Who wants to go crazy with you? Chuju rolled her eyes at Wu Yan and turned to walk back. I'm going back. Don't. Wu Yan quickly grabbed Chuju's hand and pulled the president back reluctantly. Anyway, you have nothing to do when you go back. Just treat it as a pastime. Chuju lowered her head and said a little pleadingly. I say, Yan, can you stop fooling around? If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of doing so much? Wu Yan awkwardly scratched his face and tightened his grip on Chuju's hand. Anyway, you're not doing anything wrong, right? Is it that difficult to walk around with me? Looking at Wu Yan's pitiful appearance, Chuju was both angry and amused. At that moment, she could only helplessly let Wu Yan pull her away and continue their long, shopping trip. And this time, they walked until the sky turned dark. On the way back to the villa, Chuju's face was full of anger and her footsteps were much faster than usual. It's obvious how angry Kaishu-sama is. Wu Yan angrily followed behind Chuju. From the looks of it, they look like a couple throwing a tantrum. It's normal, anyone would be a little angry after being dragged around for an entire day, let alone Chuju who doesn't have much patience to begin with. It's natural for her to be angry. However, when Chuju angrily pushed open the villa's door, the scene that appeared in front of her left her completely stunned. Happy birthday! Following Mikoto, Flandre-chan, and Ikaro's voice, the sound of firecrackers followed. Colored ribbons were hung on the stunned Chuju's head. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. On the walls of the living room, there's a banner saying, "Happy Birthday Chuju." There's also colorful magic lanterns all around. It looks like Christmas, laughs, it's very dazzling and full of joy. Mikoto smiled and walked up to the stunned Chuju and gave her a hug. "Chuju, happy birthday," Chuju finally reacted. She looked at the smiling Wu Yen, Flandre-chan, and Ikaros in surprise. She asked with uncertainty. "Today is my birthday?" Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh. "Today is the 3rd of March, don't tell me you've forgotten your birthday as well?" Hinajuku flinched before looking at Wu Yen. "Don't tell me you've been running around with me all day just to help me celebrate my birthday?" Wu Yen smiled but didn't say anything. Chuju lowered her head, her eyes were filled with warmth and affection. Chuju thought that after becoming Wu Yan's summon, she wouldn't have the chance to celebrate her birthday anymore. Who knew that Wu Yen would give her such a big surprise today? At this time, Ikaros had already pushed the cake onto the table. At the same time, she handed a small gift box to Hinajuku and said softly, "Happy birthday." Hinajuku hurriedly accepted the gift and smiled at Ikaros. "Thank you." "Me too." "Me too." Flandre-chan was holding a gift box in her hand, shouting and jumping, causing Hinajuku to smile brightly. "Thank you, Flandre-chan." "Chuju, your gift." Mikoto also handed over a gift. Chuju smiled and accepted it. It's clear that Chuju is really happy right now. At this time, Hinajuku's heart couldn't help but feel a trace of satisfaction towards this foreign world that wasn't her home. This was also the first time Hinajuku felt such a sense of satisfaction towards this foreign world. Even if her family isn't by her side, her best friend is by her side. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Not to mention, Chuju turned around and looked at Wu Yen, who was also looking at her. She clutched her chest, her yellow-green eyes flashed with a hint of tenderness. Because the one she loves the most is also by her side, suddenly, the sky above Spalier World Academy was filled with the sound of a cannon. At the same time, dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. Everyone in the Spalier World Academy was shocked. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, countless people were baffled. Who made such a scene? Who dares to set off fireworks in the Spalier World Academy? But the Academy didn't seem to have any rules that forbid people from setting off fireworks. Chuju looked at the fireworks in the sky with a smile on her face. Her heart warmed up as the fireworks bloomed. A pink crystal necklace suddenly appeared in front of Hinajuku and landed on her neck. At the same time, a warm voice came from beside her ear, "Happy birthday." Chuju held the crystal necklace tightly. She looked at the fireworks in the sky and felt the warmth of the person behind her. She smiled and closed her eyes. Chapter 356. Night. Lying on his bed, Wu Yen rested his head on his hands and looked at the moon hanging high in the sky outside the window. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Wu Yen was satisfied. Yes, very satisfied. Whenever he thought about the smile on Chuju's face during the birthday party, Wu Yen felt that everything he did was great. For a long time, Wu Yen had a small worry in his heart. He was afraid that the girls following him wouldn't be happy. After all, it's normal for a person to feel uncomfortable in a foreign land, let alone transmigrating to another world. Mikoto was fine. She was someone who didn't want to live a peaceful life. In Academy City, she was always looking for bad people, looking for excitement. She even participated in Shiroi Kuriko's work as a disciplinary committee member many times. This wasn't only because of her sense of justice, but also because that kind of life was a good spice for Mikoto. Coming to this Spalier world filled with strong fighters and endless battles, Mikoto felt a sense of unfamiliarity. However, she's more excited because she's the kind of person who loves adventure and excitement. Ikaros is even more so. Living in an environment like Synapse and being used as a weapon, it would be strange if Ikaros felt a sense of belonging. Plus, before Ikaros was summoned by Wu Yen, her emotional system was in a sealed state so she didn't feel anything. For Ikaros, master is her everything. In the original work, she recognized the main character as her master and she really liked that kind of life because the most important person in her life is by her side. Now, she's following Wu Yan and it's the same. That idiot Astria probably doesn't even know what a sense of belonging and unfamiliarity is, so she doesn't have to worry about it. As for Shokuhu Misaki, she has seen so much darkness in Academy City since she was young. To her, Academy City is just a place to live, she doesn't have any feelings for it. Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are members of the Black Ops. The environment in this world isn't much different from their previous life. As for Flandre-chan, if she could, she probably wouldn't want to return to Gensokyo for the rest of her life. Living in a basement for more than 400 years isn't something a normal person can imagine. Of course, if one day she misses Remilia, she might want to go back, but she won't be unhappy. This is enough for Wu Yan to rest assured. Only Hinajaku, who lived in her own world, lived the life of a normal high school student. The occasional appearance of demons and monsters could make her feel fear, not to mention coming to a different world that shattered her worldview. That's why Chuju has always been Wu Yan's biggest worry. He's afraid she won't be able to live a happy life. Today, seeing Chuju smile from the bottom of her heart, Wu Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. After an unknown amount of time, someone knocked on Wu Yan's door. Wu Yan snapped out of his daze. He frowned, suspicion flashed in his eyes. Who would come looking for him at this hour? Who is it? Wu Yan didn't get the answer he expected. Instead, the knocking on the door stopped. After a while, a nervous voice came from outside the door and entered Wu Yan's ears. It's me. Chuju. Wu Yan was surprised. It's already late at night, why is Chuju looking for me? Could it be that the birthday banquet wasn't very enjoyable? He got up from the bed and quickly walked to the door. Wu Yan reached out and opened the door. As the door opened, Wu Yan saw Chuju in pink pajamas standing at the door. Seeing Wu Yan, Chuju's pretty face blushed. She actually became a little bashful. Wu Yan couldn't help but be surprised. He suddenly felt a little strange. What was this president playing at this time? What's wrong? Chuju. Wu Yan asked in confusion. At the same time, he looked at Chuju, as if he wanted to see something. Chuju raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Today, thank you." Hearing this, Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. Looking at the president's bashful expression, he felt funny. I thought you were going to say something. Didn't you say thank you before? Hinajaku pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She lowered her head and went silent. This made Wu Yan feel weird. This Kaishu-sama, don't tell me she's so prideful that she can't even say a simple thank you. Suddenly, Chuju raised her head and tiptoed. She kissed Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Chuju in surprise. After seeing Chuju's blushing face, he couldn't help but laugh. This president is really not straightforward. Hearing Wu Yan's laughter, Chuju's face blushed again. She withdrew her lips and ran out. It seemed like she was running away. However, will Wu Yan let her run away? The answer is of course no. He grabbed Hinajaku and pulled her into his embrace. Then, Kaishu-sama saw a face with a mischievous smile, magnified in front of his eyes. When the soft touch entered their heads, both of them trembled. Before Chuju could react, her teeth were pushed open by a big tongue. Her little tongue was also captured by the other party in the next moment. Chuju whimpered. Her eyes started to blur. She gently closed her eyes. Chuju reached out her hands and wrapped them around Wu Yan's neck. She was immersed in the pleasure brought by the intertwining of their tongues. Wu Yan hugged the president's soft body and lifted her up. He pressed her against his chest and brought her into his room. With a stretch of his leg, the door was closed by Wu Yan. almost the moment the door was closed, Chuju's body was thrown onto his bed by Wu Yan. She fell heavily on the sheets. Then, a heavy body pressed down on Chuju's small body. Chuju only had time to make a shy, woo sound. Then, a thin pajamas left her. A shiny ivory body appeared in front of Wu Yan. Wait, Wu, her lips were sealed again. Chuju knew that at this time, no matter what she said, the person on top of her wouldn't stop. She could only close her eyes and feel a pair of big hands caressing her body back and forth. After some time, Chuju's body was lifted up high by Wu Yan. She straddled his body. Then, as Chuju panicked a little, he pressed her into his chest. Humph, Wu, a crisp sound was heard. Chuju's body was immediately penetrated. An indescribable and strangely familiar feeling spread through Chuju's body. Chuju's tightly shut lips opened uncontrollably. A seductive moan was also heard. Looking at Chuju's rosy cheeks, Wu Yan licked his lips. He stood up from the bed and directly strung the president on top of his body. Chuju let out a heavy moan. Then, Wu Yan rubbed Chuju's small butt and began to toss it up and down. Chuju's hands were wrapped around Wu Yan's neck. She was passively tossed up and down by Wu Yan. She could only let out moans to please him. She was immersed in the pleasure of the hell. She opened her yellow-green eyes. Her misty and watery eyes looked at Wu Yan, who was enjoying her body. Chuju moaned and put her head on Wu Yan's shoulder. She wholeheartedly felt the joy and love that Wu Yan brought to her. For a long time, she was unable to extricate herself. In the room, moaning sounds reverberated. A few dark clouds floated in the sky and covered the moon. One could only vaguely see two figures struggling with all their might in the room. They were constantly moving. Chapter 357. The Academy competition was an event for the top-ranked practitioners. Out of the 10 million students in the entire Academy, only 100 could participate. This extremely harsh condition for the competition basically told everyone who the most outstanding students in the Academy were. The practitioners who were able to stand out in this kind of competition were all practitioners who possessed truly powerful talent. Although the conditions to participate in the Great Academy competition were extremely harsh, this did not hinder the other students within the Academy from crazily chasing after the baton. Those experts, who were rarely seen on a normal day, were now all gathered together and began to fight in a carefree manner on the stage. The attraction of such a scene to the other students was not any less than a man who had been thirsty for a few years suddenly seeing a naked beauty. Moreover, in this competition, the top 100 ranked practitioners would fight with each other. In the end, it would lead to changes in the rankings. It could be said that this competition was also an opportunity to reshuffle the rankings. Moreover, in this Academy tournament, the experts that were able to enter the top 10 would receive rewards from the Academy Council. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. This caused this Academy tournament to become the center of attention amongst all the spectators. Therefore, as the start of the Academy competition drew closer, the atmosphere in the Academy also gradually rose. The topic of conversation in every corner of the Academy now revolved around the Academy competition. Even the topic of Angel, which was extraordinarily lively not long ago, paled in comparison. Due to the approaching time, the rankings at the back were constantly being updated every day. Those students who were usually buried, or those who had improved greatly during this period of time, had completely exploded at this moment. They were crazily attacking the extremely valuable rankings in the hearts of the students. However, no matter how lively the Academy was, it had nothing to do with Wu Yan. After Wu Yan's exploitative challenge policy, as of today, no one dared to challenge Wu Yan anymore. Every person who wanted to take advantage of the situation would first weigh their own strength and wallet before challenging Wu Yan. Therefore, in the last few days before the Academy competition, Wu Yan actually enjoyed a leisurely time that the others in the rankings didn't have. Every day, he would play with Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrachan, and finally, this last period of time that countless people in the academy have been eagerly waiting for has arrived. Spalier World Academy, Central Plaza. This is the largest field in the Silveria World Institute. Normally, this field is pretty much useless. Other than the vast expanse of the field, there's nothing else that can be done about it. But today, it's different. Because this place will be the venue for the academy competition. After all, there are close to 10 million students in the academy alone. Including the teachers and the like, if there isn't a large enough space, how can it accommodate such a large crowd? The central plaza is huge, it's more than enough to be used as a floating plaza. So, to accommodate so many people, it's still a little difficult. When Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrechan arrived at the central plaza, their line of sight was already filled with countless black heads. Looking around, the sea of people spread out in all directions with loud noises. Finally, they converged into a single pillar that shot up into the sky, almost causing everyone to feel dizzy. Looking at the tightly packed, human wall, Wu Yan and the rest were stunned. If this was used as a pile, it would probably be taller than the arena tower, if it wasn't for the fact that the participating students had a special entrance that saved them the trouble of being crowded. They would probably have to fly directly to the center of the field. And so, under the guidance of the relevant personnel, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandrechan entered the central plaza through the special entrance and arrived at a high platform. Outside the high platform was a sea of people. Roars and shouts rang out from the crowd, venting their emotions on the field. This made the academy competition even livelier than a celebrities' concert. It also made the students on the ranking list lift their heads and puff out their chests. Their faces were glowing, and they were even more radiant than a young married woman who had just been nourished. On the other side of the platform, there's a stage. To be precise, it's a stage made of stone slabs. Obviously, this stage is the venue for this year's academy competition. Wu Yan took a few steps forward, leaned on the railing of the platform and looked down at the plaza from above. Listening to the commotion from the spectator stands behind him, even he couldn't help but have a flash of passion in the depths of his wine-red eyes. This academy competition is basically a symbol of the Spalier World Academy's most outstanding students. Geniuses from all over the Spalier world, which one of them isn't proud and arrogant? If you want to stand out in this competitive competition, without a solid foundation, you'll only become a stepping stone for others to climb higher. Wu Yan doesn't want to become someone's stepping stone, so he'll give it his all in this academy competition. Why hasn't it started yet? Mikoto on the side, with her arms on the railing, her petite body wrapped in a white student uniform with gold edges, she looks like a different person. Of course, only her appearance has changed, her personality hasn't changed at all. From Mikoto's slightly excited and impatient tone, it's easy to tell. Wu Yan muttered to himself, a non-violent cis-canon isn't a good cis-canon after all. He lazily stretched and turned to look at Chuju and casually said, I didn't expect Chuju to be interested in this academy competition as well. In just a few days, you actually managed to squeeze your way to the top of the list, you really are. Chuju lightly smiled, that delicate and beautiful face had a hint of passion that Wu Yan didn't notice. All this time, it's been you guys fighting, I occasionally want to show off. Hearing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but fall silent. Thinking about it carefully, it's true that ever since Chuju became his summon, he rarely saw Chuju fight. First, Chuju's level at that time was still very low. In terms of strength, she couldn't carry the weight of the group. Therefore, before she reaches a certain level of strength, Wu Yan didn't want to let her charge and break through the enemy lines. When Chuju's strength is about to reach the graduation stage, the people who appear in front of everyone are the characters that made Chuju feel powerless: Accelerator, Kakin Taitaku, Alistair, Iwa. These characters, even Wu Yan and Mikoto have to give it their all, let alone Chuju, who slowly rose up from a normal person. And now, this academy competition is just right for Chuju's level of strength. Character: Gue Chuju. Ability: none. Strength: A. Endurance, *** agility, A Spirit, *** Equipment, White Cherry, C rank, level, 655, level 65. Intermediate Stage 7. In terms of level, there are no more than 30 people in the top 100 who can beat her. Moreover, level doesn't represent strength. With Chuju's strength, even if she can't make it into the top 10, it's more than enough to make it into the top 20. Hinajaku herself knows what level she's at. That's why she chose this competition to prove that she's not a useless flower vase. Although Chuju started out as a normal person and slowly rose up the ranks with Wu Yan and the others, Chuju's strong personality will not allow her to remain unknown. As the president of the White Emperor College's student council and a famous kendo master in her own college, Chuju will not be satisfied with a quiet life. Wu Yan looked at the confident smile on Hinajaku's face and he couldn't help but smile as well. This is your stage, do your best. Chapter 358. As time elapsed, the number of people on the tall platform gradually increased. These people were the top-ranked experts and were also the participants of the Academy's season trial. Of course, there are a few exceptions. They're the ones who are basking in the limelight of the participants. Flandre-chan is one of them. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yan sensed that the stage has quieted down. At the same time, Mikoto narrowed her eyes and turned her head to the side. Then, 3 people walked in from the entrance of the stage. The 3 of them walked straight onto the high platform. Their appearance actually caused a burst of loud cheers from the audience present. Other than Sylph, Kaya, and Jaffer, the 3 strongest students of Silveria World Institute, who else could receive such treatment from the other students? Unlike the other faction leaders who came with their guards, Sylph, Ka, and Jaffer didn't have anyone behind them. However, who would think that their presence was lacking? Their clean and direct approach not only showcased their refined temperament, it also showcased their unique charisma. Even without guards, they're still the most eye-catching. Sylph's indifferent gaze swept across the stage. She stopped when she saw Wu Yan's group. Ka and Jaffer did the same. The 3 of them stared at Wu Yan's group. To be more precise, they were looking at Mikoto and Ikaros. After a while, they started walking towards Wu Yan's group. As Sylph's group of 3 approached Wu Yan's group, the stage gradually quieted down. Everyone's gaze was focused on both sides. Sylph and her party finally arrived in front of Wu Yan's group. They stopped in front of Wu Yan's group. Sylph glanced at Wu Yan, Chuju, and Flandre-chan before looking at Ikaros. Then, her icy blue eyes landed on Mikoto. At this moment, the atmosphere had changed a little more. At some point, Sylph finally spoke. She looked at Mikoto and said softly, "I'm looking forward to our next battle." Wu Yan wasn't stupid enough to respond to Sylph's words. Everyone in the academy knows that Sylph and Mikoto fought to a draw. That's why Sylph's words were directed at Mikoto. Mikoto smiled, her tea-colored pupils emitting a flame that refused to be outdone. "I'm looking forward to it as well. This time, we'll settle this once and for all." Sylph nodded faintly and walked away. While Sylph and Mikoto were conversing, the stage was extremely quiet. Even though those who are on the stage are the strongest among the students, they still have some respect for Mikoto, who was able to fight Sylph to a draw with Mikoto. That's why they just watched the 2 women talk. Sylph's reputation is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Mikoto, on the other hand, is enjoying the feeling of a boat rising with the tide. After Sylph's departure, the atmosphere on the stage didn't lighten up. After all, Ka and Jaffer were still there. Jaffer stared at Mikoto and Ikaros with a complicated look in his bear-like eyes. Nobody knows what he's thinking. After a while, he snorted and walked away. It doesn't matter if it's Sylph, that brat, or the angel, they're all just women. If they can't defeat me, they won't be able to convince me. After Jaffer left, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Flandre-chan are now facing Ka alone. However, the Prince of Faya Empire doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Unlike Sylph, who paid attention to Mikoto and Ikaros, and Jafar, who paid attention to Mikoto and Ikaros, Ka only paid attention to Mikoto and Ikaros. Then, he placed all of his attention on Ikaros, unable to leave her. Not only did Wu Yen frown, Hanajuku and Mikoto looked at each other with a weird feeling in their hearts. Only Ikaros glanced at him indifferently before ignoring him. However, this action not only did not cause Kaya to feel awkward, he instead scratched his face and spread open his hands, appearing rather helpless. Ka gave everyone a noble salute and chuckled. He turned to Ikaros and Mikoto and said, "Miss Ikaros, Miss Mikoto, it's only been a few days since we last met, but you two haven't lost any of your elegance. I'm sure you'll surprise everyone in this competition." Mikoto shook her head and waved her hands. She looked like she's not used to this. Well, it's true, a girl like Mikoto who doesn't care about details and has a natural temperament can't handle this kind of situation. Back in the Forbidden Lands, Etsali, who pretended to be Hihara Mitsuki, often interacted with Mikoto in such a polite and proper manner. Mikoto, who doesn't act like a noble lady at all, had to treat him with the same kind of respect. It's not an exaggeration to say that this kind of thing almost took Mikoto's life. That's why Mikoto pretended to be a couple with Seductress in order to get rid of Hihara Mitsuki, aka Etsali. It's just that when it came to Wu Yen, she was easily shaken off. It's easy to see how unaccustomed Mikoto is to this kind of scene. But Ka only chuckled at Mikoto's perfunctory response, not minding it at all. Instead, he turned to look at Ikaros with a glint in his eyes that left everyone dumbstruck. Wu Yen, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Could it be that Prince Ka has fallen for Ikaros? What Wu Yan's group didn't know is that Ka's heart is currently replaying that beautiful scene of Ikaros spreading her wings and bathing in feathers on the 5th floor of the arena tower. Of course, Wu Yan's group didn't know what Ka was thinking, but they're pretty close to the mark. Wu Yan couldn't help but rub his head, feeling a little resentful. Wu Yan has dealt with flies that don't give up on him, he'll just stomp on them. But for someone like Ka, who didn't do anything annoying and didn't stick to him like glue, Wu Yan really didn't know how to deal with him. Etsali knew about this from the original work, so Wu Yan wasn't surprised. However, Kaya caught Wu Yan off guard. Wu Yan was at a loss as to what to do next. Should he stomp on him like usual? As for Chuju and Mikoto, they're looking at Ka with a trace of pity in their eyes. What kind of person is Ikaros? She's a little girl who sees Wu Yan as her sky, Wu Yan as her ground, Wu Yan as her everything. When it comes to love, Wu Yan, no matter in the past or in the future, no one can compare to this pure and innocent girl. Even Chuju and Mikoto admit that they can't compare to Ikaros when it comes to love Wu Yan. It's not that Chuju and Mikoto don't love Wu Yan, it's just that Ikaros's love is extreme. If someone were to tell Chuju and Mikoto that Ikaros would like someone other than Wu Yan, they'd probably laugh in disdain and tell that person to scram back to where he came from. To make Ikaros change her mind, even destroying the world wouldn't be as difficult as that. So if this Ka really does like Ikaros, then he's destined for tragedy. Of course, Ka doesn't know this, Ikaros doesn't know, even Wu Yan is a part of the crowd and can't see clearly. Chapter 359. Ka stared at Ikaros, but Ikaros didn't even spare him a glance. Her indigo eyes only had Wu Yan's silhouette in them. Just like that, the atmosphere froze. Seeing how Ikaros ignored Ka, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh in relief. After all, this is a very awkward situation. To prevent the atmosphere from getting too awkward, Wu Yan quickly stepped forward. Ikaros has no intention of participating in the academy tournament, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint Prince Ka. Ka finally retracted his gaze, only now did he realize how out of place he was. But when he heard Wu Yan's words, Ka was stunned. Miss Ikaros, you're not going to participate in the academy tournament? With Miss Ikaros's strength, you shouldn't have to worry about not getting a good ranking, right? Ka didn't know how strong Ikaros was, but a few days ago, Ikaros easily blocked the energy storm that even he had to be wary of. It's clear that she's stronger than him. Ka isn't the only one who doesn't believe that. Anyone who saw what happened that day wouldn't believe it either. In response to Ka's question, Wu Yan only smiled faintly. Ikaros likes peace and quiet, she doesn't like noisy situations like this, so, Wu Yan didn't just want to explain why Ikaros isn't participating, he also wanted to tell Ka not to pester her too much. But Ka didn't seem to get it. Is that so? That's a shame. Ka said in disappointment. Of course, this disappointment was genuine because Ikaros isn't participating. That means the scene from that day won't happen again. Wu Yan chuckled dryly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how popular he is now, a few months ago he was still an otaku who didn't even touch a girl's hand. Towards an admirer like Ka, the low EQ Wu Yan really didn't know how to deal with him. Fortunately, his savior appeared at this time. Fei and Lulu led the Fatal Forest students in from the entrance of the stage. They saw Wu Yan's group right away and hastened their steps towards Wu Yan's group. Yen. Lulu cheered and pounced on Flandrachan, who's in Wu Yan's arms. Flandrachan's panicked expression made Lulu pull Flandrachan into her arms and rub her face. Flandrachan is no stranger to this scene since she often visits Fatal Forest's headquarters to look for Liren. Flandrachan also knows that Lulu doesn't mean any harm, so she could only whimper pitifully and accept Lulu's rub. Ka is feeling awkward. As the second strongest student in Spalier World Academy, the Prince of Fea Empire and the next Emperor, he's never been ignored like this before. Of course, Kaya had already ignored Ikaros, but just because Lulu didn't notice doesn't mean Fei didn't as well. Fei made a knight's salute towards Ka instead of a noble salute. This shows that Fei doesn't view people based on their social class. Greetings, Prince Ka. Ka seems to admire Fei quite a bit. Maybe it's because of the knight's salute from before, but Ka returned the salute. Greetings, Miss Fei. Ka swept his gaze across the crowd and lightly pinched Ikaros before continuing. Looks like Miss Fei and Miss Ikaros are old acquaintances. Ka won't disturb you guys any further. Let's hope we don't run into each other during the tournament. Ka can't bring himself to lay his hands on these beautiful ladies and will have to admit defeat. After saying that, Ka laughed, waved his hand, and left in a carefree manner. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. However, they also knew that Ka was only joking. If they really met, he definitely wouldn't admit defeat. Only Wu Yan is gnashing his teeth in anger. What do you mean, beautiful ladies? I am a real man. Let's hope we don't run into each other. Even if I can't beat you to death, I'll disgust you to death. Just as Wu Yan made this grand ambition, in his heart, the Sea of Icicles also appeared on the stage. Their leaders were naturally Bing Ling and Bing Mian. Bing Ling gave Wu Yan a long look, then glanced at Mikoto and Ikaros before turning away. Only Bing Mian was glaring at Wu Yan with venom in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to take a bite out of Wu Yan. Wu Yan glanced at him nonchalantly before smiling. Bing Mian's hatred only deepened. He humphed coldly and turned his head away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. At this moment, on the ordinary viewing platform behind the high platform, the eyes of the crowd of students who were acting as spectators all lit up, as if they had seen a star. Following which, a deafening cheer instantly reverberated throughout the entire square. On the high platform, the people who had come with them couldn't help but jump up in fright, almost falling to the ground from the shock of the cheers. Everyone looked at each other because the cheers were even louder than when Sylph and the other two appeared. Hi! What the hell is going on? Countless question marks appeared above the heads of the people on the high platform. The source of the uproar also appeared in the eyes of the people on the high platform. Seeing the culprit appear on the stage, many of them had a look of realization on their faces. A few of them were at a loss as if they didn't understand what was going on. A few of them had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Their mouths gradually turned into an O shape. Their faces were filled with disbelief. These few are naturally Wu Yan's group. It's no wonder Wu Yan's group reacted so exaggeratedly. They couldn't believe that the source of the commotion was them. They were 5 young girls, 5 very beautiful young girls. They were all wearing the same special student uniform with a white background and golden edges. The 5 young girls were of different sizes. Among them, 2 could only be considered as lowless, while the other 3 had outstanding figures and were extremely charming. Especially the one in the lead. Her long blonde hair draped over her shoulders. In terms of looks, the girl behind her with the same blonde hair and a more voluptuous figure did not lose to her. However, when she stood there, there was a strange charm on her body, making her the most eye-catching person in the entire place. The 5 young girls looked at Wu Yan's group with a mocking expression on their faces. Wu Yan's group opened and closed their mouths. Fei Fei tilted her head when she saw this. Do you know them? That's right, they're special students who joined the academy on the same day as you. There's no way you wouldn't know them. At first, I thought you guys were together. Wu Yan's group ignored Fei Fei's words. Their brains are about to overload. Mikoto jumped up and shouted. What the hell is going on? Why would they? You guys don't know? Fei Fei looked at Wu Yan's group in confusion and explained. That's right. You guys don't have any power and you're new to the academy. It's normal that you don't know. The girl in the lead is called Shokuhu Misaki. She's the leader of the rising faction, Starlight Queen. Her strength is in the lower middle of rank 7, but she has a unique ability that allows her to control people's minds. She's also a beautiful girl. In less than a month, Starlight Queen became the strongest faction outside of the 12 factions under her leadership. On top of that, the girl by Shokuhu Misaki's side, Astria, possesses unimaginable power. She's the queen of Starlight and her popularity has surpassed all the other students in the academy. That's why the students secretly call Shokuhu Misaki Academy Queen. Chapter 360. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Mikoto gawked at Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku as they slowly ascended the stage amidst the cheers of the students. They almost went berserk. A rising faction? Starlight Queen? Academy Queen? Shokuhu Misaki, in less than a month, managed to reach this level in the Spalier World Academy? What the hell? Wu Yan and Co felt dizzy as they listened to the cheers that pierced through the clouds. They are crying inside. They knew Shokuhu Misaki must have a plan for leaving them, but they didn't expect it to be something like this. The strongest faction other than the top 12 factions? She managed to bring a faction to this level in less than a month. Should they say she's the queen who's good at this? It's no wonder she's so popular. Anyone who can bring a faction to the top 13 in the Spalier World Academy would be treated like this. Plus, the queen and the others are top-tier cute girls, like the sun in the sky. Like the sun in the sky. Compared to Her Majesty the Queen, he and the others were simply too weak. Mikoto's face turned green, then white, then purple, and then black. She clenched her fists tightly. I knew that woman would definitely do something. As expected, she still can't leave the cheers. If that was all, Mikoto wouldn't be jealous of Shokuhu Misaki. However, Fei Fei's next sentence sent a bolt of lightning through her head. Speaking of which, the first batch of Starlight Queen members all looked exactly like Mikoto. Plus, they were all elite students. Not only that, they left the bottom rung of Starlight Queen and became Shokuhu Misaki's personal guards. Where did they find such a large number of students who looked exactly the same and were all so powerful? Crack Mikoto's nerves snapped. She turned her head stiffly and looked at Fei Fei. She forced a smile and said with a trembling voice. You're saying that Shokuhu Misaki's bodyguards all look exactly like me? Yeah. I can't believe it either. But it's true. Maybe it's caused by some kind of sexual activity. Asterisk beep 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 asterisk Mikoto's body suddenly flashed with electricity, scaring Fei Fei, who was the commentator. Mikoto's face was full of anger. She gathered all the electricity around her body and was about to charge forward. Wu Yan and Hinajaku panicked and quickly pulled Mikoto back. Hinajaku even hugged Mikoto's body and forcefully stopped Mikoto from rushing forward. Mikoto! Calm down. Let go of me, Mikoto is furious. Wu Yan and Hinajaku hugged her body. She kicked at Shokuhu Misaki with her little legs as if Shokuhu Misaki is standing right in front of her, waiting for her to kick her. Let me *ck that woman. Damn it! How dare you make my sisters her bodyguards? This is a provocation. This is a provocation. Mikoto, don't be rash. That's Shokuhu Misaki, not a delinquent. You can't *ck her. Wu Yan and Hinajaku tried their best to hold on to Mikoto. Since Mikoto's body is still covered in electricity, Wu Yan has the same ability, so he didn't do much. However, Hinajaku got electrocuted to the point where she almost kneeled down before Mikoto. Fei Fei and Lulu stared blankly at Mikoto's transformation. It wasn't until they heard Mikoto mention her sisters that they realized what was going on. Her sisters are now someone else's subordinates. It's no wonder Mikoto went berserk. From the looks of it, Mikoto seems to have a deep grudge against the queen of the academy. Mikoto seems to have a lot of sisters as well. The spectators on the viewing platform also came to a sudden realization. In the past, when they saw such a terrifying amount of people who looked exactly the same, they thought that it was because the academy queen used a special drug for some purpose. But now, it seemed that perhaps they were all from the same family and had practiced the same cultivation method, resulting in them having the same face. In the Spalier world, there are millions of such things. Among them, there are the Saito family who have the ice element ability. There are also those who can hide their do-chi and mana waves. There are all kinds of strange abilities. Of course, there are also those who can change their appearance. With this thought in mind, the students who were puzzled before this all felt relieved. They just don't know which family has the ability to change their appearance to create such a large number of identical people. Only Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of ability is this? They all look exactly the same. Looking at Shokuhu Misaki in front of him, Wu Yan felt helpless. As expected of Jusama, even in a different world, she didn't forget to act like a queen. She even gave herself the title of Queen of Academy. She's really something to be proud of. She even used her sisters as her bodyguards. Not only did she strengthen her faction, but she also gave Mikoto a slap in the face. As the love-hate archenemy, Shokuhu Misaki never forgets to hit Mikoto in the back. Should I say, Queen-sama, are you stupid? Of course, that's all. Wu Yan is grateful for Shokuhu Misaki's decision to make his sisters his bodyguards. If it was him, he would have to keep his sisters in the biocontainment device, unable to see the light of day. Shokuhu Misaki did what Wu Yan wanted the most. She put his sisters in the light of day and let them live a normal life. As for his sisters, they are supposed to be Wu Yan's summons. They should have unlimited potential and become special students. But now, they are only elite students. It's not hard to guess. It must be Queen Sama's doing. Otherwise, the appearance of 20,000 special students would definitely cause chaos in the Spalier World Academy. After all, there are only 1,000 special students in the entire academy. With Queen Sama's methods and her ability to control minds, it should be easy for her to pull this off. Clang! Just as Mikoto was about to fire her railgun and end Her Majesty's life, a loud chant suddenly resounded in the sky above the incomparably noisy arena. The chant reverberated throughout the entire arena. Under the influence of the chant, the noise in the entire arena also gradually decreased until it completely disappeared. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Immediately, numerous blurry figures flashed and disappeared in the midair. Following the movement of everyone's gazes, over 10 elderly human figures had unknowingly appeared in front of the open ground. They were seated on a special high platform that was taller than any other high platform. Everyone's gazes shifted and a dozen elderly human figures had unknowingly appeared at the front of the open ground. Wu Yan glanced at these old silhouettes. Each of them has an aura that has been around for a long time. One look and you can tell that their strength is not to be underestimated. They seem to be the higher-ups of the academy. Among them, the one in the middle is an old man with a black robe and white beard. Compared to the higher-ups who have obvious aura fluctuations, this old man has no aura at all. However, Wu Yan felt a sense of danger from this old man. The old man slowly walked forward and pressed his hands down. Suddenly, only the sound of breathing could be heard in the entire plaza. The old man slowly scanned the entire plaza. Finally, his gaze stopped on the platform where Lulu was. Under Wu Yan's shocked gaze, the old man turned to Wu Yan. His eyes revealed a faint smile. Lulu, who was standing next to Wu Yan, covered her mouth in shock when she saw this old man. She yelped out loud. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" Wu Yan was stunned. He looked at the old man who is smiling at him from the grandstand. That old man is Lulu's grandpa? The one who spoke up for me the other day? Chapter 361. Thunder King? Lowly, level 84, Lulu's grandfather, the Thunder King, looked down at the crowd from above. He tilted his body, and without any sign of his lips moving, his voice rang out in the air above the plaza. The Spalier World Academy tournament begins now. The tournament rules are as follows. Swords have no eyes, and so does the tournament. However, students are only allowed to injure others, and are not allowed to kill. Violators will not only lose their right to participate in the tournament, but in serious cases, they may even be expelled from the academy for life. For this year's academy tournament, we will use a random pairing method to determine the two sides of the battle. The 100 participants will duel according to the name list randomly selected by the crystal ball. The winner will advance to the next round, while the loser will leave the stage. In the end, the top 10 contestants in the tournament will receive rewards prepared by the Academy Council. The higher the ranking, the better and richer the rewards. This is to encourage the students to improve together. Students, you don't have to worry. If you meet a strong opponent, your ranking will be affected after you leave the stage. After this tournament, the changes in the ranking will be personally reviewed by us. After each battle, we will decide the final ranking. Therefore, students, feel free to fight to your heart's content. When the Thunder King's words reached everyone's ears, many of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Wasn't that right? If they met an opponent ranked in the top 10 in the first round and lost, their ranking would drop to the bottom. At that time, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. The Thunder King smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a crystal ball appeared in front of him. At the same time, a huge projection shot up into the sky from the crystal ball and lit up. On the crystal ball's projection screen were the names of the 100 contestants. After it appeared, it started stirring like a lottery machine. Well then, it's time to start the matchmaking. The Thunder King waved his hand and the various name lists that had been stirring intensely suddenly stirred even more intensely. The hearts of all the participants and spectators were also raised to their throats. At this time, many of them were silently praying that they would not meet a top 10 contestant. Otherwise, if they were eliminated in the first round, it would not look good. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes to Wu Yan. The list of people praying in their hearts had increased by another. Until a certain moment, the results were finally revealed. This result caused many to heave a sigh of relief, but it also stunned Wu Yan. A smile appeared on the Thunder King's face once again. He glanced at Wu Yan and announced loudly, "The first round, Wu Yan against Qing Jinhua. Both parties, enter the arena." The first round. Wu Yan pursed his lips and sighed inwardly at his luck. Should he say that it was good or bad? At this moment, a piercing gaze landed on Wu Yan, causing Wu Yan to tremble all over and turn his head away. He saw a delicate-looking lady staring at him. Her eyes were filled with traces of cold light, making Wu Yan feel all sorts of baffled. Wu Yan looked at the lady strangely and asked in bewilderment, "Do I have a grudge against her? Why is she looking at me like that?" When Fei Fei heard this, she looked at the lady and was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint smile appeared on her face. "It's her. No wonder." Wu Yan turned to Fei Fei and asked, "Fei Fei, do you know her?" Of course I know her," Fei Fei said with a smile. Her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of slyness as she looked at Wu Yan playfully. "She is your opponent, Qing Jinhua." Wu Yan wasn't surprised by her response. After all, it's not love at first sight for her to look at him like that. Other than the fact that she's his rival, he couldn't think of any other reason for her to look at him like that. But, the way she looks at him, it feels like she knows him and she doesn't have a good impression of him. Perhaps she saw Wu Yan's confusion. Fei Fei could not help but laugh. Then, under Wu Yan's confused expression, she smiled and said, "Qing Jinhua is a member of the Sea of Ice. Moreover, she is the leader of the Sea of Ice, Bing Ling's sweetheart." Wu Yan's eyebrows started twitching and the corner of his mouth started twitching. He couldn't stay calm at all. After all this time, it turned out that he had met his opponent's woman. On the other side, Bing Ling frowned. He did not expect Qing Jinhua to meet Wu Yan. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. As an opponent who had fought with Wu Yan, Bing Ling knew Wu Yan's strength better than anyone else other than Wu Yan's people. He knew that if Qing Jinhua met Wu Yan, she would definitely lose. Bing Ling looked at Qing Jinhua and said, "Qing Jinhua, if you can't win, I allow you to admit defeat." Qing Jinhua was slightly stunned. She lowered her head and thought for a while before saying, "I understand, young Master Bing Ling." Bing Ling did not feel relieved after hearing Qing Jinhua's words. Instead, he was a little worried. Qing Jinhua was his woman. Of course, he knew that. Although she said that on the surface, she would definitely not admit defeat if she was not defeated. Bing Ling sighed and said, "Don't force yourself. I don't want to see you get hurt." Qing Jinhua's eyes lit up and she looked at Bing Ling excitedly. "I understand, young Master Bing Ling. I will do my best to protect myself." Bing Ling nodded. Bing Mian curled his lips in disapproval. Qing Jinhua's strength was comparable to his own. However, Bing Mian didn't want to admit that Qing Jinhua was much weaker compared to that guy. Qing Jinhua's strength was comparable to his own. Both sides. Enter the arena. Following the Thunder Sovereign's words, Qing Jinhua leaped up from the high platform and landed on the arena. She stood there stably, giving off a heroic aura. Bing Ling could not help but smile when she saw this. On the other hand, Wu Yan shook his head. After knowing why his opponent was so hostile towards him, Wu Yan felt helpless. However, a competition was a competition. Although he did not want to fight a woman, he could only bite the bullet and go up. In a flash, Wu Yan's figure disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qing Jinhua. Such a neat way of entering the arena made everyone cheer. Qing Jinhua's face sank. She felt a sense of oppression from Wu Yan's figure. She knew that her opponent was not to be trifled with. Qing Jinhua flipped her hands. A pair of rare armament that looked like a meteor hammer instantly fell into Qing Jinhua's hands. With a light swing, the wind howled and even the floor trembled slightly. Wu Yan clicked his tongue. He could not help but sigh. What a valiant Qing Jinhua. Qing Jinhua raised her eyebrows and said to Wu Yan, "Are you not going to take out your armament?" Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled faintly and did not say anything. He only stretched out his hand and faced Qing Jinhua. The answer was obvious. Qing Jinhua narrowed her eyes and did not say anything. She waved her hands and the twin hammers caused the wind to howl. Qing Jinhua then shouted and charged towards Wu Yan. Wu Yan glanced at Qing Jinhua who was charging towards him. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a scene that shocked the audience happened. A ripple suddenly spread out from behind Wu Yan. The space behind Wu Yan seemed to have turned into the surface of a lake. It rippled gently and the lake suddenly turned crimson. At the same time, black iron sand swords came out from the lake one after another. They created ripples and hung behind Wu Yan's back. There were close to 1,000 of them. The audience was stunned. The contestants were stunned. Other than the Thunder Emperor, all the higher-ups were stunned. Qing Jinhua was also stunned. What was going on? Chapter 362. In the sky above the arena, countless black iron sand swords stood upside down in the air, pointing at the azurite flower. Under the influence of the crimson ripples in the air, even the students watching from outside the arena couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. If even the spectators felt this way, what more Qing Jinhua herself? On the special platform, Lei Wang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He looked at the crimson space with interest and couldn't help but smile. Is this some special armament? Good fellow, he has quite a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He's getting more and more mysterious. No wonder the old emperor couldn't help but want to meet him. Even I can't help but want to find out more. One has to admit that Lei Wang is not a simple character. It only took him a short while to figure out what Wu Yan's Gate of Babylon is. He knew that the crimson space is an armament and not some special ability. At least in terms of eyesight, there's no doubt about it. Of course, with Lei Wang's insight, the students below the age of 25 couldn't see anything. All of them looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They didn't even know if what appeared in front of them was real or just an illusion. After all, no one had ever seen someone who could manipulate space. In the next moment, Wu Yan made his move and told the students whether this was real or not. His hand, which was still in the position of snapping his fingers, waved downwards. Immediately, the iron sand sword that was hanging upside down in the air trembled slightly and shot out towards the azure golden flower. Qing Jinhua's expression changed. She stopped in her tracks and quickly retreated to avoid the iron sand swords. However, there were so many iron sand swords in the Gate of Babylon that it was more than enough to fill the entire arena. Where could Qing Jinhua hide? Hence, the iron sand swords flew forward one after another. Qing Jinhua finally had nowhere to hide. A few iron sand swords pierced through the gaps in Qing Jinhua's arms and nailed them to the floor, firmly holding her hands in place. Then, another few iron sand swords pierced through the gaps in her waist, holding her entire body in place. By the time Qing Jinhua realized that her body could no longer move, an iron sand sword was already floating in front of her. The tip of the sword was pointed at her forehead. At this time, less than 30 seconds had passed since the start of the match. Qing Jinhua stared blankly at the sharp black sword floating in front of her and pointing at her forehead. Cold sweat involuntarily trickled down her forehead. The entire place was silent. After a while, the Thunder Sovereign raised his hand. First match. Wu Yan wins. We won. On the high platform, Lulu and Flandrachan raised their hands at the same time and cheered. Chuju, Mikoto, and Feifei also smiled. Although they already expected that Wu Yan wouldn't lose in this place, but if he really won, they would naturally be happy for him. On the ordinary stands behind the high platform, the spectators also cheered loudly. One has to admit that Gate of Babylon is the best choice for showing off. Not only is it beautiful, the user doesn't even need to move. It's as cool as it can be. I lost. Jianghu lowered her head when she returned to the high platform. She didn't dare to look at Bing Ling sighed and patted Jianghu's shoulder. Then, he looked at Wu Yan. Don't be discouraged, he will be mine. Hearing this, Jianghu nodded her head solemnly. Bing Mian, who was beside her, also laughed coldly. The two of them seemed to have great confidence in Bing Ling. Yan, look, that bastard is looking at you. Lulu pointed at Wu Yan's arm and said to Wu Yan. Hearing Lulu's words, Wu Yan turned his head and glanced at Bing Ling. Then, he turned his head back. Looks like this time, he's not only trying to get back his brother's face, he's also trying to get revenge for his woman. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. However, his tone was indifferent. To Wu Yan, it's best if Bing Ling hates him to death. That way, he'll be able to gain experience after defeating him. Otherwise, the system won't give him any experience if he's not hostile. For example, Jianghu was hostile towards him because of Bing Ling. Hence, after he defeated her, the system didn't give him any experience. However, Jianghu's level was lower than Wu Yan's. Naturally, she couldn't level up Wu Yan. After Wu Yan and Jianghu left the arena, the crystal projection screen started to move again. Then, one by one, the ranked powerhouses entered the arena. After Wu Yan's battle, a few more battles took place. Although the battles weren't as magnificent and shocking as Wu Yan's, they were much more intense. After all, Wu Yan's battle may be magnificent but it's just a show to watch. The battle ended too quickly, it didn't have the same intensity as the other rankers who clashed with each other and made the audience go wild. During this period of time, a few of the top 10 powerhouses had also appeared. As for them, they seemed to have been stimulated by Wu Yan's battle. As soon as they entered the arena, they brought out their strength and defeated their opponents in a short time. This caused the audience to gasp in surprise. Gradually, as more and more people entered the arena, the atmosphere became more and more heated. After a while, it was finally Mikoto's turn. Compared to some of the previous fights, Mikoto won with ease just like Wu Yan and the other top 10 rankers. Mikoto's opponent is just a mid-tier 7 student. He might be slightly stronger than Jianghu but compared to Mikoto, he's still a far cry from her. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Mikoto seized the opportunity and defeated her opponent with a taser spear. Mikoto returned to the stage with a disappointed expression. Wu Yan shook his head, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He won so easily and yet she's still not satisfied. Is he going to make this a repeat of his fight with Sylph? Will he only be happy when the audience is restless? At this time, Lei Wang's voice rang out again. However, this time, Wu Yan's side fell silent. One of them was Chuju. Wu Yan couldn't help but ask Chuju, "Chuju, will you be okay?" Chuju smiled faintly and stroked the hair on her shoulder. She didn't say anything but her brows were filled with confidence. Wu Yan looked at Hinajiku absent-mindedly before laughing along with her. At this moment, Hinajiku is just like how he used to see her on the screen. She's the student council president who's always brimming with confidence. Fei said to Chuju, "Chuju, your opponent is one of Bishmo's generals from the Crimson Land. He's very strong and Bishmo trusts him a lot. In terms of strength, he's much stronger than the strongman from Sea of Icicles. You have to be careful, don't worry." Chuju stepped forward and walked to the railing. "Leave it to me." Oh. Unsurprisingly, Hinajiku's leisurely and beautiful figure attracted loud cheers from the audience. Many people even said that Hinajiku would definitely win, causing her opponent to grit her teeth. Wu Yan smiled when he saw Chuju's overwhelming popularity. His wine-red eyes were filled with passion. As expected of the president, Fei and Lulu looked at each other and laughed. They looked at the stage and had to admit that Chuju was indeed shining. Then, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Hinagiku's opponent landed on the stage with a loud thud. Of course, this stage belonged to someone else. Chapter 363. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, a figure flashed onto the stage and appeared in front of Chuju. The newcomer is a handsome man around the age of 24 or 25. There is a red emblem embroidered on his uniform, proving his identity as a member of the Crimson Land. However, this rather handsome man's handsome face was filled with displeasure. His good looks were more or less ruined. In the first round of the tournament, he should be happy to meet a newcomer. Up until now, he was in a good mood. However, after Chuju's dazzling entrance and winning the cheers of the audience, he was displeased. Isn't she just a little prettier, a little more dazzling entrance? Why are all the cheers for her? At this moment, the man had already made up his mind. He had to win this match beautifully and take back all the cheers. Let's begin. Lei Wang glanced at Hinagiku before waving his hand and saying, "Let's begin." As the Thunder Sovereign's voice rang out, the gazes of the crowd immediately turned fervent. Numerous gazes were cast toward the arena, their eyes filled with a peculiar anticipation. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Ikaros, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Takitsubu Riku, Frenda, and Kinohita Sayai, these 8 new special students have made a name for themselves in Silveria World Institute in less than a month. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they made a name for themselves. Wu Yan challenged the top 10 of the 9 major factions and cleared the 5th floor of the arena tower. Mikoto tied with Sylph and became a hot commodity in the eyes of the major factions. As for Ikaros, although she was only a flash in the pan, she showed everyone that she's not as simple as she looks. Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku surpassed the former. They became the 13th major faction in the Spalier World Academy. They're in the limelight and their popularity is at its peak. They didn't even bother to hide their brilliance. As for the remaining Flandre-chan, due to her appearance of less than 10 years old, it was normal that she hadn't done anything yet. As for the remaining newcomer, Gue Daigu, it was only now that she had entered everyone's attention. They're all newcomers, the first one has already become a person above the rest. What kind of surprise will the last one bring? It wasn't just the students who were looking forward to it. Even the Thunder King, who was seated in a special seat, was faintly revealing traces of anticipation. Of course, for the Thunder King, there was another purpose. He wanted to see what Lulu's friend was like. Lei Wang's anticipation is hidden between his brows, but the audience's anticipation is expressed in the form of cheers. For a moment, the entire arena is filled with cheers for Chuju. The loud cheers angered the vain Crimson Land's opponent. His gaze towards Chuju gradually turned dangerous. Of course, no matter what, his opponent was still one of the top rankers in the rankings. Therefore, when the Thunder King announced the start of the match, he slowly suppressed the various emotions in his heart. Looking at Hinagiku opposite him, with a flip of his hand, a knight's longsword appeared in his hand. Clearly, his opponent will not be merciful just because his opponent is a girl. This point can be seen from the enormous do-chi rising from his opponent's body. Sensing the gradually rising do-chi from her opponent, Chuju finally slowly extended her hand. At the same time, a cherry blossom storm suddenly appeared and swirled around Chuju, attaching itself to Chuju's palm. In the next moment, a crystal-like sword slowly formed from cherry blossoms as they danced in the air and appeared in Chuju's hand. Tilting her head slightly, Chuju laughed softly. She looked at her opponent with a calm expression, as though she didn't see the extraordinary do-chi ripple. As she laughed softly, Chuju's figure flashed. Then, the crowd saw that Chuju, who was originally 10 meters away from her opponent, had appeared in front of him in a flash. Her opponent's pupils shrank. Seeing that Chuju, who was originally 10 meters away from him, had appeared in front of him before he could react, a trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. However, when he saw the calm expression on Chuju's face, as though she didn't place him in her eyes, his expression turned furious. The knight's sword in his hand was instantly enveloped in thick do qi, carrying with it an air-piercing atmosphere as it violently pierced towards Chuju. The radiance of the do qi suddenly increased greatly. With the cooperation of the vigorous do qi, a terrifying destructive force was released from the knight's sword. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Chuju and violently pierced towards her shoulder. On the high platform, Wu Yan's pupils fluctuated. His heart was faintly filled with worry. After all, if this sword pierced through, Chuju's shoulder would probably be pierced through and a large hole would be formed. Of course, in the next moment, the worry in Wu Yan's heart quietly dissipated. The reason was naturally because, in the face of the opponent's extremely ferocious attack, Chuju's expression didn't change much. Her yellow-green eyes stared closely at the knight's sword that was rapidly enlarging in her eyes. The corner of Chuju's mouth slowly curled into an arc. At this moment, the opponent's attack arrived in the blink of an eye. Looking at the do qi sword that was violently surging towards her, Chuju suddenly raised her hand. The hand that was holding the white cherry suddenly stretched out. Like a flash of pink lightning, it directly collided with the do qi sword. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The two swords of different sizes fiercely collided. In an instant, Chuju's eyes flashed. The hand that was holding the sword quickly changed the angle. The tip of the sword tilted slightly and then suddenly flicked. That ferocious do qi sword was actually flicked into the sky by Chuju. Qi! The do qi sword soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and directly disappearing into the horizon. At this moment, Chuju, who was standing in front of her opponent, was completely unscathed. What? The opponent absent-mindedly shouted. But immediately after, this what became the last sentence he left behind in this academy tournament. Chuju's hand retracted and the white cherry returned to her side. Then, in less than 0.1 second, the white cherry once again turned into a flash of pink lightning. Chuju used a sudden stab and fiercely pierced the opponent's knight's sword. Immediately after, she flicked it again. But this time, it wasn't the do qi sword that she flicked, it was the opponent's rather impressive knight's sword. Thus, in the next second, the knight's sword in the opponent's hand flew into the sky after the do qi sword. Then, it fell out of the arena. After that, there was no more after that. White cherry changed from a flick to a slap. The crystal sword viciously slammed into the opponent's chest. At the same time, the opponent was sent flying out of the arena and landed beside his own knight's sword. When the sound of the body hitting the ground was heard, Lei Wang chuckled and raised his hand to announce the result. This match, Gui Chuju wins. The announcement finally brought back the audience, who were still in a daze from the quick ending of the match. They all looked at each other and then, one after another, cheers and shouts rang out. Their cheers were all directed towards Chuju on the arena. On the high platform, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but smile. Mikoto and Shokuhu Misaki also did the same thing. Looking at Hinajaku on the stage, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. One after another they turned into a deep sense of awe. He didn't expect Hinajaku's strength to have reached this level. The opponent's level is about the same as Chuju's, but in a real battle, he was defeated by Chuju in just 2 or 3 moves. This may be a surprise attack, but her strength can't be hidden by a surprise attack. Chuju doesn't have any abilities. All she has is the way of the sword that she learned when she was a student. But now, that simple way of the sword has become a sharp weapon in Chuju's hands. Chuju is no longer a weakling. Chapter 364. As soon as Hinajaku returned to the platform, Lulu immediately rushed up and hugged her, her face full of excitement, laughing and jumping, making Hinajaku helpless. Chuju. You're amazing. That's not true. Hinajaku looked at Lulu rubbing her chest in amusement. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lulu is older than her by a year, but she's acting like she's older than her. Chuju, you don't have to be so humble. Fei ran her fingers through her hair. She looked at Chuju's opponent and said seriously. The strength of that member of the Crimson Land is not to be underestimated. Among the 100 people in the ranking, there are quite a few who can defeat him. However, less than 20% of them are able to deal with him in such a short period of time. The fact that you can defeat him proves that you have the strength to be near the top of the ranking. Fei's serious face crumbled as she spoke. Sometimes, I really don't know where you guys came from. You, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Yen, each and every one of you have decent strength and talent. Now I'm starting to lose confidence in my own strength and talent. That's not it. Lulu shouted before anyone else could say anything. She turned around and hugged Fei. Fei is amazing too. She's really amazing. That Crimson Land guy, let Fei go up. I'm sure she can defeat him in 2 or 3 moves. That's right, Sister Fei. Putting everything else aside, in my opinion, in the academy, other than those rank 8 students, there is no one below rank 8 who can win against you. Everyone can see that for themselves. Even if you ask around, no one will think that your talent and strength are lacking. Wu Yan chimed in as well. What a joke, if there's no system. Everyone here. Apart from Ikaros, Astria, and Flandre-chan. None of them are worthy of being Fei's opponent. Ikaros, Astria, and Flandre-chan are existences that have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. It's not fair to compare them to Fei. If Fei couldn't recover from the setback because of this, then they would have committed a great sin. However, Fei's next sentence left Wu Yan speechless. Wu Yan. No one below tier 8 can defeat me. What about you? Fei giggled at Wu Yan's speechless face. Her voice was full of mischief. Alright, I'm just joking. Why are you guys trying to comfort me? I'm just feeling a little emotional. Fei complained. However, her words angered Lulu. Fine. Fei, how dare you lie to me? I almost cried. Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other helplessly. They heaved a sigh of relief. Oh! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar shook Wu Yan, Fei, and the others. They almost spat out saliva. At the same time, Lei Wang's announcement of the pairings reverberated throughout the square. However, one of the pairings made Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Mikoto freeze up. They all turned towards the crystal ball projection screen at the same time. Shokuhu Misaki's name was written on it. On the stage, Shokuhu Misaki covered her mouth and laughed. She turned around and flicked her long golden hair. Shokuhu Misaki is a sports idiot. Naturally, she wouldn't jump down from the stage like the others. Instead, she walked down the stairs slowly. But this action didn't disappoint the audience at all. Instead, because of Shokuhu Misaki's graceful posture, they started screaming at the top of their lungs. Academy Queen! Academy Queen! Academy Queen! Academy Queen! Academy Queen! Shokuhu Misaki slowly ascended the stage amidst the rhythmic cheers and cheers. She rested her face on her palm, trying to stifle her laughter, which made the students boil with excitement. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Fei, and Lulu had their mouths wide open. They felt dizzy when they saw the audience standing up from their seats and cheering for Shokuhu Misaki. His popularity was simply too heaven-defying. On the other hand, Kinohata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Astria didn't think it was a big deal. Only those who stayed by Shokuhu Misaki's side during this period of time knew how powerful Shokuhu Misaki's subordinates were. They also knew how brilliant Shokuhu Misaki is. If a celebrity's popularity was built up through advertisements and promotions, then Shokuhu Misaki's popularity was built on her own unique charm. She had captured the attention of the public. Shokuhu Misaki is the queen of Shokuhu Misaki. This is too much. Lulu's mouth was wide open. Looking at Shokuhu Misaki, Lulu almost wanted to kneel down and worship her. Even Princess Sylph isn't this popular. Mikoto's expression changed a lot. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence. That woman must have used some despicable means again. Wu Yan and Chuju looked at each other and sighed. This is probably what they mean by, beauty is in the eye of beauty. The upper echelons on the special tall platform exchanged glances with each other. Clearly, they were frightened by the other party's frightening popularity. The Thunder Sovereign sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm afraid that if this continues, the academy will belong to that little girl. Amidst the deafening cheers, Shokuhu Misaki's opponent appeared on the stage. However, no matter how one looked at it, the opponent's expression was one of reluctance. Wu Yan and the others looked at Shokuhu Misaki's opponent sympathetically. They knew that if they were in Shokuhu Misaki's shoes, they wouldn't fare any better. After all, Shokuhu Misaki's opponent's popularity is too terrifying. The cheers and cheers all belong to him. This is a huge pressure for Shokuhu Misaki. However, the next moment, her opponent couldn't feel anything. Jusama. Shokuhu Misaki's opponent's face suddenly changed. He looked at Shokuhu Misaki with a fanatical look in his eyes. He kneeled down as if he was on a pilgrimage and rubbed his face against Shokuhu Misaki. He almost wanted to lick Shokuhu Misaki's toes. Shokuhu Misaki chuckled and said, "Are you willing to listen to me?" He nodded without hesitation. There was no hesitation at all. Then, "Are you willing to admit defeat?" Once again, he nodded without hesitation. At this time, Shokuhu Misaki rubbed her forehead in distress. "But, it doesn't seem fair to you if you admit defeat just like that," Shokuhu Misaki smiled. "How about this, knock yourself out. That way, you won't regret that you didn't do anything, yes." Her opponent shouted in a daze before he punched himself in the head and fainted. Lei Wang looked at the scene in shock. After a while, he raised his hand helplessly and announced. Shokuhu Misaki wins. Academy Queen. Academy Queen. Academy Queen. Academy Queen. Academy Queen. The cheers of the entire audience erupted once again. Shokuhu Misaki giggled and tapped her lips. She said in a cute voice, "Isn't that a little too high profile?" Then, she looked at the dumbfounded Wu Yan on the stage and she couldn't help but snicker. Humph. Scoundrel. This time, I'll let you know who is the most suitable person to display their skills on this stage. Ah. It seems like Shokuhu Misaki is still holding a grudge. Chapter 365. After Shokuhu Misaki's victory, the rest of the battles continued. The top 100 rankers fought in pairs, and there were 50 rounds. Some were fast, and some were slow. As expected, after Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, and Shokuhu Misaki won their matches, the top 10 rankers also won their matches and advanced to the second round. Feifei's match included. Of course, Feifei was the 5th ranker of the top 10 rankers. After her battle with Wu Yan in Bihurl, Feifei's strength increased by a whole level. However, Feifei's opponent wasn't able to force Feifei to use her full strength. Feifei used her chi blade and knocked her opponent out of the arena. That's how Feifei won. Astria was in the same situation as Feifei. Shokuhu Misaki's popularity and ability to control her subordinates are strong. However, in terms of strength, she's still lacking an absolute powerhouse to become the 13th strongest faction in Spalier World Academy. Just like the top 12 factions, the leaders of each faction are very strong. Before Wu Yan and Co. appeared, they occupied the top 12 positions. One can imagine how important it is to have a strong fighting force at the crux of a faction. Shokuho Misaki doesn't have that kind of strength. Her current level is 64, one level lower than Chuju. She can't be the symbol of a faction. This is why Shokuho Misaki kidnapped Astria in the first place. In Wu Yan's group, Astria's combat power is second only to Flandrachan and Ikaros. She's more than capable of being the backbone of a faction. Shokuho Misaki's goal is to make a name for herself as the Queen of Starlight in the tournament. Let Astria win. Become the champion of the tournament. As long as Astria wins the tournament, Starlight Queen will rise as well. She will no longer be a part of the 12 strongest factions. The strongest faction in the world. She will rise from behind. She will be on the same level as the 12 strongest factions. Without Flandrachan, Astria won't be able to win. Without Ikaros, Astria might actually be able to become the champion of this tournament. When Shokuho Misaki found out Flandrachan and Ikaros won't be participating in the tournament, she immediately told Astria not to hold back during the tournament. Otherwise, there will be no food for her. No food for her. Astria was scared out of her wits. That's why she pulled out her Chrysor the moment she stepped onto the stage. Then, there was nothing else. Other than that, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku didn't participate in the tournament. Their reason is simple, they don't have the qualifications to participate. The top rankers are all prodigies who stood out among the 1,000 special students. The 3 girls aren't even tier 7, how are they supposed to compete with them? Thus, they were reduced to mere spectators. After the 50 winners of the first round of the Academy tournament were announced, it was time for the first day of the Academy tournament to quietly come to an end. The sky gradually darkened. Lei Wang looked at the sky and stood up. The first round of the tournament has come to an end. The 50 winners will participate in the second round of the tournament tomorrow at the same time. I look forward to everyone's performance. The Thunder King and the upper echelon of the Academy exchanged glances after his words sounded. All of them nodded their heads. With a flash, they rushed off the tall platform and disappeared from the open ground. The audience also left the stage one by one. The number of people on the stage gradually decreased. Only Wu Yan and the others remained. It's not that they didn't want to leave, it's that someone else didn't want to. Mikoto looked at Shokuho Misaki angrily. Sparks appeared on her forehead as she shouted. Shokuho Misaki. Give my sisters back to me. Misaka-san, you're making it sound like I'm the one who stole the sisters away. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. Her queen-like demeanor was on full display, making Mikoto grit her teeth. You took the sisters without my permission. If that's not stealing, then what is it? Misaka-san, you got it wrong again. Shokuho Misaki grinned at Mikoto. She looked at Wu Yan, who looked like he couldn't keep his cool. The sisters are Little Yan's summoned characters. Although I didn't get your permission to take them away, I did get Little Yan's permission. It's not like I'm robbing you, Wu Yan cursed in his mind. He wanted to slap Shokuho Misaki, but he couldn't stop himself from crying. I knew it. Every time they quarrel, the fire will burn me. Why did I stay behind like an idiot? I should have run. Mikoto's face turned red. She felt that Shokuho Misaki's reasoning was both ridiculous and reasonable. Of course, she was the older sister of the younger sisters. She didn't even ask for her permission, and it wasn't considered stealing. Of course, the logical part would be the phrase, irresponsible sister. Mikoto had always felt that she owed her sisters too much. Moreover, the one who saved them was Wu Yan. All she did was play a small role in the rescue. She had no right to question her sisters, that's all she could do. However, the one who had the right to ask had actually sold his sisters out. Moreover, he had sold them out to the person he hated the most. This was truly intolerable. She whipped her head around and saw Wu Yan. Her face is red with anger as she yelled at him. Yan! Did you agree to hand the sisters over to Shokuhu Misaki? Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. I didn't agree to it, I was robbed. You were there that day, of course. Wu Yan didn't say anything, but that didn't mean Shokuhu Misaki didn't say anything. She hugged Wu Yan's arm and rubbed her face against it. Xiao Yan really entrusted his sisters to me and told me to take good care of them. Don't you think so? Yan. It's a good thing Shokuhu Misaki's fans didn't see this. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have received an endless stream of overconfident challenge letters tomorrow. Wu Yan's lips twitched. His scalp tingled when he saw Mikoto's furious expression. Little Xian, why don't you tell me what happened to the sisters? Shokuhu Misaki clicked her tongue. She pinched Wu Yan's arm as if she's blaming him for not siding with her. Then, she continued. The sisters only helped me strengthen my faction when Starlight Queen was established. They are no longer by my side, no longer by your side? Mikoto shouted. What's going on? Explain it to me. Takitsubu Riku, who was standing beside Shokuhu Misaki and staring at Wu Yan, finally spoke up. The sisters have been sent to the Behemoth Forest. The Behemoth Forest? Everyone gasped. Shokuhu Misaki smiled, and her eyes glowed with wisdom. She said to everyone, haven't you noticed that your EXP is increasing rapidly? Even when you're not fighting monsters, it's still increasing? Everyone was stunned. After a while, Wu Yan said, did you send the sisters to the Behemoth Forest to gain experience points for everyone? That's right. Shokuhu Misaki nodded. Since we can share the experience between summons, then let the sisters level up in the giant beast's forest and help us gain some experience. With 20,000 sisters moving together, we can gain quite a lot of experience, but leaving the sisters alone in the Behemoth Forest. Wu Yan said worriedly. Don't worry. Shokuhu Misaki said meaningfully. You should be more worried about the monsters and the people who want to take advantage of the sisters. Chapter 367. In the middle of the arena, a tall and skinny figure stood opposite of Wu Yan. The special student uniform on his body was especially big, as if it was a size larger than normal. It made people feel a little comical, but at the same time, there was something special about him. Kester, level 67, in the crowded stands, there were many whispers. There was almost no one in the academy who didn't know Kester. After all, he was the leader of a large faction and had the background of one of the top 3 clans in the empire. It was impossible for him not to attract attention. Only someone like Wu Yan, who was an outsider, would not recognize him. The battle in the Tower of Tournament was still vivid in their minds. The matter of Wu Yan challenging the 9 major factions was still not forgotten. Without a doubt, as the one who was challenged, he was more or less the loser. Now that they met again, it had to be said that enemies meet on a narrow road. Looking at Kester, Wu Yan automatically blocked the whispers around him. To Wu Yan, he had only met Kester once. In the Tower of Tournament, Kester didn't appear. Therefore, the so-called loser was just nonsense. However, Kester didn't seem to think that way. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at Wu Yan. Kester clenched his fists. For a disciple of a large clan like him, he had to fight. Other than the strength of the mainstream in the Spalier world, it was also a matter of face. And Wu Yan's actions in the Tower of Tournament were undoubtedly a slap to the faces of these major factions. It wasn't a loud but effective slap. Kester's feelings towards Wu Yan were very complicated. He admired Wu Yan's strength, resented Wu Yan for humiliating him, and wanted to recruit Wu Yan into his faction. He also wanted to teach Wu Yan a lesson. In short, he was extremely conflicted. Of course, opinions towards Wu Yan were just opinions. The competition was just a competition. Kester still put away all the emotions in his heart. No matter what Wu Yan was like, his powerful strength was undeniable. Therefore, Kester immediately raised his battle chi. With a wave of his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand. The body of the spear trembled slightly and shook at an extremely fast speed. The spear danced in the air and turned around, pointing at Wu Yan from afar. The series of smooth movements won the cheers of many spectators. Wu Yan glanced at Kester, who had a serious expression on his face. His face was expressionless, but his heart was bursting with joy. Looking at the long spear in Kester's hand, Wu Yan snickered in his heart. At the same time, he secretly sighed. Looks like there's no suspense in this match. I'm definitely going to win. After this baffling thought appeared in his heart, Wu Yan shifted his gaze towards the Thunder King, who was seated on the special tall platform. Sensing Wu Yan's gaze, the Thunder King involuntarily smiled. Soon after, he stood up. As the Thunder King did so, the noise in the square also decreased significantly. The first match of the second round of the Academy tournament, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the square instantly changed. The gazes of the spectators also changed, becoming much more excited. One of them was Wu Yan, who had passed the 5th level of the Tower of Tournament and had the strength to rank in the top 10. The other was Kester, who was ranked 11th and was not much inferior to the top 10. This match would perhaps become the most exciting match since the start of the Academy tournament. In the square, Wu Yan and Kester instantly exploded with an extraordinary aura. The two auras collided and produced an oppressive feeling that spread outwards, causing some of the lower-ranked students near the tall platform to hold their breaths. The tense atmosphere in the square maintained for a while. Finally, at a certain moment, it completely exploded. Chi! In an instant, a figure shot out like an arrow. Like a meteorite, it carried an indescribable force as it fiercely collided with another figure. Ding! In the center of the square, two figures crossed each other. The sharp spear in Kester's hand pierced out like lightning. However, a fist suddenly appeared and hit the surface of the spear. The spear was deflected and pierced into the thick floor beside Wu Yan. Kester's expression changed. He let out a soft cry and pulled out his spear. His figure flashed behind Wu Yan. Then, a continuous stream of spear shadows shot towards Wu Yan's back like raindrops. Wu Yan smiled indifferently. As if he did not feel the spear wind coming from behind him, he suddenly swung his hand behind him. A strong gust of wind directly tore the air apart. The sharp sound of wind breaking rang out, causing Kester's eardrums to feel a slight stinging pain. Ding! 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 A continuous stream of weapons clashing rang out, causing Kester to be stunned. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that a black iron sword had appeared in Wu Yan's hand. It was the Iron Sand Sword. Wu Yan grinned slyly and retreated in a hurry. The Iron Sand Sword in his hand was tossed into the air at the same time. It stopped above Wu Yan's head and the tip of the sword was pointed at Kester. On the viewing platform and high platform, many people cried out in surprise. Although there was only one Iron Sand Sword floating above Wu Yan's head, the scene of the black sword floating in the air and pointing straight at him was extremely familiar. Indeed, in the next moment, a wave of crimson spatial ripples spread out in the sky above the arena. The Iron Sand Sword floating above Wu Yan's head trembled slightly, as if it was sending out some kind of signal. At the same time, countless Iron Sand Swords also trembled and slowly floated out from the crimson spatial ripples. Kester's hair stood on end. It had to be said that with so many black swords pointing at him, even a strong person like Kester could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Kester roared. He raised the spear in his hand and fiercely thrust it towards Wu Yan's position. No matter what Wu Yan wanted to do, in short, stopping him was definitely the right thing to do. However, Kester seemed to have taken everything for granted. An iron sand sword flew out from the crimson spatial ripples and arrived in front of the spear. The spear hit the iron sand sword, causing the iron sand sword to tremble and directly shatter into iron sand that filled the sky. In the end, although the iron sand sword had been strengthened by the Knight Never Dies by bare hands to become a D-grade equipment, a D-grade equipment was still a D-grade equipment. Under the all-out attack of a C-grade equipment and its owner, it would not be able to last for long. However, the iron sand sword's advantage was that it did not have a physical form. After a flash of lightning, the iron sand that filled the sky stopped falling in mid-air. Then, under everyone's gaze, the iron sand sword rotated and in the blink of an eye, a perfectly intact iron sand sword appeared in front of everyone once again. Kester's eyes bulged and he almost pinched his own thigh. He was vaguely going crazy in his heart. He could not destroy it, but he could not resist it either. How was he supposed to fight? Wu Yan grinned. Under Kester's shocked gaze, he suddenly activated the Gate of Babylon. Thousands of iron sand swords were like locusts passing through. Wherever they passed, regardless of whether it was the atmosphere or the rocks, they were all torn apart. Then, they rushed towards Kester's figure and enveloped him. Boom! 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 The iron sand swords turned into missiles. They cracked the floor of the arena and mercilessly exploded on Kester's body. A thick cloud of dust rose and enveloped Kester within it. No one could see what was happening inside clearly anymore. After a long time, the iron sand swords finally stopped their bombardment and flew back into the sky. They were absorbed into the crimson space and disappeared together with the crimson space. Everyone opened their eyes wide, trying to see the scene within the cloud of dust. However, the Thunder Emperor lightly smiled. He waved his hand and a light breeze blew past, dispersing the cloud of dust. When the cloud of dust completely dissipated, Kester's miserable figure was lying on the floor. He had already fainted. This match. Wu Yan wins. Wu Yan chuckled and looked at Kester. He muttered in his heart, "Who asked you to be a spearman?" Chapter 368. When Lei Wang announced the victory, Wu Yan leaped onto the stage. He ignored the admiring and fearful gazes and landed beside Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. Looking at Wu Yan standing in his original position, Bing Ling couldn't help but feel a bit gloomy. He didn't even look like he was out of breath. Although Kester's strength isn't in the top 10, he's definitely not far off. Being ranked 9th, Bing Ling knew that even if he were in Kester's shoes, it would be impossible for him to defeat Kester in such a short period of time without paying a price. Qing Jinhua couldn't help but look at the ice spirit worriedly. The ice spirit responded with a smile. After that, he fell into deep thought and muttered, "Looks like I have to think of a way to deal with that crimson space." The reason Wu Yan was able to defeat an opponent that even Bing Ling had to take seriously was because of the Gate of Babylon. The Gate of Babylon could not only shoot out the D-grade iron sand sword like a bullet, but it also had the ability to recycle it. Once the Gate of Babylon was activated, it would be a continuous attack. Plus, the Gate of Babylon is already a grade C weapon. A grade D iron sand sword under the Gate of Babylon's buff has unparalleled destructive power. To be able to defeat his opponent so quickly, the Gate of Babylon's contribution is not small. This is to be expected. Wu Yan was able to dominate the Holy Grail War with golden shine. If the Gate of Babylon was not outstanding, he would not have exchanged for it. Bing Ling is worthy of being called a strong fighter. After observing 2 or 3 battles with Wu Yan, he already had a rough idea of Wu Yan's Gate of Babylon. Bing Ling smiled and glanced at Wu Yan. If it was someone else, they might have a headache because of your methods. Unfortunately, you met me. You met the Saito family's Ice Do Chi. Bing Mian heard this and couldn't help but smile. He was secretly glad that he had such a strong method. He relied on his armament. If not, even Bing Mian is starting to doubt his elder brother's abilities. After this, a few more battles took place. The audience's attention shifted away from Wu Yan. The arena returned to its lively state. Mikoto, Chuju, Feifei, Shokuhu Misaki, and Astria all fought once. Of course, their opponents were the weaker students. Mikoto, Chuju, and Astria won easily. Shokuhu Misaki and Feifei were even easier. They were drawn twice and won easily. They won't be participating in today's battles. It's a shame that the higher-ups of the academy have to decide if they can advance to the third round. Feifei and Shokuhu Misaki. Shokuhu Misaki is a winner. It's worth mentioning that one of Shokuhu Misaki's opponents was Bing Mian. Of course, Bing Mian wasn't a small fry like Shokuhu Misaki. Being able to rank in the top 30 meant that he had some skills. Shokuhu Misaki's ability alone wasn't enough to make him her puppet. She can't control him, but her mind-reading ability isn't affected. Bing Mian was completely dumbfounded. After Shokuhu Misaki told him everything about how old he was, 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 and how old he was. This also made the audience very dissatisfied. It has to be said that in everyone's heart, there is a flame of gossip. They hope to find out the secrets, especially those famous people's gossips. Next round. Jaffer. The name that suddenly rang out in the square caused the entire place to quieten down. After they reacted, numerous gazes, regardless of whether it was from the viewing gallery or the tall platform, suddenly turned over. They paused on a corner of the tall platform, on the body of the tall man with a face as deep as water. Jaffer had been sitting there quietly. Whether it was yesterday or today, he would only make a move when it was his turn. Otherwise, he would sit there like a statue, motionless. He didn't even open his eyes. At that moment, Jaffer finally opened his eyes slowly. In an instant, everyone witnessed the scene of a slumbering beast waking up. Jaffer. Prince of the Baruba Empire. The leader of the Beast Tide. The top 3 students of the Spalier World Academy. He stood up and slowly walked forward. As he moved, a ferocious aura impatiently gushed out of his body before he even stepped onto the platform. After arriving beside the railing, Sa-Fe's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. His body was just like a bear as he suddenly descended from the sky. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground. The hard ground where he landed was actually shattered into a pile of powder. Moreover, there were even some cracks that extended from his feet. So powerful. Wu Yan's expression froze. A trace of solemnity rose from his chest, making Wu Yan feel heavy. Wu Yan chuckled softly as he looked at Jaffer, who was standing below the platform. As expected of a rank 8 powerhouse. Meanwhile, Jaffer's opponent had also entered the arena with a solemn and slightly fearful look on his face. However, when he was 20 meters away from Jaffer, he didn't dare take another step forward. There was no other reason. It was simply because the aura that surged out from Jaffer was truly too terrifying. Suddenly, Jaffer's opponent seemed to see a ferocious demonic beast opening its mouth and swallowing him whole. This made him break out in a cold sweat. Jaffer won the first round before the fight even started. Sa-Fe's body trembled slightly as he gently shook his head. A series of bone-cracking sounds were strangely emitted from within his body. Both of his hands were extended. His palms were unusually large, appearing just like the paws of a bear. They gave off an extremely pressuring feeling. As he slowly twisted them, sharp claws were revealed, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind Jafar. Surprisingly, it was a magical beast that looked like a wolf. This time, it was no longer an illusion. It was real. A figure had appeared. On the high platform, Kaya smiled, a bright light flashing in his eyes. Has Jafar's beast battle technique reached the stage where it can manifest illusions? Looks like it'll be difficult to compete with him for second place. Kaya paused and turned to look at Mikoto and Sylph. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Maybe he should be competing for third place. At the same time, on the stage, Jafar suddenly moved. Along with the beast shadow behind him, he let out a roar. Unexpectedly, it was the roar of a beast. Then, Jafar appeared in front of his opponent and swatted him viciously with his paw. Boom! Jafar's opponent spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the stage. He smashed into the wall of the stage and fainted. One move. Just one move. Jafar took down an advanced Tier 7 powerhouse with just one move. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Feifei looked at each other. They had a serious expression on their faces. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Feifei, who haven't reached Tier 8 yet, felt their hearts sink. Jafar is strong. He's really strong. Wu Yan clenched his fist as he looked at Jafar. Wu Yan's intuition tells him that he'll have to fight Jafar. Wu Yan smiled when he saw Jafar returning to the platform. His wine-red eyes were filled with traces of gold. His heart was filled with a rare desire to battle. However, the next moment, the list of names on the screen dissipated his desire to battle. Chapter 369. Next. Guei Chuju vs. Kashiwa. Following another matchup, everyone turned their heads to look at Hinajiku, who is standing beside Wu Yan on the high platform. Hinajiku seemed to be stunned for a moment before she laughed. Aya, what about the top 10 opponents? Mikoto couldn't help but ask when she saw Chuju's smile. Chuju, are you sure you're going to be okay? Chuju chuckled. Of course. Wu Yan went silent, he felt a bit helpless. If he could, he really didn't want Hinajiku to get out of this fight. He even had the thought of asking her to admit defeat. It's not that Wu Yan doesn't trust Chuju. Wu Yan saw how Chuju performed earlier. Even though Chuju can't beat Kashiwa in terms of level, Wu Yan thinks it's not impossible for her to win. But, at the same time, it's not that easy to win. At the very least, he wanted to beat the top 10 without getting hurt. But, he just couldn't get it up no matter how hard he tried. Wu Yan doesn't want Chuju to get hurt. Wu Yan looked up and realized that Chuju is looking at him. It's as if she can see through his thoughts. Her yellow-green eyes are filled with determination. That look. She's telling Wu Yan that Chuju wants to fight. Wu Yan looked at Chuju for a while and smiled bitterly. Don't force yourself. Finally, Hinajiku smiled and nodded heavily. Then, with a tap on the ground, she leaped off the high platform and onto the arena. Kashiwa is one step ahead. He's waiting for her there. Speaking of which, Chuju met Kashiwa when she first entered Spalier World Academy. At that time, he also brought members of Crimson Land with him. They came to the Villa District. He wanted to recruit Wu Yan's team. But after seeing Wu Yan's performance in the arena tower, Kashiwa didn't bring up the idea again. Now, they're facing each other again on the arena. Kashiwa looked at the beautiful figure standing in front of him and shrugged. He tried to negotiate with Chuju. Can you admit defeat? I don't want to fight you. Hinajiku remained silent. She raised the crystal sword in her hand and pointed it at Bishi. The answer was obvious without the need for words. Kashiwa shrugged. Okay, I understand. A surge of Do Chi erupted from Bishi's body with a bang. Shockwaves spread in all directions and hit Hinajiku. Hinajiku's special student uniform fluttered in the wind, but her skirt miraculously didn't get blown up. In an instant, a large amount of combat energy gathered on Kashiwa's body. It made him look like a super saiyan. Hinagiku's pupils shrank as she thought to herself, "It's coming." In the next moment, Bishi raised his right hand and threw a punch at Hinagiku. The moment he punched out, Bishi channeled all of his combat chi into his fist. After he punched out, the combat chi left his fist, and a powerful shockwave blasted towards Hinagiku under the crowd's shocked gasps. Chuju took a deep breath and placed both of her hands on White Cherry. She closed her eyes and opened them. Then, her body swayed. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the Dochi wave directly hit Hinagiku's body. This time, before the audience could even scream, the Dochi wave directly passed through Hinagiku's body and slammed into the stage. And Hinagiku's figure also disappeared. It was actually an afterimage. Ding! The sound of weapons colliding rang out. Chuju appeared beside Kashiwa with White Cherry in her hand. She swung her sword at Kashiwa. However, Kashiwa reacted quickly and blocked the attack. Kashiwa naturally wouldn't be able to block White Cherry, a rare armament, with his bare hands. The only reason he was able to block White Cherry was because of the knight's sword that appeared out of nowhere. White Cherry and the knight's sword were in a deadlock. Chuju gritted her teeth and smiled bitterly. She could feel the knight's sword pressing down on her. She sighed in her heart. Sure enough, it's unrealistic for a girl to compete with a boy in terms of strength. It's not a good habit to be distracted in the middle of a battle. Before Chuju could react, Kashiwa's voice rang out. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave blasted Chuju's body away and threw her to the ground. Chuju's body somersaulted in the air and stabilized herself. She took a few steps on the ground and turned into an afterimage. Almost at the same time, Kashiwa suddenly turned around and raised his knight's sword to his shoulder. A powerful shockwave burst out from his body and wrapped around the sword. In the next moment, dozens of sword shadows appeared behind Bishi. Bishi swung his sword and the sword shadows shot out towards Hinagiku, who had turned into a blur and was rushing towards him. Ding! 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 The sword shadows shot towards Kashiwa and the sound of weapons colliding with each other echoed throughout the square. It attracted the attention of most of the spectators. Seeing that Chuju was able to fight Kashiwa to this extent, the spectators cheered loudly. This made Kashiwa smile bitterly. Sure enough, the treatment of a beautiful girl is different. With that thought in mind, Kashiwa swung his knight's sword again and shot out a large number of sword shadows towards Chuju. From the looks of it, Kashiwa wants to kite Chuju and take her down. Chuju dodged the endless sword shadows at an extremely fast speed. She kept jumping up and down to get closer to Kashiwa. When she encountered a sword shadow that she couldn't dodge, she would use her White Cherry Blossom to knock it away. Those sword shadows may not be real, but they are still formed by Kashiwa's shockwave. If they hit, it would be no different from being pierced by a sharp weapon. However, Kashiwa gradually realized that his sword shadows didn't seem to be effective against Chuju. They didn't seem to be a threat at all. She was able to dodge them easily and she was even getting closer to him. You want to play close combat? Kashiwa smirked as he watched Chuju getting closer to him. He reached out his right hand and scattered all the sword shadows. He then raised his knight's sword. I might be afraid of Jafar, but if I'm still afraid of a girl, then I'm not a man. Kashiwa slowly closed his eyes and unleashed his shockwave to cover the entire square. It's as if he wants to use his shockwave to replace his eyes. On Hinagiku's side, the sword shadows suddenly stopped and disappeared. Hinagiku couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when the shadows disappeared. Chance. Bishi opened his eyes and saw Hinagiku in a daze. In a flash, he appeared in front of Hinagiku and swung his sword at a strange angle towards Hinagiku's body. The knight's sword whistled through the air and the sound of wind breaking rang in Chuju's ears. Chuju's pupils shrank as she realized her mistake. Chuju bit the tip of her tongue and forced herself to react. Then, Chuju finally moved. Kashiwa's knight's sword was less than a centimeter away from Chuju's body. Kashiwa was about to tilt his sword when Chuju turned her body. The beautiful crystal sword followed Chuju's movement and drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then, it appeared in front of Kashiwa's knight's sword. Under such circumstances, Chuju's quick action allowed her to block Kashiwa's attack. Kashiwa couldn't help but praise. If Chuju had raised her sword to block Kashiwa's attack, it would have been too late. But when she turned around, the crystal sword moved even faster due to the centripetal force. Kashiwa managed to break through Chuju's weak point and successfully turned the situation around. On the stage, Mikoto, Wu Yan, Feifei, Lulu and Flandrachan were cheering. Chapter 370. Clang. The sound of swords clashing against each other has been heard for the umpteenth time. The battle between Bishi and Chuju has turned into two kendo masters. Every time they clashed against each other, when the audience thought that one of them would be unstoppable, the other would be able to block the attack. It's very exciting. At this moment, from the spectators' stands, countless cheers rang out, dedicating it to the two fighters on the stage. It has to be said that at this moment, Hinajuku had finally changed the students' impression of her. Now, in the hearts of the students, none of the new special students are easy to bully. Each and every one of them is strong. Of course, Flandrachan's power is sealed. But no one would expect a child to surprise them. On the stage, Chuju used a combo of sword thrusts. In less than a second, Chuju actually attacked 5 times in a row. The terrifying power of the 5 slashes made Bishi take a step back. Without giving Bishi a chance to breathe, Chuju frowned and disappeared from the spot. She entered into a sprinting state. Her pink hair swayed back and forth as she moved at high speed. She looked like a cherry blossom on the battlefield, very attractive. It's just that Bishi's strength is slightly stronger than Hinajuku's. So, almost at the same time he was knocked back, Hinajuku's figure appeared right in front of him. Bishi raised his sword and pointed it straight at her. As Bishi raised his sword, the slender blade of the sword suddenly flashed with a dazzling light of combat chi. Then, a terrifying wave of combat chi was released from the knight's sword. The golden combat chi was as bright as the sun. The golden wave of do chi was like a beam of light. Along with a huge wave of energy, it formed a straight line and viciously blasted towards Hinajuku, whose expression had changed slightly. Be careful. On the stage, Wu Yan saw this scene and couldn't help but shout out. His hand gripped the railing tightly. His heart was filled with anxiety. Unlike Bishi, who relies on his powerful do chi to unleash a huge amount of power, Chuju's every move is different. All of her moves are supported by her own strength. In terms of techniques, Chuju is undoubtedly weaker. What she knows is only the sword skills she learned from the club when she was a student. This kind of pure sword skills has become very powerful after Chuju's upgrade. However, while pure sword skills can unleash a great amount of power, its drawbacks are very obvious. She must get close to the opponent and there's not much mystery behind it. That's why Hinajuku might not be able to handle Bishi's attack with his do chi support. That's why I'm worried. As if she felt Wu Yan's gaze, Chuju couldn't help but turn her head to look at Wu Yan. Naturally, she saw the worry on Wu Yan's face. At this moment, it's as if time has stopped. Chuju, who is exposed to the wave of do chi, is staring at Wu Yan. A strange light flashed in her yellow-green eyes. I don't want to see your worried face anymore. But, Yan, please allow me to be stubborn one more time. Under the reflection of the do chi wave, a determined look flashed across Hinajuku's face, and the white cherry sword in her hand suddenly flashed with a thick flash of sword light. Ha! Hinajaku snorted. Grabbing White Cherry, she retreated instead of advancing. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, the crystal sword in her hand violently slashed towards the incoming Douqi wave. Chuju, Wu Yan, Mikoto, Feifei, Lulu and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Bang! The wave of Douqi collided with the crystal sword. The terrifying force made Chuju groan. Even her chest felt a little stuffy. However, Chuju didn't back down. Instead, she shouted again. She stomped her feet on the ground and with both hands on the hilt, she pushed forward with all her might. Under Chuju's forceful push, the edge of the wave of Douqi that made contact with the crystal sword actually cracked open. Oi oi oi, are you kidding me? Bishi's jaw dropped as he watched his own Douqi being torn apart. He had a bad feeling about this. Before Bishi could react, Chuju, who was under the attack of the wave of Douqi, once again gritted her teeth. With a loud shout, the crystal sword in her hand fiercely pierced downwards. Chi! The wave of Douqi was cut in half by the crystal sword like a rag. The two halves of the wave of Douqi flew past Chuju and into the distance. Bishi almost cursed out loud. What kind of joke is this? He released his Douqi with all his strength and it was cut in half like a rag. No one would be able to stay calm if they were in his shoes. Bishi didn't even notice that Chuju didn't stop her actions. Chuju loosened her grip on the wave of Douqi. As a result, Chuju's White Cherry didn't slow down and it flew straight towards Bishi. Bishi's expression changed and he quickly retreated. But this time, Bishi was facing the same situation as Chuju. It's too late to retreat now. The crystal sword's tip pierced towards Bishi's pupils. Bishi's pupils shrunk to the size of the crystal sword's tip. In an instant, Bishi didn't have enough time to raise his sword. He wanted to mimic Chuju and turn around, but he wasn't as agile as her. That's why Bishi could only use all of his Douqi. Ignoring the burden on his body, he ignited his Douqi and used it to blow away the incoming crystal sword. It must be said that this method was not bad. After all, the crystal sword was thrown by Hinajaku. It did not have that much power, so it was easily blown away. But if Bishi could think of this, how could Chuju not think of it? Pa! When this sound entered Bishi's ears, everything was set in stone. Bishi's expression changed when he saw Chuju suddenly appearing in front of him and holding the crystal sword in her hand. In the next moment, Chuju's crystal sword slammed into his body. Bang! The crystal sword slammed into Bishi's chest and sent him flying. He landed on the ground not far away. Bishi endured the pain in his chest and got up from the ground. The crystal sword appeared in front of him again, but this time, it's pointing at his forehead. The entire place went silent. Bishi stared blankly at the crystal sword in front of him and the pale-faced Hinajaku, who was holding the sword with only one hand. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and said bitterly. I lost. The words "I've lost" reverberated in the silent square. The audience looked at each other, and then they cheered loudly. At this moment, Chuju won everyone's cheers. Phew! Everyone on the stage let out a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. What a nimble little girl. The Thunder King couldn't help but laugh. She's not weak and she's smart. She knows how to use strange moves. Not bad. I knew it. Those who are with her are not simple people. The group of higher-ups also nodded slowly, as if they were praising Hinajaku. Lei Wang stood up and announced, Gue Chuju wins this match. The audience cheered when they heard Lei Wang's announcement. Another person who can be ranked in the top 10 has appeared in front of them. Moreover, she's a newcomer. At the same time, Chuju received hugs and cheers from her friends. Wu Yan's heart ached when he saw Chuju's pale face. He reached out and caressed her face. Rest well, Hinajaku nodded and smiled. She closed her eyes and rubbed against Wu Yan's hand that is caressing her face. Chapter 371. The cheers were still ringing in the air. Hinajuku and Bishi's battle had brought the atmosphere to its climax. Even the contestants on the stage were burning with passion. They couldn't wait to get down the stage and have a good fight. Towards the end, the spectators couldn't tell who they were cheering for. They just kept on giving vent to the passion in their hearts. They didn't even look at who they were cheering for. After this academy competition, I'm afraid that many people's throats will need to be treated. Of course, the actions of the audience were not completely blind. The result of this was that every student who went down to battle displayed 120% of their strength under the cheers of the audience. This caused some of the battles that were originally not anticipated to be in full swing. Their combat aura and magic power soared to the breaking point, winning the unanimous praise of the audience and even the higher-ups. At this moment, on the arena, two students who were originally ranked in the top 80 seemed to have gulped down an entire bottle of Jinkala. They fought until their eyes were red, and the strength they displayed made even some of the students ranked in the top 50 involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Wu Yan was speechless. The effect of the atmosphere is really heaven-defying. Half a day has passed since the second day of the tournament. During this time, other than Shokuhu Misaki, Hinajuku, and Fei Fei, who had already completed their mission and completed their 2 matches, there was no one left. Mikoto and Astria also went up to the stage and completed 2 battles. Astria fought against a contestant who was ranked in the top 10 just like Chuju. That contestant was ranked higher than Bishi. Even though he didn't make it into the top 5, he was still ranked 6th. However, Astria isn't Chuju. She is the highest-ranked contestant in this tournament. Astria gave the audience a good show of the dog-beating stick technique. She used her Chrysor as a stick and smacked her opponent's head repeatedly until he fainted. Only then did Astria stop. This scene. Naturally, it also caused the top 10 experts to feel a chill in their hearts. It wasn't just because of Astria's strength, it was also because of Astria's relentless fighting spirit. This caused them to look at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts. Fortunately, the opponent had already finished 2 rounds. One has to admit that the power of a foodie is great. Under the punishment of no food, appetite can be turned into strength. Of course, Sylph, Ka, and Jaffer kept glancing at Astria with a heavy heart. That's to be expected. Originally, the 3 of them were the only ones who reached Tier 8 in Silveria World Institute. Who would have thought that in less than a month, Misaka Mikoto, the short-lived Ikaros, and now, Asteria. Since when did Tier 8 become so cheap? Kaya smiled bitterly, but at the same time, he sighed. The world was a big place. He had thought that reaching the 8th level before the age of 25 meant that his talent was at the peak of the world of Silveria. Who would have guessed? Ka didn't know that his talent was indeed at the peak of this world. Unfortunately, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria aren't from this world. Ka, who didn't know what's going on, was already thinking about how to lure these people to the Fea Empire's car. Unlike Ka, Sylph glanced at Astria and didn't say anything. Of course, the icy princess wouldn't show her thoughts. As for Jaffer, he looked at Astria for a moment before he humphed and turned his head away. Since the start of the tournament, Wu Yan's group, other than Wu Yan, has already fought 2 rounds. Now, they just have to wait for the results. Soon, Wu Yan will be fighting his second match. His opponent made Wu Yan laugh out loud. Next match. Wu Yan vs. Bing Ling. The cheers of the audience suddenly stopped at this moment. The audience stared with their eyes wide open. After carefully looking at the 2 names on the crystal ball projection screen and confirming that there were no mistakes, an earth-shattering cheer rang out again. Wu Yan and Bing Ling looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with emotions unknown to others. It's been less than a month since their last match. Finally, they have a chance to fight again. The unfinished battle at the arena tower is going to continue. The only difference is that Wu Yan has Gate of Babylon. He's stronger now. Big brother. Bing Mian couldn't help but yell. He clenched his fists tightly. Bing Mian wanted his big brother to teach Wu Yan a lesson, but he didn't know what to do. Like Bing Mian, Qing Jinhua grabbed Bing Ling's sleeve. Her eyes were filled with worry. Wu Yan's strength is something they both witnessed firsthand. Bing Ling waved his hand to stop the two from talking. He looked at Wu Yan and without saying anything, he stepped on the railing and jumped onto the stage. Wu Yan smiled. Mikoto, Chuju, Feifei, Lulu, Flandre-chan, and Ikaros all looked at Wu Yan. Good luck, Oni-chan, Yen. Flandre-chan and Lulu cheered. We have to teach that bastard a lesson this time. Mikoto said. Be careful. Feifei and Chuju said to Wu Yan. Wu Yan returned the grin and he flew towards the stage. Wu Yan didn't really care about the fight with Bing Ling, but he didn't feel too much of a reaction either. He has the true ancestor bloodline, infinite martial arts, and Gate of Babylon. If he lost to an opponent of the same level, even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to forgive himself. On the wide stage, the two of them looked at each other from afar. Both of them wore the same special student uniform, but they were different figures. They looked exceptionally dazzling in this monotonous arena. Of course, a large part of the dazzling scene is because of their identities. More specifically, it's because of the grudge between the two of them. Back in the arena tower, Bing Mian got slapped in the face by Wu Yan in front of everyone. Bing Ling wanted to save his brother, so he interfered with the duel. After the duel, he even challenged a newcomer as a top 10 ranker to redeem Bing Mian's reputation. Many people booed him for his actions. Compared to Bing Ling, Wu Yan is a lot more carefree. All he wants is to complete the 2 sudden quests from the system. He doesn't care who his opponent is, what kind of people they are, what kind of evaluation they get, none of that matters to him. That battle was stopped by Princess Sylph due to Liren's careless interference. Now, the same battle is happening again. At least in the eyes of the bystanders, this battle is something to be excited about due to the fact that there is an inside story behind it. That's why the audience is boiling with excitement. Bing Ling looked at Wu Yan, who is standing opposite of him. Unlike before, he didn't take this matter seriously. Now, he is looking at the figure not far away with a serious expression. Bing Ling no longer dares to look at Wu Yan as a newcomer. It's obvious that Wu Yan is very strong. At first glance, he's stronger than Bing Ling. At least, from the past 2 days of competition, it's clear that Wu Yan hid an armament that can throw armaments. Bing Ling doesn't know that the Gate of Babylon was something Wu Yan exchanged for after the duel. That's why he thought Wu Yan was hiding his strength. Fortunately, Bing Ling had other tricks up his sleeve that worked on Wu Yan as well. Chapter 372. Bing Ling raised his head and he looked at Wu Yan, who had an indifferent look on his face. Bing Ling's face slowly curled up into an enigmatic smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bing Ling suddenly said. Very strong, that armament of yours. Wu Yan flinched for a moment before laughing out loud. Oh? You can tell that it's an armament? No wonder you're in the top 10 of the academy. Bing Ling glanced at Wu Yan and continued. To be honest, even I don't have the confidence to deal with that armament of yours. Whether it's strength, speed, or defense, it's not bad at all. It even has recovery ability, it's really troublesome. Wu Yan frowned and looked at Bing Ling. This guy, why is he saying this? Does he have the personality to boost the morale of others and diminish his own? As if he saw through Wu Yan's thoughts, Bing Ling shook his head and laughed out loud. Wu Yan, that armament of yours is troublesome, but that's all there is to it. Against me, no, against the Saito family's ice dochi, you shouldn't have used an armament. After saying that, Bing Ling's eyes flashed. She flipped her hands and two icy blue daggers appeared in her hands. They glowed with a chilling light. They were Bing Ling's rare armament. The dagger in the ice spirit's hand spun in all kinds of dazzling arcs. It was like two auroras, nimbly streaking across the void, and then slowly intertwining with each other. With a light stroke, sparks shot out, but it brought along a chilling luster. After which, a dense ice blue do-chi surged out from within Bing Mion's body. After which, it wrapped around Bing Mion's entire body. The icy blue do-chi began to spread. Finally, it turned into a ball of do-chi. It slowly shrank and expanded, as if it was brewing something. It was extremely strange. Looking at Bing Ling's actions, Wu Yan's heart. Suddenly, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. This scene was similar to what the ice spirit had wanted to do in the Tower of Tournament. However, he was interrupted by Sylph at that time. Now that he's seeing her again, and with Bing Ling's words, Wu Yan has a feeling that this battle is going to be more troublesome than he thought. Freezing wind. A deep and cold shout suddenly came out from the ice blue do-chi mass. Immediately after, the ice blue do-chi mass suddenly soared into the sky and floated in the middle of the field. On the high platform, some of the top 10 experts had already narrowed their eyes. Obviously, they recognized what Bing Ling was going to use next. Some of the people who had seen it before exclaimed in unison. The ball of do-chi exploded in mid-air, countless icy blue rays shot out from it and enveloped the entire stage in the blink of an eye. Wu Yan's expression froze, he looked at the icy blue rays he saw in the last battle. His wine-red eyes narrowed. Wu Yan's intuition told him that the icy blue rays this time are different from the last one. A bad feeling crept into Wu Yan's heart. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the icy blue rays in midair. Something bad is about to happen, I don't care, let's make the first move. With a snap of his fingers, the familiar crimson space appeared again. Thousands of iron sand swords slowly emerged, but in the next moment, Wu Yan's body suddenly froze, he was completely stunned. When his gate of Babylon appeared, the strange icy blue rays shot towards the gate of Babylon at an unimaginable speed, like bees that saw honey. They even enveloped the gate of Babylon. Then, under the gaze of the audience, the iron sand swords on the gate of Babylon started to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a ball of ice that covered the entire sky. Wu Yan was shocked. Bing Ling also had a surprised look on his face. He looked at the crimson space and said with a little surprise, "What a strange armament. The freezing wind that is specially used to deal with armaments can't freeze it." Then, the ice spirit's tone changed again. "Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, without those black swords, your crimson space is useless even if it can still be used." Hearing this, Wu Yan's face darkened. He didn't expect this guy to have such a trick up his sleeve. But then, Wu Yan laughed. If Bing Ling thinks that his strength is only at the gate of Babylon, then he should prepare to fight. With a wave of his hand, the gate of Babylon disappeared along with the frozen iron sand swords. Seeing this, the ice spirit couldn't help but laugh. Raising the two daggers in his hand, the ice spirit sneered. "Next, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Bing Ling's body suddenly shot out at an incredible speed, the sharp daggers in his hand stabbing towards Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan took a step back and his expression changed. He bitterly smiled when he saw the ice spirit closing in on him. He almost forgot that the ice blue light can affect a person's speed. By now, Bing Ling was already in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan clenched his fist and the Neongdian Shana appeared in his hand. But soon, Wu Yan frowned slightly. The Neongdian Shana in his hand is slowly freezing. It's useless. Bing Ling held the two daggers tightly and looked at Wu Yan, who was not far away. He suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Wu Yan. This is a little troublesome. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes stared at Bing Ling. He suddenly smiled and grabbed the Neong Dian Shana. Bing Ling was stunned when the Neong Dian Shana suddenly trembled. Then, a flame that looked like a red lotus started burning from the blade of the Neong Dian Shana. The flame burned slowly, and the ice around the blade of the Neong Dian Shana evaporated into gas. The flaming blade of the Neong Dian Shana appeared in front of the ice spirit. The sudden change caused Bing Ling's face to change slightly. His eyes darkened. Obviously, he didn't expect Wu Yan's armament to have such an ability. Moreover, it was the fire element that countered his ice do qi. An eye for an eye. This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to give Bing Ling a surprise. The students in the spectator stands were in an uproar when they saw the flaming Neong Dian Shana in Wu Yan's hand. After all, this armament appeared in the arena tower before. It was just that there was no flame at that time. On the special stands, Lei Wang shook his head with a smile. This kid has so many tricks up his sleeves. Where did he learn them from? Is he some old guy's disciple? On the high stands, Bing Mian and Qing Jinhua's faces were ugly. Fei Fei and Lulu were also surprised. Only Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and smiled. A single armament was enough to make them so surprised. If he were to bring out the meteor shower, who knew what kind of expression they would have? Bing Ling stopped in her tracks. She looked at the Nyaton Shana in Wu Yan's hand and her expression kept changing. The Saito family's ice do qi is very special. It can affect a person's speed, it can also restrict an armament. However, it also has an obvious weakness. When ice meets fire, the result is obvious. Wu Yan raised the Neong Dian Shana and brushed it lightly. The flame seemed to be able to recognize people and didn't hurt Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan grinned as he looked at Bing Ling. A glint flashed across his eyes. Don't stop, continue. Wu Yan appeared in front of Bing Ling in an instant. Chapter 373. When the blurry shadow appeared in Bing Ling's eyes, he quickly moved his left foot. His body moved like an ice skater as he nimbly dodged across the floor. As Bing Ling dodged, the burning red lotus fire brushed past his face. The scorching flames brushed past Bing Ling's face, causing his face to burn with heat. However, in the next moment, Ni Dian Zhan Na suddenly paused. Its downward slash stopped abruptly. The sword twisted and changed from a slash to a sweep. It swept towards Bing Ling's waist. Wu Yan's sudden change in attack was far beyond Bing Ling's expectations. Hence, when Ni Dian Zhan Na changed its direction, his face broke out in cold sweat. At this critical moment, the icy blue light that covered the arena automatically slid down and brushed past Ni Dian Zhan Na's sword, causing an icy mist to form on Ni Dian Zhan Na. Although it quickly disappeared under the red lotus flame, it still caused Ni Dian Zhan Na to pause for a moment, allowing Bing Ling to dodge. Bing Ling's expression turned vicious. His body suddenly crouched and his body flashed strangely. In an instant, he appeared under Wu Yan. His arms shook and the icy blue dagger with a cold gust of wind pierced towards Wu Yan's chest. Bang! Just as the dagger was about to reach Wu Yan's body, a strong flame suddenly ignited on Ni Dian Zhan Na. It caused the do qi on Bing Ling's dagger to become sluggish. Wu Yan borrowed the force and leaped backwards, escaping Bing Ling's attack range. Bing Ling's mouth twitched. He originally planned to use his ice do qi to restrain Wu Yan's armament. Who would have thought that Wu Yan's armament would restrain his ice do qi instead? This battle was so depressing. The ice spirit was the only one who knew, however. In the eyes of the bystanders, this battle was like a lightning strike. It was abnormally dangerous and exciting. The crowd was instantly mesmerized by this exciting battle. Their eyes were burning hot. Cheers could be heard everywhere. Wu Yan, on the other hand, was frowning slightly. Looking at the floating ice-blue light, he felt a little helpless. These icy blue streamers not only restricted his gate of Babylon, but also affected his speed. And from the scene just now, they seemed to have the ability to protect their owner, which really surprised Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't know that there would be so many restrictions when fighting with the ice spirit. Ice Doqi is really annoying, Wu Yan's eyes flickered. Looking at the ice-blue flowing light on the battlefield, he felt a little impatient. In a battle with so many restrictions, the one who should be depressed should be him. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and an electric arc flashed on Wu Yan's forehead. However, Wu Yan suddenly paused, and the golden light in his eyes disappeared. He glanced at the flames on the Xianxia sword, and an idea popped into his mind. Since these icy blue streaks of light couldn't be dealt with by physical attacks, could they be destroyed by flames that could restrain them? Moreover, he could also test the power of the Xianxia sword, which had become a treasure artifact. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan didn't hesitate. The Xianxia sword in his hand trembled slightly. Immediately, tiny red lotus flames flashed out from the sword, and with the appearance of these flames, the temperature of the battlefield suddenly rose by a lot. On the opposite side, the ice spirit looked at the dozens of red lotus flames, and his expression changed slightly. His heart sank a little. Originally, he thought that the flames were just an additional effect of Wu Yan's armament. He didn't expect that they could be controlled. At this moment, Wu Yan also moved. Wu Yan raised the Xianxia sword horizontally above his chest. He looked at the small red lotus flames on the sword, and with a flick of his finger, more than a dozen tiny red lotus flames shot towards the battlefield. Feeling the terrifying temperature of the oncoming red lotus flames, Bing Ling retracted his daggers and twisted his body to dodge. However, the red lotus flames did not directly attack Bing Ling. Instead, they rapidly shuttled back and forth above the arena. Following the red lotus flames' actions, the icy blue flowing light that enveloped the entire arena began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye due to the terrifying temperature. The ice spirit's expression changed drastically. On the high platform, Bing Mian and Qing Jinhua exclaimed when they saw the shrinking icy blue streaks of light. Sylph, Kaya, Jaffer, and the others withdrew their gazes as if they already knew the outcome. To be honest, this method isn't that rare. Anyone with a brain problem would know that one must use fire to deal with ice. However, those who tried to use fire to deal with the ice spirit's icy blue streaks of light ended up in a pitiful state. Their flames aren't as hot as Wu Yan's red lotus flames. Before they could extinguish the streaks of light, they were defeated by the ice spirit before they could do anything. The ice spirit knows the weakness of his ice Doqi. That's why he would usually choose to end the battle as quickly as possible. That's exactly what he's thinking right now. He wants to defeat Wu Yan before Wu Yan extinguishes the streaks of light. However, just as the ice spirit had this thought, he heard a slight gust of wind. Then, a blurry black figure appeared in front of him. The ice spirit's expression changed again and again. At this time, Wu Yan's Nin Temple Shana is already swinging down with a ferocious force. The ice spirit's eyes sharpened as he swung his daggers. Instantly, an icy blue streak of light fell from the sky and collided with the Nin Temple Shana. Pfft! The moment the two collided, the Nin Temple Shana shattered the icy blue streak of light into a mist. However, when the Nin Temple Shana landed on the ground, the ice spirit had already retreated. Then, Wu Yan saw the ice spirit, who had retreated a few steps, pounce at him again with lightning speed. The daggers were spinning rapidly between his fingers. They were like two poisonous snakes that could easily kill a person as they cut through the air. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw that the ice spirit had chosen to charge at him head-on. He tightened his grip on the Anine Temple Shana and smiled faintly. Then, the Anine Temple Shana viciously stabbed forward. Due to the frightening temperature of the red lotus flame on the Ni Dian Zana, it directly caused the air to burn wherever the Ni Dian Zana passed. A low and deep air explosion sounded. It was extremely ear-piercing. The distance between the two was covered in the blink of an eye due to this attack. However, just as the daggers were about to come into contact with the Anine Temple Shana, the ice spirit's body suddenly twisted. His body moved in a strange manner, sticking close to the Anine Temple Shana as he appeared at the spot where Wu Yan was holding the sword. The sharp daggers in his hands unceremoniously sliced towards Wu Yan's palm. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, the entire crowd gasped. At such a close distance, the Anine Temple Shana had already made up his mind. There was almost no way to pull back. Under normal circumstances, Wu Yan would probably be left with a few deep wounds by the ice spirit's cunning and ruthless ice-like daggers. Then, he would be defeated. While the crowd gasped, only Chuju and Mikoto on the high platform frowned. They were a little confused. With Wu Yan's miraculous infinite martial refining, how could he reveal a flaw so easily? Looking at Wu Yan, who was about to be defeated by the ice spirit, Bing Mian and Qing Jinhua's faces were filled with excitement. They almost cheered out loud. However, the Thunder King on the special high platform laughed. Some of the more observant people who had been paying attention to Wu Yan also noticed that there was not a trace of panic on Wu Yan's face. In fact, there was even a faint trace of a strange smile. Immediately, their hearts trembled slightly. In the arena, under the countless attentive gazes, the ice spirit's daggers instantly neared Wu Yan's sword-wielding hand. A cold gust of wind blew against Wu Yan's arm. As the daggers neared Wu Yan's hand, the ice spirit's heart gradually grew uneasy. Chapter 374. As the dagger got closer, Bing Ling's uneasiness turned into reality. When the dagger was only a centimeter away from piercing his hand, Wu Yan finally made his move again. He didn't use any surprising method to counterattack, nor did he use any unexpected method. Wu Yan gently let go of Nyetan no Shana and let it fall to the ground with a crisp, ding-dang sound. Countless people were stunned. What is this? Without the support of the armament that could use flames, was there even a need to continue this battle? Does Wu Yan still have a way to win against Bing Ling? While everyone was having this thought, Mikoto smiled. Because at this moment, the electromagnetic field of her electromancer ability suddenly fluctuated, Bing Ling's face showed a trace of hesitation. He didn't understand why Wu Yan would give up on restraining his armament. Based on his impression of Wu Yan, he shouldn't be such an unwise person. However, at this time, Bing Ling would be able to stab the opponent's hand in less than a second. She didn't have time to think too much. Thus, Bing Ling's expression hardened. The dagger in her hand was suddenly enveloped by ice blue do qi. Threads of cold air wrapped around the dagger, and a cold wind suddenly grew stronger. Ice dagger. Ice Spirit's pair of daggers started to vibrate at a strange speed. Ice Spirit's voice was cold and oppressive. As the daggers trembled, the strands of cold air surrounding them shot out as if they had a mind of their own, converging into a long ice dagger. This was the ice dagger battle technique that Bing Mian had used before. But it's clear that Bing Ling's actions didn't cause Wu Yan to panic. Suddenly, Wu Yan's body trembled. A series of rapid electrical sounds exploded. At the same time, a bluish-white electric current surged out from his body and covered his entire body. As his body was covered by electricity, outside of Wu Yan's body, rapidly flashing electricity intertwined and struck. In the blink of an eye. Above the bluish-white electric current, there was a temperature no lower than the red lotus flames. Electricity could also produce heat. Qi, the long ice dagger collided heavily with the lightning. However, it was as though an ice cube had met with boiling water. Sizzling sounds continuously rang out. After that, the ice daggers that were originally capable of piercing through huge rocks were instantly reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, 2 daggers appeared in their original state. Naturally, their power was completely gone. The ice spirit's pupils shrank as he looked at the lightning on Wu Yan's body. He had almost forgotten that Wu Yan had used the power of lightning in the Tower of Arena. Seeing that the dagger was only a short distance away from Wu Yan's body, Bing Ling's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Do Qi suddenly burst out, and the dagger turned into 2 cold lights. With lightning speed, it fiercely stabbed into Wu Yan's body. However, in exchange for the dagger's stab, 2 clear metallic sounds rang out. This caused Bing Ling's heart to shrink, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Because in front of the dagger, there were 2 iron sand swords that suddenly appeared from Wu Yan's side. At this moment, Bing Ling finally realized that his freezing wind had been eliminated by the red lotus flames. In other words, the Gate of Babylon, or more accurately, the iron sand swords, can also be used. It has to be said that the strength of Bing Ling's 2 daggers, under the support of his Do Qi, is extremely terrifying. Even though the daggers are good at penetrating and have less destructive power, they still pierce through the iron sand swords. However, this is the end. A dense electric glow suddenly flashed on the metal sand sword. In an instant, it caused the icy blue dagger in Bing Ling's hand to turn fiery red. A chi-chi sound was emitted from Bing Ling's hand, which was tightly holding the dagger. This caused Bing Ling's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly maneuvered his Do Qi and wrapped his hand around it. Even though this was the case, he still felt a searing pain moving around his hand. He viciously pushed the dagger in his hand, but it did not move an inch forward. Helplessly, Bing Ling could only let go of the dagger and retreat. As he retreated, his eyes were still fixed on Wu Yan, who was wrapped in lightning, and his heart was filled with anger. The lightning that enveloped Wu Yan's body suddenly dissipated, revealing Wu Yan's figure. However, when Bing Ling saw Wu Yan's figure clearly, his angry expression immediately darkened. At this moment, one of Wu Yan's hands was stretched straight towards him. Moreover, Wu Yan even made a finger-snapping gesture. He looked at Bing Ling with a mocking expression. This caused Bing Ling to feel a chill down his spine. Seeing Wu Yan's appearance, Bing Ling, who was rapidly retreating, felt his heart tremble. His body suddenly stopped. At this moment, Wu Yan suddenly snapped his fingers. A soft but unusually clear snapping sound rang out in the entire square. Gate of Babylon. A soft whisper slowly came out from Wu Yan's mouth. It was like a circle of sound waves that stirred up ripples. The ripples spread out like lightning and instantly covered everything behind Wu Yan. Under Bing Ling's shocked gaze, the crimson space that covered the entire square appeared once again. At the same time, black iron sand swords extended from the Gate of Babylon and pointed at Bing Ling from afar. A chill suddenly spread from Bing Ling's spine, causing his entire body to feel cold. Even his hands and feet turned cold. In the next moment, Wu Yan's hand also swung down. An endless stream of iron sand swords covered Bing Ling's body like raindrops. Bing Ling roared and mobilized all his Do Qi to cover his entire body. The black sword slammed into Bing Ling's body, causing Bing Ling's face to turn pale. His chest felt heavy, and a trace of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Under the barrage of attacks from the iron sand swords, Bing Ling was finally injured, and it was not light. Of course, if he did not have Do Qi to protect his body, it would not be as simple as just being injured. However, Bing Ling did not rejoice. Instead, his face changed greatly because Wu Yan's figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Looking at this scene, the hearts of everyone present suddenly rose. A portion of the people's mouths had already formed the shape of a cry of surprise. Looking at the shocked Bing Ling in front of him, Wu Yan said softly, causing Bing Ling's face to turn completely pale, "You've lost, I've won." After saying this, Wu Yan's eyes focused. An extremely strong gust of wind emerged from his hand, accompanied by a low explosive sound that resounded throughout the square. Lightning fist. No! Hearing the sound in the square and seeing Wu Yan's shout, Bing Mian, who was previously excited and looking forward to Bing Ling beating Wu Yan to the ground and begging for mercy, suddenly screamed out loud. Qing Jinhua's cheeks instantly turned pale and her mouth kept muttering, "How is this possible?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the fist, which was wrapped in lightning, seemed to break through the barriers of space. It carried an unparalleled force and power as it heavily smashed into the chest of the shocked Bing Ling. An earth-shattering force, along with the power of lightning, surged out wildly. Bang! When the intense pain came, Bing Ling's shocked face flushed red. A mouthful of bright red blood violently spurted out from his mouth. His body flew backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow. In the end, he landed heavily on the ground outside the square, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Bing Ling's face was deathly pale. All the strength in his body seemed to have left him at this moment, causing him to be unable to stand up from the ground. He could only lie there and look up at Wu Yan on the stage, his heart filled with bitterness. Slowly stepping forward, Wu Yan indifferently looked outside the square at the deathly pale Bing Ling. He smiled slightly and stretched before looking at the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor shook his head with a smile and raised his hand. "This match, Wu Yan wins." You're tuning in to the Unparalleled Sword Will YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.